Chapter 5:17. After communicating with the Empress, she asked Li Mu when he would return as usual. Li Mu also wanted to reunite with his family, but the current situation did not allow it. The northern state had just started. The reason why they could achieve so much in such a short time was because they controlled the Vajra sect. It was much easier to force reforms from the top down than from the bottom up. The real difficulty was yet to come. The Shun nation aristocrats in the northern state were strong opponents of the new law. The village elders and other leaders were also unwilling to give up their power. It was difficult for the grassroots to cooperate. Although they did not have much power, they still had the real rulers of the Shun nation behind them. Once they heard the news and reacted, they would definitely send powerhouses to suppress the northern state. He did not expect that the Vajra sect's leader, a sixth realm powerhouse, would be so obedient. Sanggu's Vajra sect had done a great job this time. Li Mu had to make some preparations in advance. He summoned Sanggu and asked directly, "How many seventh realms do you have in the Shun nation?" Sanggu glanced at Li Mu and said, "Nirvana sect, Suffering sect, and Yen sect each have a wisdom realm powerhouse." Ancient Shun nation was the origin of Buddhism. Although ancient Buddhism had disappeared, it still evolved into a few branches. Among them, the Heart sect was a product of Buddhism that spread to the Great Zhou hundreds of years ago. It had nothing to do with the Shun nation's Buddhism. Nirvana sect, Suffering sect, and Yen sect were all in the Shun nation. The Shun nation was the foundation of their believers. Once these three sects interfered, Zhou Zhong alone would not be able to resist 3 seventh realms. Li Mu still had to make a trip to the Yao nation. The Lord of Illusions had been recuperating for so long. Even if he could not recover to his peak, he had already returned to the 7th realm. The Green Wolf King was no longer a threat. Phantom Princess left a 7th realm demon corpse with her. With the Lord of Illusions, it was enough to protect the Thousand Fox Nation. With the northern states Zhou Zhong and himself, even if the Shun nation's royal family invited the powerhouses of the 3 sects, it would be useless. When he returned to the Yao nation this time, Phantom Princess was already in seclusion. Li Mu did not let Hulu disturb her. He quietly took a 7th realm demon corpse and returned to the northern state. Li Mu controlled the airship to fly high in the sky. At a certain moment, he suddenly looked down. Below the clouds, on the ground, a figure was frantically fleeing. Several white-robed men chased after him. The leader of the group held a magic staff and said angrily, "You lowly commoner, how dare you offend your superiors? After I catch you, I'll let you suffer 108 punishments before you die." Iagu flew at full speed. His spiritual power was almost exhausted. He wanted to live a good life with Alicia, but when he and Alicia went to the market to buy groceries, Alicia caught the eye of an aristocrat. After a conflict with the aristocrat, he seriously injured the aristocrat's entourage, angering the family behind the aristocrat, and was chased by several priests of the family. Under the teachings of his benefactor, Aragu had already started cultivating. However, he did not know many spells and was no match for these people. He could only flee helplessly. He hadn't been cultivating for long, so his flying speed was far slower than the flying carpets under their feet. Soon, they caught up with him. Bang! A magic staff hit Aragu's back hard. He spat out a mouthful of blood and could no longer summon any spiritual power. 5 white-robed men jumped down from the flying carpets and walked toward him step by step. They mocked, "Lowly commoner, run, keep running." Alicia had already settled Alicia. Now that he had settled Alicia down, Aragu no longer had any worries. He clutched his chest and leaned against a tree with difficulty. Looking at the people walking toward him, there was no fear on his face. Instead, there was a trace of mockery. He said lightly, "Laugh, laugh. You won't be able to laugh for long. The lowly commoners you speak of will soon take away your land and your self-righteous honor of being superior. The lowly commoners you oppressed will eventually dominate this country. The white-robed man with the magic staff had a gloomy expression. He said coldly, "These traitorous lowly commoners will eventually be suppressed, but you won't live to see that day." With that, the magic staff in his hand emitted a blinding light and went straight for Aragu's head. The magic staff flew out halfway and stopped in the air. After the 5 white-robed men's minds buzzed, the spiritual power in their bodies drained rapidly. The next moment, they blacked out and fell to the ground. Aragu was already prepared for death. This sudden change made him confused. Until a figure slowly descended from the sky, Aragu was stunned for a moment. Then, excitement appeared on his face. He said in surprise, "Benefactor." Li Mu looked at him and smiled. "Seems like we are really fated." When Li Mu returned to the Vajra sect, there were 2 more people beside him. They were Aragu and his wife, Alicia. Aragu's identity was a true lowly commoner. He could represent the oppressed lowly commoners of the northern state. The commoners of the northern state needed such a leader. It was important to have a good reason. After all, Sanggu and his Vajra sect members were the most superior beings in the Shan nation. It was difficult for them to gain the trust of the lowly commoners. A lowly commoner like Aragu was the best candidate to represent them. Although he was still very weak now, Li Mu had his eyes on his future. With a natural spiritual body, as long as he did not slack off in his cultivation, it would be easy for him to advance to the 6th realm in the future. When Li Mu suggested that he should lead the commoners of the northern state, Aragu agreed without hesitation. In the Vajra sect, Sanggu had not seen Li Mu for 2 days. He thought that he had left the Shan nation and was secretly happy. This young man was ruthless and merciless. He almost died in his hands. Seeing him here again, Sanggu felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. The fire that had just been ignited in his heart was extinguished. He originally thought that the central state would not sit by and do nothing with such a huge change happening in the northern state. The new capital would very likely invite the strongest cultivators of the 3 sects to suppress the rebellion. Then, he would be able to regain his freedom after being coerced. However, when he saw the tall figure standing behind the young man, his heart sank completely. The silent figure standing behind the young man had a lifeless aura, and he could not see through him at all. He now suspected that the young man was a 7th realm cultivator. If he was, then the northern state would be completely out of the central state's control from now on. There were only 3 7th realm cultivators in the entire Shan nation. If the northern state had a 7th realm cultivator, they would immediately be on equal footing with the 3 sections. Even the 3 sects would not easily offend them. He looked at Li Mu tentatively and asked, "Sir, this is?" Li Mu looked at him indifferently and said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Sanggu immediately shut his mouth. However, he was almost certain that this young man was undoubtedly a 7th realm cultivator. His future days would be even more bleak. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, he suddenly turned to look into the distance. At the end of the southern horizon, a powerful aura appeared. A bald man wearing a tattered kasaya broke through the air. The man's kasaya was full of holes, and he was barefoot. He did not even have shoes. However, the aura on his body was at the 6th realm. The man rapidly approached the temple, and his voice rolled over. "Sanggu, come out and see me." There were not many cultivators in the Shan nation, and they were all familiar with each other. Sanggu had already recognized the newcomer. He was Elder Fan Tian of the Ku sect. 20 years ago, he had already stepped into the 6th realm. He was about to bite the bullet and fly up, but another figure was faster than him. The tall man whose cultivation Sanggu could not see through disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already high up in the sky, flying towards Elder Fan Tian. Elder Fan Tian snorted coldly and waved his palm forward. His palm rapidly enlarged and pressed down on the tall man. Sanggu's throat moved, and he secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Elder Fan Tian was the 3rd most powerful cultivator in the Ku sect. His attack was a Buddhist abhijna. This palm seemed ordinary, but it contained a part of the world. It was suppressed by the power of the world, and it could not be broken by anyone below the seventh realm. Even if he faced this palm, he would have to retreat. Faced with this palm, the tall figure did not dodge or retreat. Instead, he crashed into it. There was a deafening sound, accompanied by violent mana fluctuations. The giant palm collapsed immediately. The figure did not slow down and crashed into Elder Fan Tion's body. A golden light erupted from Elder Fan Tion's body. That was his indestructible Buddhist Dharma body. Even so, he was still knocked back 100 feet. Blood spurted from his mouth. The figure's sharp nails pierced into his body, sealing his mana instantly. Then, the demon corpse carried Elder Fan Tion by the neck and flew to Li Mu. It casually threw him on the ground. Sangu's throat moved again. Without hesitation, he kicked Elder Fan Tion's body and shouted, "Speak, who sent you here? What are you doing here?" Chapter 518. Elder Fan Tion's cultivation was sealed. He looked at the tall figure with fear in his eyes. The seventh realm. The North actually had a seventh realm cultivator. After the Central State received the news of the North's rebellion, they immediately asked for help from the Ku sect. He came here under the orders of the Supremacy to suppress Sangu. He thought that it would be a piece of cake, but he was captured in the blink of an eye. The person who attacked him just now must be in the seventh realm. In this case, even the Ku sect would not be able to interfere. After all, they only had one venerable one in the seventh realm. Provoking such a powerhouse would bring disaster to the sect. Elder Fan Tion did not even think and immediately said, "I'm only here under the orders of the Supremacy to investigate the North's rebellion. I didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive me." In Buddhism, the term supremacy was used to refer to a 7th grade Prajna realm cultivator. The Shen nation was not like the Great Zhou, and Buddhism was not like Taoism. After Yuzenzi advanced 2 years ago, there were 4 7th realm cultivators in Fulu school alone. In the entire Shen nation, only the 3 Buddhist sects had 1 7th realm cultivator each. Therefore, the appearance of a 7th realm cultivator in the Shen nation was enough to change the entire situation. This was also the reason why Li Mu brought the demon corpse here. His existence could make the 3 top cultivators in the Shen nation not dare to act rashly. Before Li Mu could speak, Sangu asked, "Sir, he's the 3rd strongest cultivator in the Ku sect. His name is Fan Tion. How should we deal with him?" After the demon corpse revealed its strength, Sangu was obviously more perceptive. Li Mu looked at him and said, "Let him go." Sangu was stunned and asked, "What?" Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Since he didn't mean to offend you, give him a chance. Go back and tell your Supremacy to stop interfering in the North's affairs. Otherwise, we will personally visit your Supremacy and talk to him." He let the demon corpse remove the restriction of Brahma's mana. Brahma climbed up from the ground. He already knew who was in charge here. He respectfully gave Li Mu a Buddhist salute and said, "Junior will take his leave." Seeing Brahma leave, Sangu asked in confusion, "My lord, he is an important figure of the bitter sect. Why did you let him go?" He knew very well that after this 7th realm powerhouse appeared, the Central State would no longer be able to do anything to the Northern State. For a very long time to come, his fate would be tied to these people. Under such circumstances, he had to start making plans for himself. Li Mu looked at Sangu in surprise. These days, when he was asked to do things, he was always unwilling. This time, he actually took the initiative to think for them. He then explained, "The Shen nation's problem is in the bones, not the skin. To change the Northern State, it will take at least a few decades. We have no enmity with the bitter sect, so we don't have to become enemies with them." To be honest, Li Mu did not have a good impression of the Shen nation and had no intention of changing it. His great ambition was to bring peace to the Great Zhou, not the Shen nation. However, the Shan nation and the northern state shared a border with the Great Zhou. The stability of the northern state and the southern state of the Great Zhou were the most important. He had already asked Sangu to announce to the public that the northern state would be independent from now on. From now on, the Shan nation and the northern state would become independent countries. The Shan nation and the Great Zhou would no longer share a direct border. The soldiers of the southern army could also live a peaceful and stable life. Since Li Mu had already spoken, Sangu could not say anything else. He inadvertently glanced behind Li Mu and realized that a young man behind him was looking at Li Mu with an extremely respectful gaze. From his clothes and skin color, he should be a lowly citizen of the Shan nation. Sangu's gaze moved away from him and quickly returned back. He was shocked. He stepped in front of Aragu and grabbed his wrist. He muttered, such a physique, such a physique." Aragu was shocked. At this moment, Sangu spoke urgently, "I am Sangu. Are you willing to acknowledge me as your master?" Everyone in the northern state knew of Sangu's name. He was the belief of the Vajra sect. However, Aragu, whose thoughts had changed, did not respect him. Instead, he was somewhat repulsed. He knelt in front of Li Mu and said, "I want to acknowledge you as my master." Li Mu did not even think about it. He waved his hand and said, "I don't accept disciples. If you are willing, you can acknowledge Sangu as your master. He is more than capable of teaching you." His benefactor was already a godlike existence in his heart. Although he could not acknowledge him as his master, which disappointed Aragu, he did not dare to ask to become his benefactor's disciple. He knelt in front of Sangu and said, "Greetings, master." Everything he had experienced made him understand that he had to have enough strength to protect himself and his loved ones. Only then could he do what he wanted to do. Sangu looked at Li Mu gratefully. Li Mu turned and walked out of the hall. Sangu did not have much lifespan left. To them, no matter how powerful they were when they were alive, it was inevitable that they would return to dust after their lifespan was exhausted. When there was no hope of breaking through in their later years, many people's greatest wish was to find a disciple to pass on their lifelong knowledge. With Aragu's physique, even a 7th-level cultivator would not be able to resist snatching him, let alone a 6th-level cultivator. It was good to have a cultivator like Sangu teach him. It would save him a lot of detours on the path of cultivation. Zhou Zhong walked over from afar and said, "I'm not used to the Vajra sect's people. When you return to Shen Du, transfer Wei Peng over." Li Mu nodded and said, "There's no need to return to Shen Du, I can do it now." He took out the spirit snail. After dialing, a sweet voice came from the spirit snail. "Daddy, when are you coming back?" "Ling misses you," Li Mu smiled and said, "Ling be good. I'll be back soon. Give the spirit snail to your mother. I have something to tell her." Hearing the sound coming from the other side of the spirit snail, Li Mu said, "Your Majesty, when you're free, give a decree to send Wei Peng, the head of the Ministry of Justice, to Shan country's northern state." After talking to the Empress and chatting for a while, Li Mu put away the spirit snail. However, he noticed that Zhou Zhong was looking at him strangely. Li Mu asked, "What are you looking at?" Zhou Zhong shook his head and said, "Nothing, Your Majesty, Shan country, central state." On a flattened mountaintop, there was a group of magnificent temples that occupied a large area. On the top floor of the tallest pagoda in the group of temples, Brahma put his hands together and said, "Venerable One, this is what happened. If it wasn't for the mercy of that senior, who would have passed away." An old monk sitting cross-legged on a lotus throne with his eyebrows hanging down to his chest slowly opened his eyes and said, "Our foundation isn't in northern state. Since that's the case, we don't have to care about northern state anymore." The Ku sect only had one venerable one and couldn't afford to offend a 7th realm cultivator. There was no need to offend a 7th realm cultivator for the imperial court. Brahma asked, "If that's the case, how do we explain it to the imperial court?" The old monk said, "Tell them the truth." Brahma bowed and said, "As you wish." Shan country, Central State, new capital. In the palace hall, the young emperor of Shan country gathered the important officials to discuss the rebellion in northern state. Your Majesty, don't worry. Elder Brahma has already gone to northern state. I believe the rebellion will be quelled soon. Although I don't know what's wrong with Sangu, he's definitely no match for Elder Brahma. With Elder Fantion here, nothing will happen. While everyone was discussing enthusiastically, an official stumbled in from outside and shouted, Your Majesty, it's bad. Northern State has sent an urgent message. Northern State has declared independence. Preposterous. The Emperor of Shan country was furious. He pulled out the sword that symbolized power from his waist and pointed to the north. He said, Send troops, we must send troops. Gather the defense forces and send troops to northern state immediately. An official advised, Your Majesty, please calm down. Elder Brahma hasn't returned yet. Perhaps the rebellion in northern state has been quelled. As soon as he said that, another official hurriedly ran in from outside and said while panting, Your Majesty, news from the Ku sect. Elder Brahma has returned. The Venerable One has passed down a decree that the Ku sect will no longer interfere in northern states' affairs. An official asked in shock, Why? Could it be that even Elder Brahma can't quell the rebellion? Even if Elder Brahma can't, the Venerable One doesn't have to give such a decree. The Emperor of Shan country was even angrier. He clenched the sword in his hand and said in a deep voice, Send troops. The official hurriedly said, Your Majesty, you can't. Elder Brahma said that there's a seventh realm powerhouse behind Sangu. Even the Ku sect doesn't want to provoke him. The expression on the Shan Emperor's face froze. After he regained his senses, he loosened his grip on the sword and put it away. He used his sleeve to gently wipe the blade and said in a low voice, It's not good to send troops. It's just one northern state. Our Shan dynasty has more than 20 states. It doesn't matter if there's one more northern state or one less northern state. Don't you think? Chapter 519. Your Majesty is wise. If even the bitter sect doesn't want to provoke them, the other two sects won't easily offend them either. Let's give up on the northern state in exchange for the stability of the other states. The Shan Emperor spoke, and the officials all agreed. A few of them showed hesitation on their faces. Their lips moved as if they wanted to say something, but due to the general trend, they couldn't say anything in the end. The young Shan Emperor put his sword back into its scabbard, waved his hand, and said, Disperse. Order the northern army to withdraw from the northern state and return to the Mara state. Defend the northern defense line to the death. We can't let them occupy the new state again. The officials obeyed and retreated. The Shan prince paced back and forth in the main hall. He gritted his teeth and said, The Great Zhou, it must be the damn Great Zhou that's causing trouble. The Shan kingdom and the Great Zhou had hundreds of years of hatred. When the last central dynasty on the Zhou continent collapsed, the Shan kingdom was the most powerful among the countries on the Zhou continent. They wanted to take advantage of that once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to unify the Zhou continent, but the newly established Great Zhou led troops to attack the new capital and almost destroyed the country. That war broke the backbone of the Shan kingdom, causing them to be unable to recover for decades. This was the eternal pain in the hearts of every Shan kingdom citizen and every Shan royal family member. The dying dream of the previous emperors was to conquer the Great Zhou dynasty and unify the ancestral continent. They originally had this opportunity, but the Shao royal family had already decayed to the extreme in the past few years. The Shan kingdom had secretly prepared for this, and then that woman ascended to the throne. She used 5 years to lead the Great Zhou back to its peak, causing the Shan kingdom's decades of preparation to go up in smoke. The Shan emperor took a deep breath and squeezed out a voice from between his teeth, Venerables and elders? None of them are reliable at critical times. So, Your Majesty, do you want to consider cooperating with us? A voice suddenly sounded. The Shan emperor's expression changed. He looked at a shadow in the corner and said sternly, Who's there? Come out, Nanjun, Great Zhou. Under the towering monument of heroes, the southern army of the Great Zhou and the northern army of the Shan Kingdom faced each other across the river. Under the iron fist of official Li, in recent days, no one from the Shan Kingdom dared to cross the border and cause trouble. Instead, they faced each other across the river. Shan country's north bank, a stream of light flew over from afar and flew into the Shan country's northern army's tent. 2 hours later, there was a sudden commotion in the northern Indian army, and many people began to move. When the sentry of the southern army saw this scene, he immediately said, "Quick, the people of the Shan nation are making a move. Quickly inform Commander Zhang." After receiving the news, Commander Zhang immediately left the military camp and went to the border. He asked in a deep voice, "What happened to the people of the Shan Kingdom?" Several high-ranking military officers stood by the riverbank and looked at the other side with puzzlement on their faces. At first, when the northern army of the Shan Kingdom made a move, they thought that the other party was going to provoke them on a large scale. They were already on full alert and prepared for war. However, the actions of the other side made them somewhat confused. After the commotion in the northern army of the Shan Kingdom, they began to tear down the tents of the camp, smashing the stoves built outside, and pulling down the northern army flag erected in front of the camp. A deputy general was puzzled and said in shock, "What are they doing? Are they going to rebuild the camp?" Another general said, "Why does it look like they're retreating? Damn, they're really leaving. The northern army is retreating from the border. What are they doing?" All the soldiers of the southern army stood by the riverbank and watched as the northern army of the Shan Kingdom tore down their camp, leaving behind a mess, and retreated. Some of them had been guarding the border for decades and had fought with the northern army of the Shan Kingdom for decades. This was the first time they had seen such a strange scene. This was the border between the two countries. How could the Shan Kingdom withdraw their army for no reason? When the generals saw this, they became vigilant. What trick is this? Are they deliberately acting like they're retreating to make us lower our guard? Why are the people of the Shan Kingdom so careless? We still can't let our guard down. Just as everyone was worried, a dragon's roar came from the sky. 2 streams of light landed in the crowd. Commander Zhang walked forward and cupped his hands. "Lord Li, the northern army of the Shan Kingdom suddenly retreated for no reason. In your opinion, this?" Li Mu smiled and said, "Don't worry, this is a normal military movement. The Shan Kingdom and the Northern Kingdom are already independent. Naturally, the Northern Army will not be allowed to stay. From now on, the Great Zhou will no longer border the Shan Kingdom. The soldiers of the Southern Army can live in peace." What? The Shan Kingdom and the Northern Kingdom are independent? How is this possible? When the generals heard this, they all exclaimed. The Northern Kingdom was a part of the Shan Kingdom, just like the Southern County would always be an inseparable territory of the Great Zhou. Whether it was an external invasion or internal strife in the Southern County, the imperial court would not sit idly by. Think about it, would the Great Zhou allow the Southern County to be independent? Only Commander Zhang was shocked. He looked at Li Mu and asked, "Lord Li, did you do this?" Li Mu waved his hand and said, "I only did a little work. It's not worth mentioning." "Alright, I'll have to trouble Commander Zhang to go to the county office and let them tell the public about this matter so that the people of the Southern County can rest assured." Commander Zhang came back to his senses after a long time. He cupped his hands and bowed deeply to Li Mu. He said, "I admire Lord Li from the bottom of my heart. The people of the Shan Kingdom provoked the Great Zhou at the border of the Northern Kingdom. They thought that Lord Li would beat the Northern Army of the Shan Kingdom until they were afraid and that would be the end of this matter. They did not expect that he would directly take drastic measures to make the Northern Kingdom of the Shan Kingdom independent. The Northern Kingdom of the Shan Kingdom would become an independent country. This way, the Great Zhou and the Shan Kingdom would no longer be neighbors, and the Southern County would no longer be harassed by the Shan Kingdom." He did not know how Lord Li did it, but there was no doubt that from now on, the soldiers of the Southern Army would have a good life. Once this news was spread, the entire southern army was excited. When the people of South County heard about this exciting news from the officials, Li Mu had already ridden on Cheng Xian and was on his way home. As for Ao Run, because of his recent good performance, he was given a long vacation by Li Mu and returned to the eastern county to reunite with his wife and concubine. On this day, when the officials of the Great Zhou were attending the morning court, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred in the ancestral temple of the imperial palace. Golden light shone out from the ancestral temple and could be seen clearly everywhere in the divine capital. Mr. Mei hurried to the ancestral temple to check and soon returned to the Ziwei Palace. He said, "Your Majesty, for some reason, the psychic power of the southern county's psychic power cauldron in the ancestral temple suddenly increased." The golden light of the ancestral temple was emitted by this cauldron. When the officials heard this, they were both happy and suspicious. They were happy because the increase of any county's psychic power was beneficial to the condensation of Emperor Qi. Soon, the Great Zhou would have another seventh realm powerhouse. They were suspicious because the southern county and the Shan kingdom bordered each other. The people of the southern county were often harassed by the people of the Shan kingdom. Their psychic power had always been ranked last among the 36 counties. Why would it suddenly increase? The originally quiet imperial court immediately became noisy. What happened in the southern county? Psychic power wouldn't increase for no reason. Could it be related to the Shan kingdom? But the imperial court hasn't taken any action against the Shan kingdom recently. This matter is really strange. Assistant Minister of the Secretariat Louis suddenly thought of something and muttered, "Lord Li seemed to have gone to the southern county a few days ago." When the official beside him heard this, he immediately guessed, could it be that Lord Li did something? Another official said decisively, "It must be. If Lord Li isn't in the divine capital, then he must have gone on a secret mission." Silence. A voice came from behind the curtain, causing the originally noisy court to instantly quiet down. Her Majesty the Empress now had absolute authority in the imperial court. No matter how many people talked about her behind her back, there was an undeniable fact that she was the ruler of the Great Zhou's resurgence. Whether it was the people or the court, many voices believed that the Empress's achievements had already surpassed Emperor Wen's. Behind the curtain, Zhou Yi said calmly, "The increase in psychic power in the southern county might be because of the independence of the Shan kingdom and the northern Bang. There's no need to doubt. If there's anything, please report. If there's nothing, the court will be dismissed." The court fell into a long silence. Seeing that no one was going to report, Zhou Yi's figure gradually disappeared behind the curtain. After a long silence, the first voice appeared in the court. Then, it became noisy again. What did Her Majesty just say? The Shan kingdom and the northern Bang are independent? When did this happen? Why didn't the departments receive any news? This heavy news shook the hearts of the courtiers. The last time they talked about the Shan nation was when the Northern Army and the Shan nation's Northern Army provoked a dispute at the border. How long had it been since then? The Shan nation's Northern Army was gone. It was no wonder that the psychic power in the southern county had increased. The Shan kingdom was divided, so how could they bother to harass the Great Zhou? Moreover, although the states of the Shan kingdom had always been independent, the division of a state and independence was something that happened in the previous dynasty of the Shan kingdom. They would not believe that the Great Zhou had not interfered in this. After hearing this news, they recalled what had happened recently and found some clues. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice said, "I was still curious. Manager Wei was doing well in the Ministry of Justice and was about to be promoted. Why did Her Majesty suddenly send him to the southern county? I think he didn't go to the southern county of the Great Zhou, but the northern Bang of the Shan kingdom. Brilliant, this move is really brilliant. After losing the northern Bang, if the Shan kingdom wants to provoke the Great Zhou again, they can only bypass the Ghost Realm from the west. From now on, the southern border of the Great Zhou will be free of worries." After the morning court dispersed, the officials discussed for a long time in the Ziwei Hall before returning to their respective offices. Soon, the news of the northern bang of the Shan kingdom's independence spread to the ears of the people of the divine capital. The people were still puzzled by the golden light emitted from the palace just now. When they heard the news, they were all excited. Because of the previous emperor's decree, they did not have a good impression of the people of the Shan kingdom. In addition, the people of the Shan kingdom provoked them at the border, causing the people to hate them even more. They were very happy to see the Shan kingdom on fire. Li Mu was 10 miles away from the divine capital. He asked Cheng Xian to transform into her human form and fly into the city at a low altitude. Ever since she entered the divine capital, Cheng Xian's eyes had been looking around. Clearly, for a little female dragon who had grown up in the sea and had only been to the Shan kingdom with Li Mu, the divine capital of the Great Zhou was the real world of flowers to her. Everything here was so new and interesting. Looking at the children on the street happily licking sugar-coated haws, she casually took one from the haystack on the shoulder of a passing sugar-coated haws vendor. She put it in her mouth and took a bite. The sweet and sour taste made her eyes turn into crescents. Seeing that she was about to leave after eating the sugar-coated haws, the vendor suddenly became anxious. He hurriedly chased after her and said, "Hey, miss, you're so beautiful. Why don't you pay for your food?" Li Mu took out a few copper coins and handed them to him, saying, "I'm sorry. Is this enough?" "It's enough, it's enough." The vendor nodded. Just as he was about to take the coins, he looked up and saw Li Mu. He was stunned for a moment and then said happily, "Lord Li, when did you come back? I haven't seen you in a long time." Li Mu said, "I just entered the city." The vendor immediately said, "Then I can't accept this money. This little thing isn't worth much. I'll just take it as a gift to this miss. I wish Lord Li and this miss a long and happy life together and have a child soon." In the hearts of the people of the divine capital, his image as a lecher could not be changed. Li Mu forced the payment and did not explain to him. He took Cheng Xian to the Li mansion. Along the way, there were many people who greeted him warmly. In the crowd, one of the people seemed to have realized something and whispered, "The Shan kingdom and the northern bang didn't become independent earlier or later. They just had to become independent when Lord Li wasn't here." He looked at Li Mu's back and asked loudly, "Lord Li, where have you been these days?" Li Mu looked back at him and said, "South County." Looking at his back, the man slapped his thigh and said repeatedly, "I knew it, I knew it." After Li Mu entered the city, it took him a long time to reach the door. In the Li mansion, when Xiaobai happily ran over to open the door and Lu Hanyan and the others walked to the door, they all looked at Ao Cheng Xian who was behind Li Mu. In order to give the Empress a surprise, Li Mu did not tell her about Cheng Xian. Of course, he also did not tell Lu Hanyan and the others. Lu Hanyan pulled Li Mu to the side and asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" Before Li Mu could explain, Lu Hanyan pinched his waist. She glared at Li Mu and said angrily, "Have I been too good to you? You even dare to bring her back without saying anything. What about you? Let me tell you, I will only forgive you this time. There won't be a next time. Otherwise, I will bring Sister Qing and Wanwan back to Mount Baiyun. You can live with these little vixens." Li Mu looked at her and said innocently, "What are you thinking? You didn't agree. How would I dare to bring people home casually? This is the mount I caught for Her Majesty." He waved his hand at Cheng Xian and said, "Cheng Xian, let them see your identity." Cheng Xian nodded obediently. A pair of dragon horns gradually grew out of her forehead. Xiaobai grabbed Li Mu's arm and subconsciously hid behind him. The pressure of the dragon clan made her, who only had a trace of the heavenly fox bloodline, naturally feel afraid. As the top race on the continent, Lu Hanyan and the others had never seen the dragon clan before. They surrounded Cheng Xian and sized her up, making her feel very uncomfortable. However, after secretly glancing at Li Mu, no matter how uncomfortable she was, she could only endure it. There was a fluctuation in the space in the courtyard. The Empress slowly appeared with Zhongling in her arms. Father, when Zhongling saw Li Mu, she immediately flew over happily. Li Mu held her in his arms and walked to the Empress's side. He looked at Cheng Xian and said, Your Majesty, this is the mount that I promised you. This dragon has committed a crime in the South County. I punish her to be your mount for 3 years. Ao Cheng Xian looked at the woman in front of her and finally knew who her master for the next 3 years would be. Her future master was not only a beautiful young lady, but also a very powerful young lady. She was even more powerful than her father and even her grandfather. In front of such a powerhouse, her pride as a member of the dragon clan quickly dissipated without a trace. Before Li Mu came back, he was worried that Lu Hanyan and Li Qing would be unhappy that he only gave the Empress a mount. Later, it turned out that he was thinking too much. If it was just an ordinary gift, they would definitely feel unbalanced in their hearts. However, this was a dragon. Other than the Empress, who else was qualified to find a dragon as a mount? 4 hours later, Li Mu brought the women and the Empress, who had changed her appearance, to walk on the streets of the divine capital. Ao Cheng Xian followed behind the Empress step by step, looking like a competent follower. The women were shopping while Li Mu silently absorbed telekinesis. In a short 4 hours, the telekinesis of the people of the divine capital had increased by several times. Lu Hanyan walked in front and asked Ao Cheng Xian, What did you do when you were in the Thousand Fox country? Ao Cheng Xian said, Nothing. I just cultivated in my room. Lu Hanyan glanced at Li Mu and asked, What about him? Ao Cheng Xian shook his head and said, I don't know. My lord stays in the room with that queen every day. I don't know what he's doing. Li Mu raised his eyebrows and immediately explained, What do you mean you don't know what he's doing? I didn't do anything. If you don't believe me, you can ask His Majesty. I stayed in the Thousand Fox country for a few days to wait for Lord Zhou. In order to promote the stability of the southern border, Zhou Yi snorted and said, What's the use of asking me? I don't know what you did with that vixen in the room. Li Mu had no choice but to say, I'm wholeheartedly for the people. Even if you don't believe me, you should listen to the voices of the people. On the streets not far away, there were many people discussing the matter of the Shan country. I heard that the matter of the Shan country's northern bang was done by Lord Li. No way. What do you mean no way? Shan country's northern bang became independent, and Lord Li just happened to come back from the southern county. Even if you think with your feet, you know why Lord Li went to the southern county. With Lord Li around, it's a blessing for the people and the great Zhou. The people chatted for a while, and the topic gradually changed. Didn't they say that Her Majesty and Lord Li have a child? When does Her Majesty plan to make Lord Li the Empress? I want to know too. We're so anxious, but if that's the case, what about Lord Li's wife? That's true, but if Lord Li can't be with Her Majesty, I'm afraid everyone will be upset. Soon, no one beside Li Mu spoke. Lu Hanyan was expressionless. Li Qing lowered her head and did not say anything. Wan Wan was at a loss. Xiao Bai looked at Li Mu and then at Zhou Yi. Li Mu and Zhou Yi looked at each other, and the Empress immediately looked away. Chapter 520. Li Mu heard the cries of the people, but so did Lu Hanyan and the Empress. The Empress was the first to break the awkwardness. She glanced at Li Mu and said, I still have a few reports to deal with. I will return to the palace first. With that, she turned and walked into the crowd, quickly disappearing. Lu Hanyan also glanced at Li Mu and said, Go back. Why are you still standing here? Do you want to hear the cries of the people again? Life was full of surprises. If Li Mu knew that this would be the case when he returned to Shan capital, he would rather stay in the Shan kingdom for a few more days and do his part to liberate the oppressed people of the world. As expected, Lu Hanyan went to sleep with Li Qing that night. This meant that Li Mu would have to sleep alone in the study. In Li Qing's room, the two of them were still awake. They called Wan Wan and Xiao Bai to play cards together. Ever since they no longer needed to cultivate, they had more things to do for entertainment. Li Qing glanced in the direction of Li Mu's study and then looked at Lu Hanyan. She hesitated and said, "He just came back. It's not good for us to do this, is it?" Lu Hanyan looked at her and asked, "He is our husband. Why would the people say such things? Are you not angry at all that you want them to be together?" Li Qing only smiled and said, "Sister, didn't you accept Her Majesty long ago? Why don't you tell him directly?" Lu Hanyan snorted and said, "Wouldn't that be letting them off easy? I won't say anything. I want to see how long they can pretend to be stupid for. Anyway, it's quite fun to watch the show." Then, she glanced at Li Qing and said, "You are not allowed to say it either. You are not his leader now. Don't try to protect him every time." Li Qing could only nod. Lu Hanyan then looked at Xiao Bai and Wan Wan. The two girls immediately promised. Li Mu was lying on the bed in the study. He had a lot on his mind and couldn't fall asleep. Suddenly, he heard a creak in his ear. The window of the study room was pushed open, and a petite body got into his bed. Xiao Bai mysteriously whispered into Li Mu's ear, "Benefactor, let me tell you a secret. Don't tell Sister Lu that I told you." Li Mu was puzzled. "What secret?" Xiao Bai leaned close to Li Mu's ear and whispered, "Sister Lu agreed to you and Sister Zhou a long time ago. She said that she wanted to see how long you guys could play dumb for. She wanted to watch the show." After Li Mu came back to his senses, he kissed her hard on the cheek. In this family, Xiao Bai would always be his sweet little jacket. Although Lu Hanyan had expressed such thoughts several times, as the first wife of the Li family, if she didn't make it clear, no one would dare to act blindly without thinking. Since he knew what she was thinking, Li Mu didn't have anything to worry about. The next morning, he ate breakfast and went to Changel Palace as usual. The Empress wasn't there. Only Mr. Mei was. Li Mu asked casually, "Where's Her Majesty?" Mr. Mei said, "She's admiring the flowers in the Imperial Garden." "Why are you looking for Her Majesty?" Li Mu sat behind the table stacked with memorials and said, "Nothing. I'm starting to get busy." Mr. Mei left Changel Palace and went to the Imperial Garden. He said to Zhou Yi, who was staring at a bunch of roses in a daze, "Your Majesty, Li Mu is here." Zhou Yi didn't say anything. She picked a rose and peeled off the petals one by one. Mr. Mei and Shengguanli looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Her Majesty loved and cherished flowers, but now she was picking flowers. This meant that she was in a bad mood. When she came back from outside the palace yesterday, she was in a bad mood. Without a doubt, someone must have provoked her again. Zhou Yi peeled off a flower until only the bud was left, then returned to Changel Palace. Li Mu was reading memorials. He looked up and said, "Your Majesty, yesterday on the street," without waiting for him to finish, Zhou Yi said, "The people speak without thinking. I didn't take it to heart. You don't have to worry about it. Just explain it to your wife." Li Mu shook his head and said, "Although they speak without thinking, this is the voice of the people. It represents the will of the people." Zhou Yi didn't expect Li Mu to say this. Her heart beat faster. She forced herself to appear calm and asked, "What do you mean?" A few days ago in Qianhu country, Li Mu had secretly confessed to her. With the Empress's guard against Huan Ji, how could she take the initiative to break off the spirit conch when Li Mu and Huan Ji were alone in a room in the middle of the night? He had made up his mind with great difficulty, but she pretended that nothing had happened. Now, she was asking the obvious. She couldn't let Li Mu take the initiative every time. Moreover, with their status, there were some things that Li Mu couldn't take the initiative. Li Mu lowered his head again and said, "I don't mean anything else. It's fine as long as your Majesty doesn't take it to heart." Although Zhou Yi wasn't young, she had no experience in relationships. She was too thin-skinned. If she was impatient, she wouldn't be able to win the Empress' heart. It was better to take it step by step. Li Mu read a few more memorials. Then, he rubbed the space between his eyebrows and rested on the table. Zhou-Yi leaned absent-mindedly on the dragon throne. Her mind was in a mess. She inadvertently glanced at Li Mu. She discovered that he was smiling even as he slept. She didn't know what he was dreaming about. She was a bit angry. Her heart was complicated, but he was sleeping soundly. She looked left and right. Seeing that there was no one around, she secretly made a hand seal. Suddenly, an image appeared before her eyes. This was Li Mu's dream that she had seen through the dream peeping technique. Zhou-Yi pursed her lips. I want to see what you're dreaming about. She was very familiar with the place in the image. It was her imperial garden. In the midst of the flowers, Li Mu was holding a woman's hand. They were admiring the flowers. He dared to take another woman to her imperial garden in his dream. Zhou-Yi was angry. She was about to disturb Li Mu's beautiful dream. However, when she looked up and saw the woman's face, her body couldn't help but tremble. The woman Li Mu was holding hands with in the imperial garden in his dream was none other than herself. The anger in Zhou Qiong's heart instantly disappeared without a trace. His eyes were filled with joy and anticipation as he stared at the scene in the sky. Even his breathing slowed down. At this time, the sound of footsteps came from outside Changle Palace. Mr. Mei and Shangguan Li walked in. Zhou-Yi immediately dispelled the image and sat up straight. However, her eyes swept over Li Mu from time to time. She was extremely curious about what he was dreaming about. Mr. Mei and Shangguan Li walked into Changle Palace. The sound of footsteps suddenly woke Li Mu up. He sat up straight and looked at the Empress guiltily. He was about to continue reading when Zhou-Yi suddenly asked, I saw that you were sleeping soundly. What did you dream about? Li Mu shook his head and said, I didn't dream about anything. Mr. Mei glanced at him and said, Ali and I were standing outside the hall. We saw you smiling. How could you say you didn't dream about anything? Li Mu smiled embarrassedly and said, I dreamed about my wife. Zhou-Yi's face turned red for no reason. She quickly returned to normal and said, Changle Palace is stuffy. Come with me to the Imperial Garden. Ali, Mei Wei, you two stay here and tidy up. Li Mu stood up and said, as you wish. Shangguan Li took a few deep breaths as she tidied up the imperial desk. She asked, is it stuffy here? And His Majesty just came back from the Imperial Garden. Mr. Mei glanced at her and said, hurry up and do your work. Why do you have so many questions? In the Imperial Garden, Zhou-Yi walked in front. She was in a good mood and had a smile on her face. Li Mu followed behind her with a faint smile on his face. Chapter 521. In the inner mansion department, Shangguan Li and Mr. Mei each came out with a box of high-quality incense. Shangguan Li was puzzled. That's strange. When did Her Majesty like to use incense? Didn't she hate these things before? She said that this kind of fragrance makes it difficult to concentrate and makes one sleepy. Mr. Mei shrugged and said, it's not just Her Majesty who is strange. Li Mu has already treated Changle Palace as his sleeping place. He doesn't read many reports every day and has to lie down and sleep for at least 4 hours. It seems that having too many women at home isn't always a good thing. Changle Palace. Several burners of incense were burning. Aoisin leaned against a pillar and dozed off. There was a trace of crystal at the corner of her mouth and a happy smile on her face. The fate of being someone's mount was completely different from what she had imagined. She thought that she would be ridden every day in the future, going through wind and rain, waking up early and sleeping late. She didn't expect that the life of a mount would be to live in a large and luxurious palace. She had nothing to do every day except wait for 3 meals in the morning, afternoon, and evening. There were countless delicious dishes here, unlike the Dragon Palace, where there were only lobsters and abalones. She had long been tired of eating them. Opposite Aoisin, Li Mu lay on the table and continued to weave his dream. With the Empress peeping from outside, he didn't dare to have any adult scenes in his dream, but occasionally holding hands and hugging was still okay. Although his relationship with the Empress hadn't developed further in reality, in the long run, it could always melt the defenses in her heart. On the dragon throne, Zhou Yi was holding a book upside down. The content of the book wasn't words, but a dynamic scene. She used the book to cover it so that only she could see it. In the scene, Li Mu was planting vegetables on the grassland beside the lake. In the flower field not far away, another Zhou Yi was holding a pair of scissors and trimming the flowers. Leaning on the dragon throne, Zhou Yi's face was hidden behind the pages of the book. A look of longing appeared on her face. This was the life she longed for. Was this Li Mu's plan for the future? A possibility suddenly appeared in her mind. What would she do if Li Mu told her what he thought? She had never experienced such a thing before. Just thinking about it made her feel a little helpless. These past few days, she had fantasized countless times. If there really was such a day, they could confess their feelings to each other. How would they get along in the future? Her heart was nervous and expectant. When Li Mu got up from the table and looked at Zhou Yi, she immediately put down the book in her hand and hurriedly stood up. She said, "I'm going to the Imperial Garden alone to relax. Don't follow me." Of course, Li Mu knew that if no one wanted to follow them, it meant that he shouldn't. The Empress was really too much. When it came to relationships, she was so hesitant and wishy-washy. She was not straightforward and decisive at all. He had already made it so obvious in his dream, but she still pretended to be confused until the end. He was the Empress. Could it be that he should be the first to speak about this kind of thing? Ao Run had said something that was right. If you liked someone, you should fight for it. Only by fighting for it would you have a chance. The Empress obviously didn't take this advice to heart. However, this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. Li Mu planned to take a few days off and give her the cold shoulder first. He would see if she was anxious when the time came. He wasn't in a hurry to woo the Empress. The matters at home were more troublesome. He had already slept in the study for several days. As the first wife of the Li family, Lu Hanyan was very dissatisfied with the voices of the common people. Every time Li Mu wanted to coax her, he was rejected at the door by her. This couldn't go on. Just as Li Mu was thinking about this matter, in the Li residence, Li Qing said to Lu Hanyan, "Sister's anger has almost subsided. Don't tell me you're still planning to let him sleep in the study tonight?" Lu Hanyan glanced at Xiao Bai and said indifferently, "I think he's sleeping very comfortably in the study. Maybe he's already so happy that he doesn't want to go home. If he still doesn't take the initiative to come over today, he'll have to sleep in the study for the rest of the month." Xiao Bai, who was practicing magic, moved her ears and quietly slipped out. Not long after, in the Changel Palace, Li Mu asked in surprise, "She really said that?" Xiao Bai nodded and said, "Benefactor, you'd better go and find Sister Lu tonight. Otherwise, you'll have to sleep in the study for the rest of the month." Li Mu picked her up and spun her around. He said, "Okay, Xiao Bai. From now on, you'll stay under cover by their side. If there's any news, report to me at any time." Xiao Bai smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'll always be on Benefactor's side." Only when she lowered her head did a trace of disappointment flash through her eyes. Actually, she preferred her benefactor to sleep in the study. This was because only when he slept in the study did he completely belong to her. However, she also knew that her benefactor didn't belong to her alone. As long as the other two sisters were happy, and her benefactor was happy, she would also be happy. It was night time. Li Mu pushed open the door to Lu Hanyan's room. She was reading when she glanced at Li Mu and asked, "What's wrong? You're finally willing to sleep on the bed in the study today?" Li Mu sat next to her and said, "The bed in the study is too hard. It's more comfortable to sleep here." Lu Hanyan said, although the bed in the study is hard, Xiao Bai's body is soft. Li Mu hugged her and said, don't be angry. That's just the nonsense of the commoners. I can't abandon you all to become His Majesty's Empress. Even if I agreed, His Majesty wouldn't agree. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Don't blame His Majesty. Lu Hanyan rolled her eyes at him and said, His Majesty even plans to give us such a precious imperial qi. Why would I blame His Majesty? It's all your fault. While I wasn't here, you went around fooling around. Even His Majesty fell into your trap. And that fox from the Yao Kingdom, those two nieces, and that big sister Sue. How come I haven't seen you mention her in a long time? Oh right, and that dragon you brought back, Li Mu said indignantly, you're framing me. What could have happened between me and Cheng Xian? I swear to the heavens that there's nothing between us. Nothing happened at all. Then what about the others? Lu Hanyan looked at Li Mu and said angrily, you're really hesitating. She bit Li Mu's chest and threw him onto the bed. Not long after, the candlelight in the room flickered violently and finally went out. The next day, noon. In Changle Palace, Zhou Yi sat on the dragon throne and looked outside countless times. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, when Li Mu left yesterday, did he say anything? Mr. Mei said, no, but he hasn't come yet. He probably won't come in the morning. Zhou Yi stood up and planned to go to the Li residence, but she quickly sat down again. Because of what happened on the streets of Chengdu last time, she didn't know how to face Lu Hanyan. After thinking about it, she dismissed the idea of going to the Li residence. In the Li residence, Li Mu didn't get up until the sun was high in the sky. In fact, he planned to sleep a little longer, but the constantly vibrating sound transmission instrument forced him to get up. At first, he thought it was Ting Xian calling, but after finding the source, he realized that this time, it was the Fulu School sound transmission instrument. It was used by Hyun Jinko to contact him. Li Mu injected his magic power and asked, Senior brother, what's the matter? In the instrument, Hyun Jinko's voice was a little heavy. He said, Junior brother, you need to go back to Ancestral Court immediately. Remember to bring Qing, and Marshal niece Hanyan along. Chapter 522. Li Mu had never seen Xian Jizi speak in such a solemn tone. Hearing this, he also became serious and asked, Senior brother, what happened? Xian Jizi said briefly, the two uncle masters are nearing the end of their lifespans and have returned to the Ancestral Court. Xian Jizi's short sentence had already conveyed a lot of information. Li Mu said in a deep voice, I understand, we will leave immediately. After putting away the sound transmission Dharma artifact, Li Mu had a complicated expression and sighed softly. Ever since Yuzhen Zi advanced to the 7th realm, the Fulu school had 4 7th realm powerhouses for a short period of time. 2 of the Grand Elders had left the sect decades ago and had been wandering outside, searching for opportunities to break through. It seemed that they hadn't found that opportunity these days. As disciples of the Fulu school, Li Mu, Lu Hanyan, and Li Qing explained the situation. The 3 of them didn't delay and immediately set off for the northern region with Zhongling Baiyun Mountain, the ancestral court of Fulu school. In the Dao Palace of the main peak, all the elders, including the sect master, gathered. They couldn't hide their heavy expressions. Hyun Jinko was silent for a moment and asked, is there no other way? Can't the ancestral court gather the materials for a single heavenly secret talisman? Sect Master Xian Jizi shook his head and said, the only heavenly secret talisman made of materials has already been used on Uncle Master Fu Daozi. Dan Xia Peak's first seat Dan Yangzi thought for a moment and said, I will go to the Pill Cauldron sect. They don't lack spirit herbs. I might be able to gather 2 if I use Fulu to exchange with them. Xian Jizi continued to shake his head and said, I have already asked Senior Sister Wuchen. Half a month ago, the Pill Cauldron sect failed to refine 2 important pills. They also lack spirit herbs. Moreover, the 2 uncle masters know that they have no hope of advancing, so they don't want to waste any more materials. As his voice fell, the atmosphere in the hall fell silent for a long time. The death of the two grand elders was undoubtedly a huge blow to the Fulu school. It would greatly reduce the strength of the sect. The elders present also suffered a heavy blow to their hearts. He had cultivated bitterly all his life in order to achieve immortality, but in the end, he still couldn't avoid dust to dust, and dust to dust. Wouldn't the two grand elders be their future selves as well? At this time, 3 figures rushed in from outside the palace. Xian Jizi looked at Li Mu, Li Qing, and Lu Hanyan and said, "You're here. The 2 martial uncles wanted to see you before they died." Li Mu asked straightforwardly, "Can't we use the heavenly secret talisman to stall for time?" Xian Jizi shook his head. "We don't have enough materials. Moreover, the talisman of heavenly secrets is very useful for those at the 6th realm. However, with the cultivation of the 2 uncle masters, it can only extend their lifespans by 3 years at most. The 2 uncle masters are unwilling to waste resources. For cultivators at the 7th realm, it was very likely that they would go into seclusion for more than 2 years. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. At that time, they still couldn't avoid the fate of death. "Li Mu, I can think of a way to procure the materials. 3 years is 3 years. There's no need." 2 figures floated in from outside the hall. The 2 old men in linen clothes gazed at Li Mu's group of 3 with gratification in their eyes as they said, "Not bad. Even though the 2 of us old fellows are about to die soon, the talisman sect still has a future." Looking at the 2 old men, the peak masters cupped their hands. Martial uncles. This was the first time Li Mu saw the 2 grand elders of the Fulu school. Their auras weren't strong and they looked like old men who were about to die. However, their eyes were extremely clear, without any turbidity. Li Mu and the other 2 cupped their hands and bowed. "Greetings, martial uncles." The old man on the left looked at Li Mu and his praise grew. He said, "Since ancient times, those who walked the path of psychokinesis were all people with great perseverance. Junior brother Fu Daozi has taken in a good disciple. In the next 100 years, the Fulu school will depend on you." Li Mu asked, "How many years do you 2 martial uncles have left?" Xian Jizi sighed and said, "Martial uncles Tian Yangzi and Tian Chengzi are twin brothers. Their lifespans are close to 360 years. Now, they only have 2 years left. Li Mu, 2 years plus 3 years is 5 years. 5 years ago, I hadn't cultivated yet. Now, I'm only 1 step away from the 6th realm. Maybe in these 5 years, you 2 martial uncles have a chance to advance." Tian Yangzi smiled and said, "We know our own cultivation better than anyone else. Not to mention 5 years, even if you give us another 50 years, we won't be able to touch the threshold of the path integration realm. In the entire Zhou province, only the Empress of the Great Zhou has a chance to advance to this realm in her lifetime." He glanced at Li Mu and the other heads and said, 360 years, 180 years. We've lived long enough. In the next 2 years, we'll record our lifelong understanding of Talisman Dao and cultivation for our descendants. Our cultivation can help 2 disciples in the creation realm advance to Dongxian. You can also refine our corpses into corpses to enhance the strength of the sect and guard against the invasion of the devil path. In the silence of the crowd, the 2 of them floated away. Not long after, Xian Jizi called Li Mu to a side hall and said, "Once you 2 martial uncles die, the strength of the sect will be greatly reduced. The devil path won't let go of such an opportunity. For hundreds of years, the devil path has attacked Mount Baiyun several times for this reason." Li Mu moved Zhongling out of the demon emperor's space and stretched out his hand. The shrunken Dao bell floated in his palm. He said to Xian Jizi, "Zhongling has already transformed. I'll leave the body of the bell on Mount Baiyun. It's enough to deal with the devil path. If the devil path really makes a move, the great Zhou court won't just stand by and watch." Jizi shook his head and said, Uncle Masters, you still have 2 years left in your lifespan. Keep junior brother Dao Zhong to protect yourself first. Your safety is more important. I summoned you back to the mountain this time for another important matter. He looked at Li Mu and said, according to past practice, before the elders of the sect die, they will pass on their lifetime's cultivation to a core disciple. Martial Uncle's cultivation can allow 2 5th realm disciples to advance to the 6th realm. They want to choose between you and the 2 martial nephews. What do you think? For a large sect, this was a very important inheritance. Before the sect's experts died, they would leave everything to the younger disciples. This was to preserve the sect's strength to the greatest extent and ensure that the inheritance would not be severed. Li Mu didn't answer. He only said, let's use the Tianji talisman to extend the lifespan of martial uncles for as long as possible. What if a miracle happens during this period? Jizi sighed and said, the sect's resources are already not enough to write a saint-level Fulu. Li Mu said, Senior martial brother, you don't have to worry about the materials. I'll take care of it. Jizi asked, how can you take care of it? Saint-level Fulu was extremely precious. Even with the entire Fulu school's resources, it was still difficult to gather them. How could he compare to the entire Fulu school by himself? Li Mu took out the spirit snail and inserted his magic power. Before he could speak, the Empress's voice came from the other side. Where have you been? You haven't come to Changle Palace for 2 days. You didn't even say hello. Li Mu said, something urgent happened in the sect. I brought my wife to Mount Baiyun. Zhou Yi asked, when will you be back? Li Mu said, I'm not sure at the moment. There's something I'd like to ask for your Majesty's help with. Zhou Yi said, what is it? Speak. Li Mu said straightforwardly, there are 2 grand elders in the sect who are nearing the end of their lifespan. I'd like to refine 2 Tianji talismans. Before he could finish, Zhou Yi said, the Imperial Court probably only has enough materials for 1 Tianji talisman. I'll have the apricot guard send it to you immediately. Hearing the urgency of the situation, the Empress hung up the spirit snail and prepared the materials Li Mu needed. Beside Li Mu, Jizi opened his mouth and said, that's rude of me. I haven't thanked your Majesty yet. Li Mu waved his hand and said, we're family. There's no need to thank me. Jizi pondered for a while but still couldn't understand what Li Mu meant by family. Then he thought of something more important and said, the sect still has some talisman liquid. I'll go to the other 5 sects personally. I should be able to gather the materials for the other Tianji talisman. Li Mu shook his head and said, there's no need. We don't need to ask outsiders for help. He took out another talisman and inserted his magic power. Soon, Phantom Princess's voice came from it. The sun has risen from the west. You're actually looking for me? Li Mu said embarrassedly, I have something I need your help with. I need some high-grade spirit medicine, Phantom Princess said calmly. Will you come and get it yourself, or should I have someone send it to you? Li Mu thought for a moment and said, I'll go get it myself. After putting away the talisman, Jizi looked at him and asked, who's on the other side? Li Mu said, the Queen of the 1,000 Fox Kingdom. He said there was no need to ask outsiders for help. Jizi thought for a moment and asked with uncertainty, the Queen of the 1,000 Fox Kingdom is your wife? Chapter 523. After thinking for a long time, Jizi looked at Li Mu and said solemnly, how about I give up my position earlier? I believe that under your leadership, Flu School will become better and better. Li Mu waved his hand and said, my cultivation is low and not enough to convince the others. Senior brother, you should be the headmaster for now. As a member of the Flu School, the Flu School had treated him well and had even given him the treasure of the school. Even if he had to spend a lot of precious resources and could only help the 2 Taishang elders live for another 3 years, Li Mu would not hesitate. Although asking the Empress and Phantom Princess for help was a bit of a freeloader, if the Empress was willing, Li Mu could be hers and there was no need to be so calculative. As for Phantom Princess, Li Mu had helped her so many times, so it would not be too much for her to help Li Mu once, right? The Empress said that after the materials were gathered, she would have Mr. May send it over. Li Mu did not think about it earlier and only now realized that he needed the help of a level 7 primordial spirit to write the Flu. If Mr. May sent it over, wouldn't he be possessed by Xian Jizi again? If he had a choice, of course he would want the Empress to possess him. So Li Mu took out the spirit snail again and told the Empress that there was no need to trouble Mr. May to make another trip. He would go back to Shen to write the talisman himself. Before that, he had to go to the Yao Kingdom. Lu Hanyan and Li Qing stayed in the sect for the time being. Although the Empress had already reserved the Emperor's qi for them, not everyone could be like the Empress, who could rely on the Emperor's qi to reach level 7 when they were only level 5. Before her, the Shao royal clan had used large amounts of resources to forcefully push the Emperor or the Crown Prince to the 6th realm for safety reasons. Only then would they begin to inherit the Emperor's qi. The two Grand Supreme Elders' 7th realm cultivations were so majestic that even if only a tenth of their qi remained, they could still forcefully push the Creation realm cultivator to the see-through realm. In the history of Fulu School, quite a few heads had been promoted this way. Although the two Grand Shang Elders had the intention of passing on their power to Lu Hanyan and Li Qing, Li Mu still did his best to do what he should do as a disciple of the Fulu School. The North County was not far from the Demon Nation. After a few hours, Li Mu had already appeared in the Thousand Fox Nation. Phantom Princess had already told Fox 6 to prepare the herbs that Li Mu needed. She asked Li Mu, "Is this enough? If it's not enough, you can go to the treasury and pick." "Enough, enough." Li Mu waved his big sleeve, and the pile of spirit herbs disappeared on the spot. He looked at Illusion Princess and said, "Thank you." Huanji rolled her eyes and said, "Why are you being so polite with me?" Li Mu said, "These things are very important to me. It's all thanks to you. Continue with your work. I'll go back first." Before he could fly up, Illusion Princess grabbed his wrist. She frowned and looked at him. She said, "You want to leave after taking things? How can there be someone like you? Also, it's already dark. Can't you stay for a night before leaving?" Li Mu thought about it carefully and realized that it was not very good for him to do this. After taking such precious things, what was the difference between saying thank you and those scumbags who took a girl's body and ran away? He looked at the completely dark sky and said, "Then I'll sleep for a night." It was Li Mu's room in the harem. Phantom Princess had Fox 6 bring in a few dishes. Li Mu had not eaten all day, but just as he picked up his chopsticks, the Empress's spirit snail vibrated again. Li Mu made a shushing gesture to Phantom Princess and then picked up the spirit snail. The Empress asked from the other side, "Have you eaten?" Just this one sentence showed that their relationship was not the same as before. The Empress used to use the spirit snail to summon him, and she would always find some excuse, such as discussing national affairs or giving advice on cultivation. But now, she was so direct. With the Empress's personality, what was the difference between "Have you eaten" and "I miss you"? It seemed that his strategy for the Empress was starting to work. Li Mu smiled and said, "I'm eating." Phantom Princess suddenly felt that her throat was uncomfortable again. She covered her mouth and coughed a few times. Cough, cough. The Empress's voice changed immediately. "Didn't you say that something happened at Fulu School and you secretly went to see that fox spirit again?" Li Mu explained, "Your Majesty misunderstood. I only came to Thousand Fox Country to get some spirit medicine to make the talisman liquid for the talisman of Tianji. Tomorrow morning, I will leave for Shen Du." Zhou Yi whispered, "I didn't give you enough." "You still need to find that fox," Phantom Princess snorted and said, "Unfortunately, I don't have anything here, but I have a lot of spirit medicine. If you don't have any more spirit medicine, come find me." Zhou Yi directly asked Li Mu, when is that fox leaving? I want to talk to you alone. Phantom Princess said unhappily, you're the one who interrupted our meal. You should be the one leaving. Li Mu was in a dilemma. He had taken both the Empress and Phantom Princess's gifts, so no matter which one he sided with, he would be letting the other down. He put down his chopsticks and said, I have been running around for 2 days. I want to rest. Phantom Princess, you can go back first. Her Majesty should rest early too. Phantom Princess heard this and could only leave. After she left, Li Mu took out the spirit snail again and whispered, Your Majesty. She left. Zhou Yi said unhappily, I told you to stop looking for that fox. You didn't listen to me. She doesn't have good intentions towards you. Li Mu said, Your Majesty, don't worry. I will be careful. Without Phantom Princess's interruption, Li Mu and Queen's conversation became more casual. They talked about how they would live in seclusion in the fields and grow vegetables. At this time, Li Mu did not notice that compared to the last time he slept here, there was an extra decorative clam shell at the head of his bed. At the head of Phantom Princess's bed, there was also a clam shell that looked exactly the same. At this moment, she was sitting at the bedside and listening to the sound coming from the clam shell. However, the more she listened, the deeper her frown became. Li Mu and Zhou Qiong had actually decided to grow flowers and vegetables together in the future. What was their relationship? Could it be that Zhou Qiong had already obtained the advantage of being in a favorable position and had gotten Li Mu first? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. When there was no sound coming from the clam shell, she immediately went back to the harem. Li Mu had just finished chatting with the Empress and was about to eat when Phantom Princess pushed the door open again. The Empress probably wouldn't call again tonight. Li Mu looked at her and asked, Do you want to eat together? Phantom Princess sat down across from Li Mu and asked in a low voice, Tell me honestly, what are your thoughts towards Zhou Yi? Li Mu thought for a long time and didn't plan to lie to her. He said, It's the thought of growing feelings over time. Phantom Princess said angrily, How can you face your wife? Li Mu said, My wife has already agreed. What? Phantom Princess was shocked. Lu Hanyan agreed to the matter between you and Zhou Yi. Is she crazy? Li Mu didn't answer, and Phantom Princess didn't need him to answer. She looked at Li Mu and asked, You have feelings for Zhou Yi over time. Then what are your feelings for me? You know that the Heavenly Fox clan will repay kindness, but you are still so good to me. You have given me a favor that I can't repay in my lifetime. What am I in your heart? Phantom Princess's expression was serious. Li Mu couldn't beat around the bush like before. The premise of growing feelings over time was to spend time with her. He and Phantom Princess didn't have long experiences together. During the longest time they spent together, he was the little snake and she was Lord Phantom Princess. No matter if it was Li Mu or her, they didn't have any feelings for each other. Now, the relationship between the two of them was that of the little snake and Lord Phantom Princess, that of the state preceptor and the queen, that of the six-tailed celestial fox and her benefactor. Their different identities were intertwined, and even Li Mu himself did not know what their relationship was. Phantom Princess naturally had an important place in his heart. But how important was it? Li Mu couldn't explain it with words. Li Mu walked to her side, grabbed her hand and placed it on his chest. He said, I don't know either. Why don't you feel it for yourself? Since he couldn't describe it with words, he would let her feel it for herself. Phantom Princess placed her hand on Li Mu's chest. She could clearly feel his emotions. She didn't know how to describe it. The only thing she knew was that she was very important in Li Mu's heart. She grabbed Li Mu's hand and placed it on her chest. She said, Feel it too. Other than the fullness, Li Mu also felt a love that could drown him. This was Phantom Princess's feelings for him. Phantom Princess looked at Li Mu and said, You also like me, but it's not as deep as I like you. But it's okay. You'll know how good I am in the future. She sat down again and took out a bottle of wine from the storage space. She poured a cup for Li Mu and herself. She said, I'm very happy tonight. Drink with me. Chapter 524. Who would reject the reasonable request of a woman who was full of love for him? Moreover, it was just a small matter like drinking with her. Li Mu raised the cup, and when he brought it to his mouth, he hesitated for a moment. With Huan Ji's style, Li Mu was not sure if there was anything added to the wine. Huan Ji saw the slight change in his expression and said, What, are you afraid that I'll poison it? She drank all the wine in her cup and then tilted the cup down. Not a single drop of wine leaked out. Li Mu did not argue and drank all the wine in one gulp. It was strange that the wine did not taste like alcohol at all. Instead, it tasted sweet. Could it be a new type of sweet wine from the Yao Kingdom? At this time, Huan Ji looked at Li Mu and said, At the beginning, I hated you very much. I have never been bullied like this in my life. I told my father to put a bounty on you and swore that I would repay you 100 times the humiliation I suffered from you. Li Mu explained, That time, you provoked me first. Then what about the White Emperor's cave? Huan Ji took a deep breath and continued, You, a man, brought people from the 6 Dao sects to bully a woman like me. You stole so many things from me and even stole the Demon Emperor's heavenly book. Li Mu said, At that time, we were still enemies. Of course, I would not be merciful to my enemies. Later on, didn't I give you the heavenly book? Huan Ji ignored Li Mu and continued, Later on, something happened to my father and brother. Me and Fox 6 were hunted down. It was you who saved us. You killed Bai Xian and took back the 1,000 Fox Kingdom. You resisted the attacks of the Demon Sect and the Celestial Wolf Tribe. At that time, I knew that other than giving myself to you, I would never be able to repay your kindness in this life. Li Mu felt that his mouth was dry. It was not because of Huan Ji's sudden confession, but because he was really thirsty and his body was hot. He poured another cup of wine and chilled it with his magic power. Then, he drank all the wine in one gulp, hoping to sober himself up. Phantom Princess was still rambling. She took off her shirt and looked at Li Mu. Don't you feel hot wearing so much? 1,000 Fox Country was in the middle of a mountain range, and the temperature was just right. With Li Mu and Huan Ji's cultivation, they were already immune to both heat and cold, so how could they feel the heat? He immediately realized where the problem was. He pointed at the jug and said to Huan Ji, This wine. Huan Ji looked at him with her charming eyes and asked, Wine? What wine? Where is the wine? Li Mu was stunned. Then what's in the pot? Huan Ji's face turned red as she lowered her voice and said, This is our Fox clan's acacia water. We drink it on the night of the Heavenly Fox clan's wedding. Every time you come, you leave quickly. I don't have time to develop feelings for you, so I can only use this method. Li Mu was shocked. He lowered his head and chanted, If the heart is as clear as ice, the sky will collapse. If the heart is as clear as ice, the sky will collapse. After chanting the clear heart chant, his heart quickly calmed down. However, his body was still unbearably hot. This chant had a miraculous effect on the heart, but it had no effect on the body. This heat and desire came from the depths of his body. Huan Ji took off her second layer of clothes and slowly walked towards Li Mu. She asked, Since you also like me, why are you still resisting? Li Mu clenched his teeth and said, Feelings need to be cultivated. Huan Ji gently placed her hand on his chest and said, It's not too late to cultivate in the future. Li Mu used his magic power to resist the desire in his heart. Huan Ji looked at him for a while and said, I forgot to remind you. The more you use your magic power to resist, the faster the medicine will melt in your body. Feel it now, isn't your body soft? She used her magic power that was far stronger than Li Mu's to push him onto the bed. She bit his ear and said with a seductive voice, Just do it, inside the palace, on the roof of a certain hall. Hu Lu murmured, Lord Huanji should succeed. That's the joyous union pill, no one below the upper realm can resist it. Hu Jiu didn't say anything. She grabbed the wine jar with one hand and drank it in one gulp. Some people were happy while others were sad. Tonight was Lord Huanji's big day. Tonight, Thousand Fox Country had another sad person. Early in the morning, Li Mu woke up from the soft bed. Huanji was already awake. She sat on the bed and combed her long hair. She looked back at Li Mu and said, "Don't worry, I will be responsible for you. As long as you are willing, you can become my empress now." Ouch! Before she finished speaking, she was pulled onto the bed. Li Mu's face darkened. He clenched his teeth and said, "Fox Demon, you asked for it." Thousand Fox Country, Imperial Palace Hall. The demon officials who had been waiting for a long time didn't see Her Majesty the Queen, but only Commander Hu Lu. Hu Lu slowly walked into the hall and said to the dozens of demon officials, "The Queen won't have morning court today. Disperse, Shendu Changle Palace." It had been a few days since Li Mu returned to Shendu. He brought back the materials for the second Tianji talisman from Thousand Fox Country. The two talismans that he and the Queen worked together to draw had also been taken back to Baiyun Mountain by Hyun Jinko. Lu Hanyan and Li Qing hadn't returned yet. Before the two grand elders died, they would pass on their life's knowledge and comprehension to the inner disciples. Other than Li Mu, all the core disciples of Fu Lu School had been summoned back to the mountain. Li Mu sat below the Empress, in his exclusive seat. He had already been reading a memorial for almost an hour. It wasn't that he had encountered a difficult decision, but he still couldn't accept that Huanji had forced him to lose his virginity. The Queen had warned him many times to be careful of Huanji, but Li Mu didn't take it to heart. It was too late to say anything now. He hadn't made any substantial progress with the Queen, but he had already done it with Huanji. Li Mu hadn't told Lu Hanyan and Li Qing about this yet. Because it was embarrassing. The biggest problem now wasn't Lu Hanyan and Li Qing. If the Queen knew about this, the consequences would be unimaginable. She and Huanji were like fire and water. She would definitely think that Li Mu had betrayed her. Li Mu secretly glanced at the Queen and lowered his head to continue reading the memorial. Zhou Yi also glanced at Li Mu and asked, "How did your cultivation level increase again?" "Were you?" Li Mu immediately stood up and said, "I didn't betray your majesty. The Grand Elder of Fu Lu School imparted his power to me." Zhou Yi finished speaking and looked at Li Mu again. "What did you say you betrayed?" Li Mu slowly sat down and lowered his head. "Nothing." Zhou Yi frowned and said, "I've already noticed. After returning from Thousand Fox Country, you've been absent-minded. Is that fox so attractive to you?" Li Mu's expression didn't reveal anything. He said seriously, "Your Majesty, you've misunderstood. I was just thinking that reality is so cruel. Even a seventh realm Grand Elder can't avoid reaching the end of his lifespan." Zhou Yi said, "What's there to think about? Everyone will die one day. 180 years is already a lot. A meaningful decade is better than a century." Li Mu said slowly, "Although that's the case, isn't cultivation for longevity? Most cultivators fight for their lives and only live a few years longer than normal people. What kind of cultivation is this?" Zhou Yi didn't agree with Li Mu's words. He said calmly, "Longevity isn't necessarily a good thing. If I had to choose, as long as I can spend my mortal life with the person I love, I'd rather not have a long lifespan." Li Mu said, "I think so too." The two looked at each other. Li Mu's expression was calm. Zhou Yi quickly looked away. Li Mu sighed. They were both rulers of a country. If the Queen had half the initiative of Huanji, Ling would have a brother or sister by now. Chapter 525. After leaving Changle Palace, Li Mu went to the consecration department to take a look. Before he left, two high consecrators stopped Li Mu and asked, "Lordly, there were two strange phenomena in the palace a few days ago." "What was that?" Li Mu answered honestly, "It was a strange phenomenon born from the talisman of heavenly secrets." The two rubbed their hands and asked nervously, "The two talismans of heavenly secrets?" Li Mu nodded and said, "That's right. They are for you. Do a good job here. When the time comes, the two talismans of heavenly secrets will be in your hands." Hearing this, the two heaved a sigh of relief and said solemnly, "Don't worry, Lordly, don't worry, Her Majesty. We will do our best and love our job." There were still a few years before the two high consecrators' talismans of heavenly secrets were handed over. The Great Zhou was vast and rich in resources. A few years was enough for the imperial court to gather a few more materials, so there was no need to worry. For these high-level cultivators, the biggest enemy was their lifespan. Fu Daozi and Sanggu were in a hurry to take in disciples because they wanted to pass down their mantle and resolve their regrets before their lifespan ran out. After cultivating to the 7th realm, one's lifespan was only 180 years. Li Mu also felt that it was too short. However, the Empress was right. It was much more meaningful to spend the rest of one's life with one's loved one than to cultivate bitterly for a few years and then come out of seclusion. Lu Hanyan and Li Qing were not here. There were only Wan Wan, Xiao Bai, and a few maids at home. Li Mu usually did not have much time to accompany them alone. Today, he took the initiative to take them out for a stroll. He owed Xiao Bai the most. As his spy, Xiao Bai was so sensible that Li Mu's heart ached. She often suffered grievances herself and delivered important information for him. In the end, Li Mu still had another fox by his side. Xiao Bai still did not know. On the streets of Chengdu, Li Mu was being held by the girls. Xiao Bai and Wan Wan were chatting along the way. Suddenly, Li Mu noticed that Wan Wan stopped in her tracks and stopped talking. Li Mu tilted his head and was about to ask her what was wrong when he noticed that Wan Wan was looking in a certain direction on the street. Her face was a little pale. Li Mu followed her gaze and saw a beggar couple begging on the street. The people of Chengdu were kind and charitable. Occasionally, passers-by would take out 1 or 2 copper coins and put them in their bowls. Wan Wan stared at the beggar couple with tears in her eyes. Li Mu seemed to have realized something. He silently took Wan Wan's hand and held it tightly. The beggar couple begged for dozens of copper coins and walked into a secluded alley. The beggar couple was clearly very familiar with this alley. After more than 10 turns, they finally came to a dilapidated courtyard. The walls of the courtyard were mottled and half collapsed. The courtyard was also overgrown with weeds. Clearly, no one had lived here for a long time. Only some homeless beggars in Chengdu would use this place as a temporary residence. The two walked in through the collapsed wall. In the courtyard, a skinny young man in tattered clothes took the bowls from their hands. He poured the copper coins into his clothes and curled his lips. He said, "They say that the people of Chengdu are generous, but this is all there is to it. It took us so long to get this much." The woman said, "It's already quite a lot to get this in 2 hours. Don't gamble with it." The young man waved his hand and said, I know. I'll go out for a while. You can go to another place. Chengdu is so big, it's enough for us to curry favor for a few months." Watching the young man leave, the man said, "I told you not to give the money to him. He went to gamble and lost it again." The woman waved her hand and said, "If it's gone, then go ask for more. The people here are so generous, we're not afraid of not getting enough. We only have one son and will need him to send us off in the future." The man sighed and didn't say anything else. At this time, the woman said with some regret, "We shouldn't have lost that useless thing. If we had kept him until now, he would have been able to be sold for a high price, at least 100 taels. The man waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this. While it's still early, we can still get some more money today." The two walked out of the abandoned courtyard and walked back to the main street. At the entrance of the courtyard, three figures that they couldn't see stood there. Wanwan's face was pale and her eyes were empty. More than 10 years ago, she was abandoned once. More than 10 years later, she was reunited with her biological parents. More than 10 years later, the wound in her heart that had almost healed was torn open again. Li Mu and Lu Hanyan had always doted on Wanwan like a child and never let her come into contact with cruel things. Li Mu couldn't imagine how much pain her biological parents had caused her. He took a deep breath and pulled Wanwan into his arms. He said, "Don't forget, you still have me and Mississippi." Xiaobai also hugged her from behind and said, "Me too, me too. We'll always be by your side." On a street somewhere in Chengdu. "Everyone, please do a good deed, give us a copper coin to eat. Do a good deed, do a good deed," a beggar couple was begging on the street. Beggars were rare on the streets of Chengdu. There were opportunities everywhere. As long as they worked hard, they wouldn't have to beg on the street. Although the people felt that they were reaping without sowing, there would still be people who would be sympathetic and reward them with some money. The couple stood on the street and were whispering. The people on this street weren't as generous as the people on the previous street. Three figures stopped in front of them. Standing in the middle was a man, and on either side of him was a beautiful young lady. The three of them were dressed luxuriously, and their auras were extraordinary. Such people were either rich or noble, and the two of them subconsciously bowed. The girl with an oval face on the right took out a banknote from her sleeve and put it in their bowl. Her gaze lingered on the beggar couple's faces for a long time. Then, she turned and left, never looking back. The two of them didn't dare to look at the girl from the beginning to the end. Their eyes were fixed on the banknote of 100 taels in the bowl. Their throats moved and they swallowed hard. Did I see wrongly? This is 100 taels. Although they heard that the people of Chengdu were generous, they didn't expect that someone would be so generous as to give 100 taels to beggars. After coming back to her senses, the woman grabbed the banknote and hid it in her sleeve. Then, the two of them knelt down in front of the three figures who were already far away. They said joyfully, "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young miss." After the three of them walked past them, they didn't turn back to look at them. Not long after Li Mu, Wanwan, and Xiaobai returned home, Mr. Mei came to invite them to the palace. The empress wanted them to eat in the palace today. Wanwan had always been very enthusiastic about eating in the palace. However, today, she only took the plate of vegetables in front of her. She only ate a few mouthfuls of the rice that she usually ate with 3 bowls. Only Ao Chengxin ate happily. Seeing that Wanwan didn't eat much, he took the initiative to take her bowl and said, "You don't like rice? I'll help you eat." The empress obviously also noticed Wanwan's abnormality. After eating, she asked Li Mu to stay in Changle Palace and asked, "What's wrong with Wanwan? Did you bully her?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "Wanwan met her parents in Chengdu today." Zhou Yi asked doubtfully, "Shouldn't she be happy about this?" Li Mu told her what happened today. Zhou Yi suddenly stood up and said angrily, "How can there be such parents in this world?" Li Mu looked at her. The empress's parents weren't much better than Wanwan's parents. The empress, who felt sorry for Wanwan, went to comfort her. Before she left, she told Li Mu to let Ao Chengxin go. She usually stayed in Chengdu and didn't go out. There was no use in keeping this dragon in the palace. There was indeed no use in keeping him. The only use was that after he entered the palace, the empress never left behind 3 meals a day. Li Mu looked at the little female dragon who was still sitting at the table and said, "You can go back to the South Sea." Ao Chengxin raised his head. His mouth was still stuffed with food, and he looked at Li Mu with a doubtful gaze. Li Mu said, "Her Majesty has pardoned your crime. You can go back." Ao Chengxin swallowed the bulging food in his mouth, and then said, "I can't go back. Our dragon race's promise is worth 1,000 gold. We said 3 years, and it's 3 years. Not a day less. Chapter 526. Li Mu didn't want to leave, so he didn't force her. He only warned her, you can eat whatever you want from now on, but don't steal Wan Wan's food. Otherwise, I'll send you to the border to guard South Lake. You can eat the fish and prawns in the lake. Seeing her nod, Li Mu turned and left. Wan Wan stayed in the palace for the time being. Xiao Bai thought of ways to make her happy. Li Mu left the palace and came to the consecration department. Two great consecrators came out to welcome him personally and asked, Lord Li, do you have any orders? Li Mu waved his sleeves, and an image appeared in the air. There were 3 figures in the image. Li Mu looked at them and said, send someone to Peace Square. Find these 3 beggars and send them out of the divine capital. I don't want to see them in the divine capital for the rest of my life. 15 minutes later. High up in the sky of the central region, a beggar couple and their son curled up in the corner of the flying boat. They were shocked and shivering. Great Consecrator Chen stood at the bow of the boat with a calm expression. Lord Li said he didn't want to see them in the divine capital for the rest of his life. Naturally, he would send them as far away as possible. He looked back at the 3 of them and said, the 3 of you remember, don't step into the central region for the rest of your life. Otherwise, he didn't finish his sentence. The 3 people at the end of the boat also repeatedly kowtowed and promised. Everything that happened today was too inconceivable for them. They were already scared out of their wits and didn't even dare to ask a single question. Great Consecrator Chen didn't know what happened. He looked at the 3 of them and calculated with his fingers. He could only calculate that the 3 of them had missed a great opportunity. This opportunity was most likely related to Lord Li. If they could form a good relationship with Lord Li, even if these 3 beggars didn't have great power for the rest of their lives, they could still be very rich. Unfortunately, they didn't know what they had done to cause Lord Li to hate them so much, so they missed this opportunity. Divine Capital. It had been a few days since that incident, but Wan Wan was still unhappy. In the past few days, she had been silent and didn't eat much. Li Mu was very worried when he saw her. He had been thinking for a long time, but he still couldn't think of a good way to help Wan Wan out of this state. At this time, a sound transmission magic treasure in the storage space vibrated. After Li Mu inserted his magic power, he asked, Senior brother, what's the matter? Xian Jizi's voice came from the sound transmission magic treasure. Half a month later, Xuanzong of the East Sea will be holding a Taoist exchange meeting. At that time, the 6 sects of Taoism will all participate. Junior brother, do you want to take a look and increase your knowledge? Li Mu was still worried about Wan Wan. He was about to refuse when he suddenly thought of something and said, okay then. Although he had already ordered people to chase that family out of Fairy's capital so that Wan Wan wouldn't be reminded of sad memories, the current Fairy's capital was a sad place for her. It was hard for her to be happy if she stayed here for a long time. He might as well take this opportunity to take them out for a walk. It would also be a good chance for Wan Wan to relax. After that, Li Mu learned about the details of this exchange meeting from Xian Jizi. The Taoist exchange meeting was organized by the number 1 sect of Taoism, Xuanzong. It was held once every 5 years. At the beginning, the purpose was for Taoism cultivators to exchange their cultivation experiences and explore the mysteries of cultivation. As the leaders of Taoism, the 6 sects of Taoism would also have the powerhouses of their sects give lectures during the exchange meeting. They would selflessly contribute knowledge of weapon forging, alchemy, talisman writing, and so on. Of course, no one would reveal their cultivation experiences. The core secrets of the 6 sects were also tightly guarded and never leaked. Although it was called an exchange meeting, it was actually not very helpful for cultivation. This was for high-level cultivators. For low-level cultivators who had just entered the path of cultivation, especially those who didn't belong to any sects and were exploring alone, this kind of exchange meeting was a golden opportunity that could only be encountered by chance. The basic knowledge that the big sects disdained was also precious to them. The real reason why the 6 sects participated in the exchange meeting was not because they could exchange their cultivation experiences, but because they could exchange resources and take what they needed. The Fulu school didn't lack Fulu, but it lacked alchemy pills and magic treasures. It was the same for the other sections. In the process of trading with each other, they could also improve their relationship. In the Chengel Palace, Li Mu explained the situation to the Empress. Ao Chengxin had been listening for a long time. He stood up and volunteered, "Take me with you. You can ride on me. It's more convenient and comfortable than taking the flying boat." This little female dragon who had never seen the world obviously wanted to take the opportunity to see the colorful world. However, what she said was not wrong. Riding on her was much more comfortable than taking the flying boat. Moreover, it didn't consume their own magic power. It only took a meal to fly 1,000 miles. There was another advantage to taking her. Xuanzong was on the East Sea. With her, they could also see the underwater world with Wan Wan and Xiao Bai. As long as Li Mu didn't go to the Demon Nation, the Empress had no objections. Moreover, the main purpose of this trip was to take Wan Wan to relax and help her resolve the knot in her heart. She approved Li Mu's leave without any hesitation. Half a month later, in the East County of the Great Zhou. Since a month ago, many cultivators had begun to gather in the East County. Xuanzong held the exchange conference every 5 years. For these individual cultivators, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They either hoped to hear the teachings of the powerhouses from the 6 sects or wanted to exchange for some useful items for cultivation. Xuanzong was on the East Sea, nearly 1,000 miles away from the East County. Cultivators above the 4th realm could cross this distance with their magic power. For those below the 4th realm, even if they learned how to fly, their magic power couldn't sustain it. Most of them chose to travel by boat. Some merchant ships in the East County didn't waste such an opportunity. They carried these cultivators between the coast of the East County and Xuanzong. Not only could they make a lot of money, but they could also get a group of guards with powerful magic power for free to protect them from the invasion of the Wa pirates. The exchange conference was about to begin. On the East Sea, there were more than 10 times more merchant ships than usual. The sun was shining brightly, and the sea and sky were the same color. Several figures stood on the deck, their faces full of longing and excitement. Xuanzong, the leader of the 6 Taoist sects, was the holy land in the hearts of countless Taoist cultivators. They only had the opportunity to get close to this place during the exchange conference every 5 years. In the crowd, a middle-aged man looked to the east and murmured, "I've been in the Jushen realm for 5 years. I hope I can encounter an opportunity this time and reach the transcendent realm." A young woman hugged a small bag tightly, hoping to use this precious spiritual medicine she found by chance to exchange for a protective immortal robe from the market. Another man held a broken flying sword in his hand. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I've finally gathered enough spiritual jades to exchange for a flying sword." On the surface of the sea, merchant ships sailed slowly. Occasionally, streams of light would streak across the sky and pass over their heads. Soon, they disappeared from sight. The people on the merchant ships looked at the figures in the streams of light with envy in their eyes. Those were the true powerhouses of the cultivation world. The realm of those seniors was the goal of most of them. "Look, what's that?" Suddenly, someone pointed to the sky. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger and saw a huge spirit ship sailing across the sky. There were many figures on the spirit ship. The speed of this spirit ship was much faster than their merchant ships. Soon, it disappeared into the horizon. Someone who was knowledgeable immediately recognized the origin of the spirit ship. He said, "It's the spirit ship of the Northern Sect." The Northern Sect's refining technique is the best in the Taoist sections. I hope to buy a high-grade Dharma treasure from the Northern Sect in this exchange conference. In every exchange conference, other than being able to listen to the Tao lectures of powerhouses for free, the thing that these itinerant cultivators looked forward to the most was being able to exchange for Fu Lu, pills, Dharma treasures, and other items from the 6 Taoist sects. The names Fu Lu School, Elixir Sect, and Northern Sect were a guarantee of quality. Everyone was on the merchant ships. Along the way, countless powerhouses flew over their heads. The light from their Dharma treasures was an eye-opener for them. Many of the youths who were participating in the exchange conference for the first time had a strange look in their eyes. At a certain moment, another ray of light appeared at the end of the horizon behind them. Under the gazes of the crowd, a huge white dragon roared from behind. Immediately, a series of exclamations erupted on the merchant ships. "Oh my God, what am I seeing? The dragon race! It's actually the dragon race. I've only seen the dragon race in books. Look, there are figures on the dragon race." When the huge dragon flew closer, they were shocked to discover that there were 3 figures standing on the huge dragon's head. From afar, they should be a man and 2 women. When everyone saw that, they were all stunned. Along the way, they had seen people riding swords, people riding boats, people flying in the sky, but they had never seen anyone riding a dragon. The dragon race was the most powerful and arrogant race in the world, yet it was used as a mount. Then, what kind of identity and strength did the person who rode a dragon as a mount have? Splash! The huge dragon flew over their heads. When it reached a certain part of the sea, it dived back into the water and never appeared again. While the cultivators on the surface of the sea were discussing, a different kind of scenery was under the sea. The dragon race was the master of the water race. Under Aoisan's summons, all kinds of creatures in the sea quickly gathered here. The huge whales swam slowly, the dolphins shuttled through the water, and the ferocious sharks became very obedient and swam around them. Li Mu looked at Wan Wan and Xiao Bai who were playing with the fishes. When he saw Wan Wan's face light up with a bright smile, he heaved a long sigh of relief. Chapter 527. On the surface of the East Sea, there was a gentle breeze. 4 figures emerged from the water without a single trace of water on them. Wan Wan and Little White's faces were flushed. This was their first time seeing the sea, and it was also their first time seeing the beautiful underwater world. The beautiful scene just now had clearly left an indelible impression in their hearts. Actually, it was not just them. It was also Li Mu's first time seeing such a beautiful scenery. Although he had been to the aquarium in his previous life, how could the feeling through the thick glass compare to being at the bottom of the sea? Li Mu looked at the blushing Wan Wan and said gently, "You don't owe them anything anymore. Forget about those unhappiness. There are still many beautiful things in this world that are worth discovering." Wan Wan reached out and hugged Li Mu gently. She leaned her head on his chest and said softly, "Thank you, young master." Then, she took the initiative to separate from Li Mu. A faint smile appeared on her face, and the haze in the depths of her eyes also disappeared. Looking at Wan Wan, who had matured a lot in an instant, Li Mu felt both heartache and happiness. He felt heartache because she had used the betrayal of her family twice in exchange for her ultimate growth. He was happy because she had finally walked out of the trauma of her childhood. After giving Wan Wan a deep hug, Li Mu Ruang transformed back into a human form. He put away his dragon horns and retracted his dragon aura. Then, he brought the 3 girls and flew towards an area shrouded in clouds and mist. Xuanzong was located on the East Sea. It was isolated from the rest of the world and did not interact with the outside world often. Only at the Taoist conference held every 5 years would Xuanzong unveil a corner of its hidden veil. No one knew how powerful Xuanzong was, but everyone knew that compared to Fu Lu, elixirs, array formations, and so on, divine arts were the orthodox Taoism. And Xuanzong was famous for its divine arts. Among the 6 Taoist sects, the other 5 sects typically only had 2 to 3 7th realm experts. Xuanzong had a total of 5 7th realm elders. There were even rumors in the outside world that Xuanzong still had 8th realm experts who had yet to perish. When Li Mu and the three girls flew to a large group of islands in the East Sea, they were also shocked by the scene before them. On the surface of the sea, dozens of islands formed a powerful formation. In the sky, there were countless mountains hanging upside down. Between the mountains, there were 5 colored lights connecting them. Cranes were flying back and forth among them. Occasionally, there would be streams of light that emitted a powerful aura. The ancestral court of Fulu School looked very shabby compared to the Xuanzong ancestral court. As the future headmaster, Li Mu looked at the Xuanzong mountain gate from afar and blushed slightly. No wonder Xian Jizi didn't come. If Li Mu was the headmaster, he would be too embarrassed to come. Looking at other sects, and then looking at his own sect, when he returned to Baiyun Mountain, he would be too ashamed to see the ancestors who had dedicated their lives to the sect. Li Mu looked at the Xuanzong ancestral court and took a deep breath. One day, he would make Fulu School the #1 Daoist sect. At that time, he would also hold a conference and invite cultivators from all over the world to turn Baiyun Mountain into a Daoist holy land. But right now, the Daoist holy land was still the Xuanzong ancestral court, Penglai Mountain. There were 10 continents and 3 islands in this world. Everyone knew the locations of the 10 continents, but the locations of the 3 islands weren't fixed. Legend had it that Fangzhang, Penglai, and Kunlun were carried by 3 giant turtles and moved on the sea. As long as one could find these 3 immortal islands, they would be able to see the secrets of immortality. Countless cultivators once went out to sea to search for these 3 immortal islands. Among them, there was no lack of 6th realm and 7th realm experts, especially those who were at the end of their lifespans and wanted to find a chance to live. However, no one had ever heard of anyone finding it. Xuanzong named their sect Mount Penglai because they considered themselves an immortal mountain to set off their status. Although it was a little self-flattering, in the entire ancestral province, only they had the strength to do so. The area near Xuanzong had a large formation set up that prohibited flying. Li Mu brought the 3 girls to the front of the sect and entered Xuanzong with the cultivators who had just arrived. Not everyone could enter this conference. The entrance fee was 10 pieces of spiritual jade. For someone like Li Mu who was supported by 2 queens, 10 pieces of spiritual jade wasn't much. However, some rogue cultivators would still need to put in some effort to gather 10 pieces of spiritual jade. As the #1 sect of Taoism, Xuanzong's method was a little petty, but there was nothing to criticize. The cultivation of the Xuanzong disciples responsible for collecting spiritual jade at the entrance was not very high. They were only at the 2nd or 3rd realm, but their faces were filled with arrogance. They did not even look 5th realm cultivators in the eye. This was normal. In the #1 sect of Taoism, even if they were only guarding the mountain, they were still Xuanzong disciples. In their eyes, even Xuanzong's dogs were superior to outsiders. Li Mu handed over 40 pieces of spiritual jade and entered Xuanzong with the 3 girls. Some of the cultivators who came here were alone, but most of them came in groups of 3 to 5. Most of the cultivators who came here wanted to exchange for some treasures. They did not need to worry about their own safety in Xuanzong, but that was no longer the case once they left Xuanzong. After every conference, there would be cases of people getting greedy for treasures and killing people for their belongings. After a long time, the cultivators who came here in search of fortuitous encounters learned to travel in groups. Even though the cultivators who came here came in groups, it was still very rare for a man to have 3 beauties by his side like Li Mu. This attracted the attention of many people. The male cultivators revealed looks of envy as they pointed at Li Mu's back. This person is so lucky. Apart from being a little handsome, he looks very ordinary. However, he has 3 beauties by his side. Could he be from some cultivation clan or the disciple of some large sect? The women of the cultivation world are not so superficial as to only look at the face. I think he must have an extraordinary background. Many female cultivators who walked through Xuanzong's entrance were also discussing softly. Look at his bearing. He must be the disciple of a famous sect. I don't think so. He's so handsome and fair. Maybe he's a Xiaobai who was raised by a high-level woman, definitely not. If he was raised by a high-level woman, why would he have these three beauties by his side? It can't be that these three beauties are raising him, right? You don't understand. It's precisely because there are high-level women raising him that he can raise others. Of course, it's also possible that he has some special skills, which is why he has these three beauties following him. It'd be great if he was a disciple of a large sect. This person looks like a lecher. With my looks, if he takes a fancy to me, I won't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. Forget it. With your looks, he wouldn't want you even if you gave him for free. You should just give up. Li Mu and Wanwan walked in front, and their faces darkened from the gossip behind them. This group of gossipy women actually hit the nail on the head. His Dharma treasures, spirit medicines, and spirit jades basically all came from the Empress and Phantom Princess. However, there was nothing he could do about this. Putting aside the fact that he was not the Talisman Puppet sect master yet, even if he became the Talisman Puppet sect master in the future, and the entire Talisman Puppet sect would belong to him, he would not be as wealthy as Huan Ji or the Empress. They had the Demon Nation and the Great Zhou dynasty behind them. How could they compare to the strength of a nation? Li Mu couldn't refute these women's words even if he wanted to. He could only lead the three women a few steps forward and arrive at a large plaza ahead of them. The plaza's floor was paved with countless spirit jades. The entire plaza was divided into crisscrossing streets. The streets were very wide and filled with small stalls. There were tables set up by the stalls, and all kinds of cultivation supplies were placed on the tables. There were pills, fulu, dharma artifacts, books, and so on. Behind the tables, there were people loudly hawking their wares. Profound level divine travel talisman, 10 spirit jades for 1. Middle level essence nurturing pill, 100 spirit jades for 1 bottle. 500 spirit jades, profound level flying sword, please take it away. Basic fulu, basic array formation encyclopedia, price can be negotiated. Standing in front of the plaza and looking at the countless inverted immortal mountains, it was like a scene in the divine capital. In Li Mu's heart, the Eastern Sea Xuanzong, the number one sect of Taoism, didn't seem like much. Chapter 528. What appeared before Li Mu's eyes was shockingly a large-scale trading market. At a glance, there were nearly 100 street stalls set up on the crisscrossing streets. There were people coming and going in front of the stalls, shouting and bargaining. It made the Xian sect ancestral court, which was filled with an immortal aura, look like a marketplace. There was a dazzling array of things on display in the market, from fulu pills to magic treasures and cultivation methods. There were all kinds of strange things. On both sides of the street, there were rows of shops. In terms of decoration, they were much better than the street stalls. There was also a long line of customers outside. Li Mu glanced around and understood that these people who set up stalls outside were itinerant cultivators from small sections. And those who could open shops on the street were not from the 6 major sects, but from famous Taoist cultivation families. Li Mu casually looked at a few stalls, walked into 2 shops, and found some patterns. All the things in the shops were very expensive, but the quality was definitely top-notch. On the other hand, the things in the stalls on the streets were of mixed quality, but they were cheap. If one's eyesight was good enough, they might be able to find something good. In terms of service, the itinerant cultivators in the stalls were full of enthusiasm. They had smiles on their faces from beginning to end, making people feel like they were bathing in a spring breeze. The disciples of the sects and families in the shops were all expressionless and ignored people. Even so, there was still an endless stream of customers in these shops. This was also very normal. When cultivators bought cultivation items, the first thing they looked at was the quality. If the fulu didn't work, the flying sword would break when it collided with people, and the elixir would explode and die. No matter how cheap it was, no one would buy it. The 6 major sects each studied their own path, and each of them was an old shop with nearly 1,000 years of history. Buying things from the 6 major sects might be expensive, but they would never buy the wrong thing. This was related to their lives, and almost no one would care about that little bit of spiritual jade. Only some cultivators who were really embarrassed with money would patronize the roadside stalls. Shopping was a woman's nature. Even female dragons and female foxes were no exception. Xiao Bai, Wan Wan, and Cheng Xian had just arrived, and their eyes were already busy. Although they followed closely behind Li Mu, their eyes kept looking around. Li Mu came out this time to make Wan Wan happy. After casually visiting 2 shops, he said to them, "You 3 can shop by yourselves. Tell me if you see anything you like. You can buy anything you want today." Wan Wan and Xiao Bai, of course, Li Mu doted on them as much as he could. Cheng Xian had performed well along the way. Wan Wan was able to walk out of her depressed state because of Cheng Xian, so Li Mu counted her in. It was said that every dragon had countless treasures, and their wealth was comparable to that of a country. When she escaped from her home, she only had 2 pitchforks on her, which was really a disgrace to the dragon race. Li Mu was rarely generous and let her buy some goods. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, benefactor." Hearing this, Xiao Bai, Wan Wan's face showed excitement. She quickly stood on tiptoe and kissed Li Mu on both sides of his face. This scene made many of the surrounding male cultivators extremely envious. "Thank you, milord." Cheng Xian imitated them and puckered her lips. Li Mu pressed her head and said, "Forget about you. You smell like seafood." After receiving Li Mu's promise, the 3 girls completely let go of their natural instincts. They lingered in front of various stalls and shops. Other cultivators were either looking at magic treasures or fulu pills, but they never lacked these. Their eyes were full of immortal clothes and accessories. Everyone loved beauty, especially women. But in the cultivation world, cultivators' pursuit of strength was always the first. They would not spend precious spiritual jades to buy things that were not suitable for them. In front of a small stall, the 3 girls stopped at the same time. The accessories and clothes here, whether it was the material or the style, could not be compared to the shops in the secular world. Although they were not useful, they were good-looking. Especially when compared to the simple stalls and shops in the surroundings, it was a beautiful scenery. A few female cultivators were also attracted by the goods on the stall. After asking about the price, they shook their heads and walked away. Although these clothes were called immortal clothes, other than the beautiful style, they had no other use. The defense was pitifully weak. Who would spend 100 spiritual jades to buy these flashy but useless things? The owner of the stall was a young man. He was short and ugly. At this moment, he was sitting on a stone bench with a frown. He had already set up a stall for half a day, but he could not sell a single piece of clothing or jewelry. He knew very well why the goods could not be sold. Although these things were beautiful, they were not practical for cultivators. Female cultivators among the loose cultivators liked them but could not afford them. Female cultivators in aristocratic families and sects did not lack spiritual jades. They would not condescend to buy clothes at a roadside stall. If they wanted to go, they would go to the shops of the big sections. Although the things there were not beautiful, they were practical. He could not compare. Unfortunately, when he went to those sects to ask for cooperation and wanted to put the immortal clothes in their shops to sell, even if he gave them 40% of the profits, he was mercilessly rejected. Seeing 3 more beautiful female cultivators in front of the stall, the depressed expression on the young man's face disappeared in a second. He put on a bright smile and said enthusiastically, "Dear customers, what would you like to see?" Seeing Wanwan's gaze looking at one of the immortal clothes, he immediately said, "This colorful cloud brocade dress is very suitable for you." This dress is woven from the silk of a transformed silkworm demon. You can touch it with your hand. This dress is smooth to the touch and feels light when worn. It is very comfortable. In addition, this immortal clothes also have the effect of avoiding dust. It is also a defensive magic artifact. Xiao Bai's gaze swept past a piece of clothing, and he immediately said, "Miss, this purple silk dress with jade green patterns doesn't suit you. Look at this silver-patterned 100 butterflies flower dress at the side. I feel that this immortal robe suits your temperament better." Chang Xian's gaze only lingered on the pendant for a moment. The young man continued, "Miss, you have good eyesight. This 5-colored stone pendant is naturally formed. There is no trace of carving. It is the best of the best. As long as you pay 200 spirit jades, you can have it." This young man was obviously very good at promoting. With just a few words, Wan and the others were tempted to buy. Li Mu saw that and did not stop them. Although these bright and beautiful clothes did not have any practical use, Wan and the others' defensive magic artifacts were more advanced clothes-fitting inner armor. They bought these clothes for beauty. In the end, the 3 women each chose a piece of clothing and a piece of jewelry. Li Mu was about to pay when the vendor continued, "Miss, don't you want to look at something else? You just chose autumn clothes. There are spring, summer, and winter clothes here. Look at this lotus leaf feather gauze dress. It is very suitable for summer. And this cloud butterfly dress is the best choice for spring clothes. If you miss this opportunity, you will have to wait 5 years." Wan and Xiao Bai thought about it and felt that what he said made sense. Thus, they each bought a few more pieces of clothing. The young man knew that he had met a big customer this time. The smile on his face became even brighter. He continued, "Miss, do you want to buy a few pieces for your friends? If there are more than 20 pieces, I can give you a 10% discount for each piece. If you buy 10,000 spiritual jades this time, I will give you a 20% discount next time." Wan turned to look at Li Mu and said, "Young master, why don't you buy a few pieces for Miss and Big Sister Qing?" Xiao Bai also said, "Also, Big Sister Zhou, Big Sister Ali, and Auntie Mei. If they know that we came out to play and did not bring them gifts, they might not be happy." Ao Chengxin also looked at Li Mu expectantly. "Can I buy 10 more pieces for myself?" Although Li Mu did not lack spiritual jades, his spiritual jades did not grow on trees. They were given to him by the Empress and Huan Ji. It would be a waste to buy these useless things. His heart ached for the spiritual jades. However, he had already said what he wanted. If he went back on his words now, it would affect his great image in the hearts of Wan and Xiao Bai. More importantly, if Lu Hanyan and the Empress knew that Li Mu had brought Xiao Bai and the others out to play and did not bring them gifts, it would not just be a matter of them being unhappy. Li Mu could pretend that he did not care. He waved his hand and said, "Buy, buy, buy. Buy as much as you want." The 3 girls were very happy to choose. The peddler's eyes were shining. He held a pen in his hand and quickly calculated on a piece of paper. When Li Mu saw the final number, even if he was mentally prepared, he did not expect that they would actually choose something worth 20,000 spiritual jades. Wan also saw the final number. As if she had done something wrong, she tugged on Li Mu's sleeve and whispered, "Young master, why don't we not buy so many?" Before Li Mu could say anything, a voice came from behind him. "You are not even willing to buy such little things for the beauties. You are too stingy. Today, I, Qing Xuanzi, will buy everything that these 3 beauties want. Just treat it as making friends." A handsome young man walked out from behind. The man was hugging 2 girls on his left and right, and there were another 2 following behind him. These 4 girls could not be considered as exceptional beauties, but their appearances were still outstanding. However, when compared to Wan, Xiao Bai, and Cheng Xian, they were somewhat dull. The sudden appearance of the young man and his identity caused a commotion in the surrounding crowd. "It's Qing Xuanzi. I heard that he is not even 30 years old, but his cultivation is already at the 5th realm. Among the young disciples of Xuanzong, his strength can be ranked in the top 10. Rumor has it that he cultivates the yin and yang dual cultivation technique. He has more than a dozen cultivation partners around him. I'm afraid he has taken a fancy to these 3 girls. Sigh, why didn't Master Qing Xuanzi take a fancy to me? I am also willing to be his cultivation partner. The young man beside the 3 girls also has an extraordinary aura. He doesn't look like an ordinary person. So what? Even if he has a small background, can he compare to the core disciples of Xuanzong? One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. This guy who called himself Qing Xuanzi belittled Li Mu and raised himself up as soon as they met. His gaze did not leave Xiao Bai and the other 2 girls for even a moment. Li Mu looked at him indifferently, quietly waiting for his performance. Qing Xuanzi smiled at Xiao Bai and Wan Wan and said, I'm Qing Xuanzi, a 4th-generation disciple of Xuanzong. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to get to know the 3 of you. Without waiting for Xiao Bai and the others to speak, he looked at the young stall owner and asked, how many spiritual jades do the 3 beauties want? I'll pay for them. No matter who paid, the spiritual jades would be in his hands. The young man was overjoyed and immediately said, the total is 20,800 spiritual jades. I'll round it down, so 20,000 will do. Qing Xuanzi was startled and asked uncertainly, how much? The young man smiled and said, 20,000 low-grade spiritual jades. Qing Xuanzi's eyes widened a little. It's just a few pieces of clothing, and it costs 20,000 spiritual jades? Is this stall owner crazy? His face darkened, and he said angrily, bastard, how dare you scam Xuanzong? What do you have here that's worth 20,000 spiritual jades? Although he had 20,000 spiritual jades, he was not so generous as to give it to a stranger he had just met. The young man pointed innocently at the nearly 100 pieces of clothing and all the accessories on the stall and said, these 3 ladies have bought almost everything here. Qing Xuanzi's face turned red and white. He turned to look at Xiao Bai and Wan Wan with a smile and said, ladies, why are you buying so many clothes? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Mu reached out his hand, and a pile of spiritual jades appeared in the void. He looked at the young stall owner and said, there are 200 mid-grade spiritual jades here. Keep them well. Spiritual jades were divided into different grades. A mid-grade spiritual jade was worth 100 low-grade spiritual jades. As the currency in the cultivation world, people were used to pricing things in terms of the lowest grade spiritual jades. Li Mu flipped his hand again, and all the clothes and accessories on the stall disappeared. Flask Sky Treasure. Someone in the crowd cried out in surprise. Which cultivator didn't want to possess a Flask Sky Treasure? It could be used to store items conveniently. However, only 7th-level cultivators could master the Flask Sky art. Even 7th-level cultivators would have to spend a lot of effort to create a Flask Sky Dharma treasure that could be used for storage. This young man must have an extremely prominent background to be able to casually throw out 20,000 spiritual jades to buy some useless clothes and accessories with the Flask Sky treasure. At least, Qing Xuanzi could not be so generous. Under the strong contrast, the people who felt that Qing Xuanzi was quite charismatic just a moment ago now felt like a clown. On the other hand, the young man who spent a lot of money was filled with an indescribable elegance in his every move. The young stall owner wrapped the 200 mid-grade spiritual jades with a piece of black cloth in an instant. He looked at Li Mu with shining eyes and said, Sir, I'll give you a 30% discount the next time you buy something from me. Qing Xuanzi's face turned from white to black. Li Mu was held by Wan Wan on the left and Xiao Bai on the right. When he walked past Qing Xuanzi, he whispered in a voice that everyone could hear, "Why are you pretending if you don't have money?" The crowd burst into laughter. Qing Xuanzi clenched his fists so hard that the veins on the back of his hands bulged, but he quickly relaxed them. The stall owner had already disappeared into the crowd after selling all the goods and obtaining the spiritual jades. A Xuanzong disciple walked over from afar and looked at Qing Xuanzi in confusion. He asked, "Senior brother Qing Xuanzi, what's wrong?" Qing Xuanzi looked at the disappearing figures and gritted his teeth. "Investigate this person's background." Chapter 529. The Xuanzong disciple followed Qing Xuanzi's gaze and asked, "Did that person offend you, senior brother?" Qing Xuanzi said coldly, "This person dared to insult me. I can't take this lying down." The Xuanzong disciple looked at Qing Xuanzi and shook his head. "Since this person insulted you, senior brother, just return the favor. Why do you need to investigate his background? No matter how powerful he is, can he be more powerful than you, senior brother?" Before Qing Xuanzi could speak, Qing Songzi said indifferently, "Who are you, senior brother?" "You're the leader of the fourth-generation disciples of Xuanzong. No matter what his background is, whether he's a disciple of the 5 sects, a disciple of an aristocratic family, or a royal family of a country, can he be more powerful than you, senior brother?" Qing Xuanzi looked at his junior brother with a glint in his eyes. Qing Songzi was right. He was one of the 10 core disciples of Xuanzong. As the head of the 6 Taoist sects, Xuanzong was above the secular imperial power. The core disciples of the other 5 sects couldn't be compared to him in terms of status. As for those aristocratic families and the secular imperial family, they couldn't be compared to Xuanzong. What did he have to be afraid of? As if he thought of something, he looked at Qing Songzi and said indifferently, "Junior brother, you seem to want me to have a conflict with this person." Qing Songzi shrugged and said helplessly, "What are you thinking, senior brother? I just think that you're too cautious and you're embarrassing Xuanzong. If you're worried that this person has a powerful background and you don't dare to provoke him, I'll help you find someone to investigate him. But it might take some time, so please be patient, senior brother." Qing Xuanzi waved his hand and said coldly, "No need to investigate. Why would I be afraid of a nobody?" Seeing Qing Xuanzi leave, Qing Songzi raised his hands and sneered in his heart, "Idiot who only thinks with his lower body. He's just relying on a good master. What right does he have to be one of the 10 core disciples? Let's see if you can afford to offend someone who can ride a dragon." As Li Mu led Wan Wan and the others to continue strolling around the market, the number of gazes on him increased. Some discussions and speculations about his identity also began to increase. Some people said that he was a disciple of a cultivation clan, some said that he was a prince of some royal family, and some said that he was a core disciple of one of the 5 sections. Although his seniority in the Fulu school was high, he did not show his face often. As for the other sects, other than a few elders and heads, basically no one had seen him before. Li Mu wandered around for a while with the intention of finding a few treasures. Soon, he was disappointed to find that although there were many strange things here, most of them were useless. However, he saw some materials that could be used to write heavenly secret talismans. Li Mu walked in front of a small stall selling elixirs, casually picked a few stalks and asked, "How much are these?" The stall owner calculated and said, 500 spiritual jades. "You can take all of them." Li Mu picked up a white stick that was about half an arm's length. It looked like jade and stone, but it was not stone. He placed it in the pile of elixirs and said, "Many of these elixirs are not old enough. 500 spiritual jades is too expensive. I'm too lazy to bargain with you. Including this, I'll give you 500 spiritual jades." In fact, the stall owner did not know what the white object was. It was something he accidentally dug out from the ground 2 years ago. It was abnormally hard and did not have much spiritual qi. It had been left here for a long time and no one wanted it. After thinking about it, he waved his hand and said, "I'll give it to you." He saw clearly that this person had just thrown out 20,000 spiritual jades, so his price was indeed a little high. These elixirs were worth at most 400 spiritual jades. Seeing that the other party did not bargain, he did not lose anything by giving him something worthless. Li Mu picked up the white object and put it away first. It was actually a spiritual bone. On the surface, it did not have much spiritual qi, but after it was ground into powder, it was a material for writing high-level fulu. Judging from the appearance, the owner of this bone was at least at the 6th Dongxian, if not the 7th realm transcendence. Li Mu was about to put away these elixirs when a voice suddenly came from the side. "I'll take these elixirs for 600 spiritual jades." Li Mu turned to look at Qing Xuanzi, who was expressionless. The stall owner naturally wanted to sell more spiritual jades, but he had already promised someone. If it were someone else, he might still reluctantly sell to the young man who made the first bid. However, this was Qing Xuanzi, Xuanzong's core disciple. He could not afford to offend him in Xuanzong's territory. He was in a dilemma. Li Mu saw the stall owner's dilemma and said with a smile, "In that case, let him have this elixir." The stall owner breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "Thank you, young master. I'll give it to you as an apology." Li Mu did not even look at Qing Xuanzi and continued to pick up treasures. One moment, he had his eyes on a flying sword, the next moment, he had his eyes on a bottle of medicinal pills, and the next moment, he had his eyes on a cultivation technique. However, every time he wanted to buy it, Qing Xuanzi would step in and buy it at a price that was 100 spirit jades higher than his. Li Mu would always give in. Wan gritted her teeth and said, "This person is too hateful. He always steals what we want." Li Mu smiled and said, "It's okay. The highest bidder gets it. This is the rule. As long as he has enough spiritual jades, he can buy everything here." Many people in the market had already seen that Qing Xuanzi and the unidentified young man were fighting. Every time, the young man would snatch the items that the young man wanted. At first, they thought that the two of them would have a conflict because of this. However, the young man seemed to be very magnanimous. After being robbed by Qing Xuanzi several times, he was not angry at all. After watching for a while, everyone saw the clues. It was not that the young man was magnanimous. He was clearly toying with Qing Xuanzi. He deliberately pretended to be interested in those items. His goal was to waste Qing Xuanzi's spiritual jades. Qing Xuanzi was a core disciple of Xuanzong. Although his cultivation was high, he obviously did not know the ways of the world. He thought that he had benefited, but in fact, he had been played like a monkey. Qing Xuanzi followed behind Li Mu and gradually realized that something was wrong. Seeing the expressions of the people around him and the whispers in the distance, his face became even gloomier. When he saw Li Mu pick up another flying sword and was about to pay the stall owner with spiritual jades, he did not make a move, which was rare. Seeing that Qing Xuanzi did not make a move, Li Mu put away the spiritual jades that he had already taken out and said to the stall owner apologetically, "I'm sorry, I suddenly don't want them." When Qing Xuanzi saw this, how could he not know that he had been toyed with? His face was livid, and he wanted to draw his sword and fight this person. However, he also knew that he was not in the right now. Once he made a move, even if he won, he would be talked about. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed his anger. Seeing that Qing Xuanzi did not fall for it, Li Mu walked to a small stall. The stall owner was a middle-aged man with a cultivation at the 3rd realm. His hair was messy, and his beard was unshaven. He looked rather sloppy. Li Mu pointed at an item on the stone table in front of him and asked, "How much is this?" The stall owner was fiddling with a pile of items on the stone table. He looked up at Li Mu, then lowered his head again and said softly, 1,000 spiritual jades. As soon as he said that, there was a burst of laughter from the surroundings. He wants to sell this lousy item for 1,000 spiritual jades? He must be crazy for spiritual jades. I've already seen him selling here for 10 years. In the 2 exchanges, he didn't sell a single item. He's really determined to come again this year. of all the things he can do with 1,000 spiritual jades, which idiot would spend 1,000 spiritual jades on a pile of junk? The middle-aged stall owner turned a deaf ear to everyone's mockery and continued fiddling with the items in his hands. Li Mu picked up the item that he had his eyes on and continued to ask, "How do I use this?" The middle-aged man looked up at him again and said, "Fill it with spiritual jades from the back and activate it with dermic powers. Then, you can attack from the front." Li Mu looked at the item in his hands. Although it was small, it was heavy. The back was square, and the front was a hollow iron cylinder. Li Mu put it down and said, "I'll take it for 1,000 spiritual jades." The middle-aged man's hands paused. He did not expect that someone would really spend 1,000 spiritual jades to buy his item. Not far behind Li Mu, Qing Xuanzi had a vigilant look on his face. He subconsciously thought that this person was setting him up again, wanting him to spend a large amount of spiritual jades to buy such a useless item. However, if this was really a treasure, wouldn't this person be taking advantage of it for nothing? After careful consideration, he walked up and said calmly, "I'll give you 1,001 spiritual jades." He only had one spiritual jade more than this person. One spiritual jade could not do anything, but it could cause greater humiliation to this person. Li Mu did not give it to Qing Xuanzi this time. He said calmly, 2,000 spiritual jades. Qing Xuanzi said, 2,001 spiritual jades. Li Mu hesitated for a moment and said again, 3,000 spiritual jades. Qing Xuanzi did not hesitate, 3,001 spiritual jades. Li Mu looked furious. He looked at Qing Xuanzi and said angrily, "What are you trying to do?" The angrier Li Mu was, the happier Qing Xuanzi felt. He glanced at Li Mu and said calmly, "It just so happens that I have my eyes on this item as well. The highest bidder gets it. Even if it's one spiritual jade higher, it's still high." A useless piece of trash was actually bid 3,000 spiritual jades by two people. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Was this the world of rich people? Li Mu looked extremely pained. He squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, 4,000 spiritual jades. Qing Xuanzi also hesitated for a moment this time, but when he saw Li Mu's expression, he said decisively, 4,001 spiritual jades. The pained and conflicted expression on Li Mu's face melted like spring rain after Qing Xuanzi shouted that number. He smiled at Qing Xuanzi and said, "Congratulations, the treasure is yours." Chapter 530. In the market, when Qing Xuanzi bought the treasure with 4,000 spiritual jades, the crowd was stunned for a moment, and then there was a lot of laughter. It was not common to see a core disciple of Xuanzong being played like this so many times. Qing Xuanzi stood there in a daze, and his face turned from green to black. He was played again. This damn guy made him spend 4,000 spiritual jades to buy a piece of trash. Hearing the laughter around him, Qing Xuanzi's face sank. He took out 40 mid-grade spiritual jades and one low-grade spiritual jade and placed them on the stone table in front of the stall owner. Although he was distressed and angry, he had to pay the spiritual jades. Otherwise, he would lose Xuanzong's face. At this moment, his hatred for the person in front of him was monstrous. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He looked at the stall owner and asked, "How do I use this?" The stall owner put away the spiritual jades and pointed at a groove behind the item. He said, "Inlay a spiritual jade here and activate it with spiritual power. It will launch an attack from here." Qing Xuanzi did as he was told and inlaid a low-grade spiritual jade into the groove behind the item. He aimed the metal cylinder at the front at the empty space in the distance and activated it with spiritual power. The spiritual jade disappeared instantly, but there was no attack from the metal cylinder. Instead, the item in his hand exploded. Although Qing Xuanzi put up a shield in time and was not injured, he still looked very embarrassed. The middle-aged stall owner looked at the mess on the ground and shook his head. "Failed again, At this moment, Qing Xuanzi's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He spent 4,000 spiritual jades to buy the item, and with just one explosion, not only did he lose the spiritual jades, but he also lost face in front of so many people. Most importantly, in order to maintain his composure, he could only suppress all his anger and stay here. Because if he left, he did not know what the people here would say about him behind his back. He pretended as if nothing happened and continued to walk around the nearby stalls, but he was a little further away from Li Mu. After many exchanges, he did not gain the upper hand, so he chose to temporarily retreat. Li Mu was still standing in front of the middle-aged man's stall. The middle-aged man looked at him and said, "What else do you want?" "I'll make it clear first, once the items here are sold, they are not refundable. Think carefully before you buy." Li Mu looked at the pile of things on the table and said, "I don't want these things." The middle-aged man looked up and asked, "Then what are you still doing here?" Li Mu looked at him and said, "I want you." The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. He shrank back and asked, "What do you mean?" Li Mu picked up an item that was very similar to the one Qing Xuanzi had just bought and asked the middle-aged man, "This item wasn't originally this big, right?" The middle-aged man's dispirited eyes suddenly lit up. "You know these things too?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "I don't understand. I'm just slightly interested, but I'm looking forward to seeing what they look like after they grow up. I'm even more looking forward to seeing more types of them. They can run on the ground, fly in the sky, swim in the water." The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "That would require a lot of spiritual jades, a lot of manpower, and a lot of materials." Li Mu smiled and said, "I lack everything, but I don't lack people, spirit jades, or materials." The middle-aged man breathed quickly and said, "If you can provide me with these things, I'll give you my life." Li Mu shook his head and said, "I don't want your life. If you need these things, come to the Department of Worship in the divine capital of Great Zhou and find me. My name is Li Mu." The middle-aged man was silent for a moment. He looked up and said, "You can call me Mo Li." Li Mu raised his eyebrows. "The successor of the Mahist?" The middle-aged man lowered his head and said with a complicated tone, "I didn't expect that there would still be people who remember the Mahist." Not long after, Li Mu walked in the market. Wan held Li Mu's arm and asked in confusion, "Young master, what did you mean by what you said to that person?" Li Mu smiled and didn't explain too much. He only said, "He is a very capable person. I invited him to work for the imperial court." After walking around the various streets and seeing that they were not as curious as before, Li Mu planned to take them to the Fulu school's shop here. He had just taken 2 steps when his right wrist was suddenly gripped tightly. He looked to his right and found that Cheng Xian was holding his hand tightly. Her eyes were fixed on a stall. That stall sold all kinds of cultivation books. There were Fulu basics, alchemy basics, and array basics. Cheng Xian's gaze was fixed on one of the books. It was a thin book, but there were only a few crooked glyphs on the book. Li Mu didn't recognize a single word. He knew the Great Zhou language, the Shun language, and the Yao language, but he had never seen the one in front of him. Cheng Xian didn't say anything, but she had already conveyed her intentions to Li Mu. Li Mu walked toward the stall, but a figure beat him to it. Qing Xuanzi walked to the stall and picked up the thin book. He asked the stall owner, "How much is this book?" The stall owner bought this strange book from the secular world with a few taels of silver. He didn't recognize the words on it. Seeing that the other party was a disciple of Xuanzong, he wanted to curry favor with him. He smiled and said, "If you want it, 100 spiritual jades will do." Qing Xuanzi didn't recognize the words either. He just felt that the book was strange and wanted to buy it to ask his master. He had just taken out the spiritual jades when a voice came from behind him. "I'll pay 1,000 spiritual jades." Qing Xuanzi looked back and saw Li Mu. Anger appeared on his face. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll pay 2,000. Li Mu's expression didn't change. 3,000, Qing Xuanzi gritted his teeth. 4,000, Li Mu continued to raise the price. 5,000, Qing Xuanzi threw the book into Li Mu's arms and sneered. This is yours. Earlier, this person asked him to pay 4,000 spiritual jades for a piece of trash. Now, he asked this person to pay 5,000 spiritual jades for something that was worth 100 spiritual jades. He was very happy, and even half of his anger disappeared. However, when he saw Li Mu pay the spiritual jades directly, he felt that something was wrong. He wasn't as excited as before. The stall owner didn't care about that. He liked these two guests too much. He got 5,000 spiritual jades for free. This trip to Xuanzong was complete. He was worried that the other party would go back on his word, so he immediately packed up and left as fast as he could. The people around shook their heads. Although this mysterious young man was smart, he still fell for Qing Xuanzi's trick this time and lost 5,000 spiritual jades for nothing. They had never seen 5,000 spiritual jades in their lives. Li Mu walked to Cheng Xian and asked her with uncertainty, "Are you sure this book is worth 5,000 spiritual jades? Can you understand it?" Cheng Xian whispered, "Of course, this is the secret text of the dragon race." Li Mu was stunned for a moment, then asked, "What's written on it?" Cheng Xian didn't translate for him. Instead, she bit the tip of her finger and dripped a drop of blood on it. After her blood dripped on the page, it disappeared. At the same time, the thin book in Li Mu's hand suddenly emitted a strange aura. Li Mu was too familiar with this aura. This was the aura of the heavenly book. Almost instantly, he put the book into the pot. However, the moment the aura spread out, many people around still felt it. "What's that?" "That aura is too mysterious, treasure, it's actually a treasure." The cultivators in the market were shocked. They thought that the young man was tricked by Qing Xuanzi. No one would have thought that it was actually a treasure. The aura just now was so mysterious. This book must be a great treasure, and its value far exceeded 5,000 spiritual jades. Qing Xuanzi was completely dumbfounded. He was completely stunned on the spot. At this moment, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and vented it all out. With a thought, a flying sword floated above his head. The flying sword shone brightly and attacked Li Mu. Qing Xuanzi followed closely behind and roared, "Thief, give me back my treasure." Facing Qing Xuanzi's aggressive flying sword, Li Mu didn't do anything, but Cheng Xian beside him couldn't stand still. She took a step forward, and a giant dragon shadow rushed out of her body. The shadow let out a dragon's roar and collided with the flying sword. The flying sword was sent flying back, and the sword light immediately dimmed. Qing Xuanzi spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were wide open as he looked at Cheng Xian and said in horror, "Dragon race." The market was instantly in an uproar. Dragon race. That girl is actually a dragon. Oh my God, I actually saw a true dragon in my lifetime. I know, she's the giant dragon we saw at sea. That dragon is exactly the same as this shadow. Then this young master is the powerhouse riding the dragon. Who is he? He's so rich that he even has a dragon mount. After Qing Xuanzi and Cheng Xian released their auras without restraint, a few figures suddenly flew out from the Immortal Mountain hanging upside down in the sky. Their voices were heard before they arrived. "Who is so bold to be so presumptuous in my Xuanzong?" An old man flew down from above. Someone in the market blurted out, "It's Elder Hua Yangzi. His cultivation is only one step away from Dongxian, far surpassing Qing Xuanzi. This person is in trouble." Amidst the discussion, the old man floated over. However, when he flew to the market and saw Li Mu, his originally tense face immediately became respectful. He cupped his fists and said, "Hua Yangzi greets Uncle Master Li." Seeing Elder Hua Yangzi of Xuanzong respectfully saluting this young man, the crowd was stunned. "Uncle Master?" This mysterious powerhouse with a true dragon mount was Elder Hua Yangzi's uncle master. Wasn't that the same seniority as the sect master of Xuanzong? Qing Xuanzi was even more shocked and frightened. Hua Yangzi was his uncle master. Didn't that mean he had to call Hua Yangzi his uncle master? Li Mu didn't know many of the elders of Xuanzong. Other than Immortal Miao Dan, there were only the 5 people who had been to Emperor Bai's cave residence. The old man in front of him was one of the 5. Li Mu glanced at him with one hand behind his back. He looked at Qing Xuanzi and said lightly, "Xuanzong has taught a good disciple." Chapter 531. Hua Yangzi knew very well that although Li Mu was young, he was a second-generation disciple of Fulu school and was above them in terms of seniority. However, Qing Xuanzi was also a core disciple that Xuanzong focused on. He hesitated for a moment and said to Qing Xuanzi, if you have offended Martial Uncle Li in any way, apologize to him quickly. I believe that Martial Uncle Li is a magnanimous person and won't make a fuss about it. Li Mu glanced at Qing Xuanzi. This old man was smooth and cunning in dealing with things. He covered up everything with one sentence. If he didn't let this matter go, it would seem that he was narrow-minded. However, Qing Xuanzi obviously didn't give Hua Yangzi any face. He didn't even look at him. He quietly put away his flying sword and flew straight to the celestial mountain above. Hua Yangzi looked embarrassed and said to Li Mu, "I'm sorry, Martial Uncle Li. These young disciples offended you. I apologize to you." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "This has nothing to do with you. You don't have to apologize." Judging from Qing Xuanzi's attitude towards Hua Yangzi, Xuanzong and Fulu school undoubtedly had a completely different sect culture. Fulu school attached great importance to seniority. Therefore, even if Xian Jizi and Yuzenzi's cultivation had reached the transcendent realm, they still had to respectfully call Fu Daozi martial uncle when they saw him. Similarly, no matter how talented and strong the 4th-generation disciples were, they wouldn't be too presumptuous in front of the seniors of the sect whose cultivation was lower than theirs. Xuanzong obviously valued strength more. Although Qing Xuanzi's cultivation wasn't as good as Hua Yangzi's, he was also in the 5th realm. Moreover, he was extremely young and had unlimited potential in the future. When facing the seniors of the sect, he also had arrogance in his bones. It couldn't be said which sect culture was better. Fulu school respected the teachers more. However, Xuanzong respected strength and the disciples had a stronger motivation to cultivate. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why Xuanzong had so many powerhouses. After apologizing to Li Mu, Hua Yangzi quickly left. In the marketplace, many gazes were focused on Li Mu, and the sounds of discussion were endless. Even Elder Hua Yangzi calls him martial uncle. He must be one of the 2nd-generation disciples of the 5 sections. No wonder he's so wealthy and has a dragon as his mount. Qing Xuanzi really can't compare to such a status. At first, I thought that Qing Xuanzi was a refined disciple of a large sect. Now, it seems that this person is narrow-minded and irritable. What kind of treasure did that senior obtain just now? The discussions reached Li Mu's ears. Obviously, he couldn't stay there any longer. Li Mu prepared to go to the Fulu school's shop, but before he went, he stopped in front of a small stall. This stall was where Qing Xuanzi had snatched the spirit herbs and Li Mu had obtained the spirit bone. He reached out and threw a jade bottle to the stall owner, saying, "Refine it well. It's enough for you to break through to the transcendent realm." The stall owner was stunned for a moment. He opened the bottle and immediately smelled a refreshing pill fragrance. With just a whiff, his stagnant cultivation seemed to have loosened. He immediately put away the jade bottle and excitedly bowed to Li Mu. "Thank you, senior." Li Mu waved his hand and left with Wan, Xiao Bai, and the other 2. The stall owner held the jade bottle tightly in his hand, his eyes full of gratitude. It was easy to find the Fulu school's shop here. The shops of the other small sects and clans only had one floor at most, but the 5 sects each occupied a large 3-story building. As for the Xuanzong school, their shop was at the center of the place. It was the most prosperous location, and it was 5 stories high. In front of the Fulu Pavilion, cultivators lined up in an orderly manner. Fulu School's products had always been in short supply in the cultivation world. Li Mu walked in with the 3 girls. A cultivator frowned and said, "Why are they cutting the line?" A Fulu School disciple looked up and immediately came forward, saying respectfully, "Greetings, Uncle Master." Inside the shop, several Fulu School disciples also quickly came forward and greeted respectfully. "Greetings, Uncle Master." "Greetings, Uncle Master." Seeing this, the people lining up outside the shop immediately stopped talking. However, they couldn't help but be curious. This young man actually had such a high seniority in the Fulu school. Li Mu waved his hand to the disciples and said, "Go about your business. I'm just here to take a look." An elder led Li Mu and the others to the 3rd floor. After offering them some fragrant tea, he respectfully retreated. Li Mu let Wan Wan and Xiao Bai rest here. He grabbed Cheng Xian's hand, and with a thought, the 2 of them appeared in the Demon Emperor's cave. A thin book with strange runes written on it floated in front of him. There was a page in the book. It was different from the other pages. It exuded a strange aura. It was of the same origin as all the pages of the heavenly tomes that Li Mu had seen before. He reached out his hand, and the page automatically flew out and floated in his palm. Cheng Xian picked up the book and flipped through it. She said in shock, "This really is the Dragon King's relic." The Dragon clan's language was widely acknowledged to be difficult to learn. They often used a single character to contain a huge amount of information. Sometimes, they used many characters to express a simple meaning. Li Mu didn't understand the Dragon clan's language. He asked Cheng Xian, "Who is the Dragon King?" Cheng Xian said, 8,000 years ago, he was a supreme master of the Dragon clan. He once united the Dragon clan of the 4 seas. He was the recognized king of the Dragon clan, 8,000 years ago, a master of the Dragon clan. Without a doubt, the Dragon King that Cheng Xian mentioned was one of the supreme masters that stood at the peak of the continent. Li Mu became curious about the relic he left behind. He asked Cheng Xian, "What's written on it?" Cheng Xian looked at the content on the page, and her face gradually turned red. Li Mu was speechless. "Why are you blushing? Hurry up and read it." "What does this line mean?" Cheng Xian lowered her head and whispered, "The taste of the Snake clan's women is not bad. Their long legs are too clingy." She also said that she would call her sister over tomorrow. "I'm looking forward to tomorrow," Li Mu cursed in his mind. This can't be that dragon's diary, right? He didn't hear the secret information he wanted to hear. Li Mu continued to point to the next page. "What does this line mean?" Cheng Xian's face turned even redder. "The Fox clan is really amazing in bed. It's a pity that her brother is a 9-tailed celestial fox. It's not worth it to fight with him. I won't look for her in the future." The book said that dragons were lustful by nature. Sure enough, this old perverted dragon actually wrote a book about love. But whether he should say it or not, the Snake clan's legs were really clingy, and the Fox clan was really amazing in bed. Li Mu coughed lightly and pulled his thoughts back to reality. What's next? Cheng Xian continued to read with a red face. "I tricked a Xian ghost these past few days. She said that her physical body had already developed intelligence. I don't know if the 2 of them together." Stop, stop, stop. You don't have to read anymore. No matter how thick-skinned Li Mu was, he couldn't force a pure little female dragon to read such indecent things to him. That was too sinful. He looked at Cheng Xian and directly asked, "Apart from these things, is there anything else that's useful?" Cheng Xian continued to flip through the pages. Only when she flipped to the last page did she say, Lord Dragon King said that he discovered a great secret hidden in the Dragon Clan's heavenly book. Li Mu continued to ask, and then? Cheng Xian shook her head. And then there's nothing else. This broken chapter dragon made Li Mu's heart itch. However, he didn't say anything. Li Mu could see for himself. The page in his hand should be the Dragon Clan's heavenly book. However, for some reason, the Dragon King didn't pass it down. Instead, he hid it in this dating diary. Li Mu scanned this heavenly book with his spiritual sense. However, this time, he didn't enter that strange world like he usually did. A strong rebound force came from the page. Li Mu grunted and took a few steps back. He swallowed a mouthful of blood that came back up. He was slightly injured just by trying to comprehend this page. This page of the heavenly book was obviously sealed by someone. As one of the most ancient races, the Dragon Clan had many strange and unpredictable supernatural powers. Li Mu thought for a while and handed the page to Cheng Xian. Try to touch this page with your spiritual sense. Cheng Xian closed her eyes and opened them quickly. She shook her head and said, My spiritual sense can't enter. It was the same heavenly book. Li Mu was hit by a rebound force when he tried to comprehend it. Although Cheng Xian didn't comprehend anything, she wasn't injured either. Perhaps it had something to do with her identity as a dragon. However, why couldn't she comprehend this page even with her identity as a dragon? Why did the Dragon Clan from 8,000 years ago cut off the Dragon Clan's inheritance? Li Mu couldn't speculate about this point. He could only put away this heavenly book first. No matter what, he had made a big profit this time. The heavenly book was a priceless treasure. Not to mention 5,000 spiritual jades, even 5 million spiritual jades or 50 million spiritual jades couldn't buy it. It was just that Cheng Xian acted too hastily just now. She might have attracted the attention of some people with ulterior motives. Li Mu looked at her and reminded her, next time you encounter such things, you must keep a low profile and make a fortune secretly. The fewer people who notice, the better. Cheng Xian nodded and said, I know. Li Mu took the book from her hand and said casually, Oh right, teach me the dragon language when you have time. Cheng Xian looked at the book in his hand and gave him a meaningful look. Li Mu immediately explained, Don't think too much. I'm not interested in the romantic history of your Dragon King. I just want to learn something new. We humans have an old saying, there's no end to learning. Once I learn the dragon language, I'll be able to discover this kind of treasure the next time I encounter it. Chapter 532. After leaving the Fey Emperor's cave, Li Mu took stock of his gains. Although he had lost a lot of spirit jades, his gains were also huge. Not to mention the heavenly book, even if Li Mu couldn't comprehend it, it would still be a priceless treasure. As for the Mahist successor, it was an even bigger surprise. Even when the 100 schools of thought were flourishing, the Mahist was not unknown. Although the cultivation of the Mahist members was not high, their mechanical techniques were too powerful. Even the top forces of that time had to avoid them. Unfortunately, mechanical techniques required large amounts of precious materials and spirit jades. Not to mention small forces, even ordinary countries could not afford them. Over time, the Mahist disappeared in the long river of history. Great Zhou was strong, and with the Mahist, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Li Mu was looking forward to what surprises this person would bring him. In addition, the clothes and accessories that he spent a large amount of spiritual jades on might not be worth it to others, but Li Mu bought them purely because he wanted the women around him to look good in them. He also felt that they were pleasing to the eye, so the spiritual jades he spent were not in vain. Of course, although it was not in vain, he still felt heartache. The spirit jades he had, other than his own meager salary, the Empress's reward, and the Phantom Princess's forced gift to him, were all used up. He couldn't just ask them for more. Li Mu also had a man's dignity. If they took the initiative to give it to him, then so be it. If they didn't give it to him, then Li Mu wouldn't take the initiative to ask for it. As a man, earning his own money gave him a sense of security. Leaving the three girls to rest on the third floor, Li Mu walked down the stairs alone. Fu Lu Pavilion had a total of 3 floors. The third floor was not open to the public. The first floor was for goods, and the second floor was used to entertain important customers. Although there were many Fu Lu on the first floor, it couldn't satisfy everyone's needs. Some customers would ask for custom-made Fu Lu for special purposes. Of course, the price would be more expensive. When Li Mu walked to the second floor, a Fu Lu school elder was receiving a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. The middle-aged man was wearing a long robe that concealed his aura. The robe was filled with spiritual qi, and it was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. Judging from the style, it should be a product of the North sect. In the world of cultivators, those who were able to afford the ritual implements of the Northern clan were generally people with a certain amount of wealth. The middle-aged man gazed at the elder of the Talisman Amulet sect and said, "To tell you the truth, fellow Taoist Qing Jingzi, I came here this time for the sake of requesting a creation talisman for my son. I only have this one son, and I hope that this talisman can protect him. Creation talisman, heaven rank Fu Lu." This talisman did not possess any offensive capabilities, but it could regenerate severed limbs and regenerate severed heads. Even if one's heart was crushed, it would regenerate in an extremely short period of time. Having a creation talisman was equivalent to having an extra life. Currently, in the world of cultivators, only the Fu Lu school was known to be able to draw a creation talisman. Qing Jingzi revealed a difficult expression. He looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Fellow Taoist Shen, you also know that the creation talisman is a heaven rank Fu Lu. Even in my Fu Lu school, only the headmaster and a few heads can draw a heaven rank Fu Lu. Moreover, the failure rate of a heaven rank Fu Lu is extremely high. Even the headmaster cannot guarantee that he will succeed." The middle-aged man said, "I am very clear about this point, or else I would not have come here. I have inquired about the rules of your school. We will prepare 10 portions of talisman liquid for the creation talisman, and we will also give you 100,000 spiritual jades as a reward." Qing Jingzi nodded and said, "There is something I have to say in advance. If the creation of the talisman fails, all the talisman liquid will be wasted. Out of the 100,000 spiritual jades, we can only return you 50,000. Although the middle-aged man felt the pinch, he also knew that in the world, only the Fu Lu school could draw a heaven rank Fu Lu. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "I understand the rules of your school. I have already prepared the talisman liquid and spiritual jades." Qing Jingzi was about to put away the spiritual jades when he heard a voice. "Qing Jingzi, come here." Qing Jingzi looked back and immediately stood up. He jogged to Li Mu and said respectfully, "Uncle Master, what are your orders?" Li Mu brought him to the third floor and asked bluntly, "Is this how you treat your customers?" Qing Jingzi was confused. "Uncle Master, what's wrong?" Li Mu said, "For a creation talisman, you want 10 portions of talisman liquid and 100,000 spiritual jades, and there is no guarantee of success. Do you think the reputation of the Fu Lu school is not collapsing fast enough?" Although Li Mu was not a businessman, he knew that this was not how business was done. Taking 10 times the materials and a high deposit, and there was no guarantee of success. Even the blackest workshop was not so black-hearted. If the talisman failed this time, who would come to the Fu Lu school to draw talismans next time? Wasn't this chasing the customers away? This person was so generous. If he could spend 100,000 spiritual jades this time, he might spend 200,000 spiritual jades next time. This kind of high-quality customer naturally had to be kept. Xian Jizi, the headmaster, was already useless enough. His own Grand Elder's lifespan was nearing its end, and the entire school could not even gather the materials for a single heavenly secret talisman. Li Mu even had to ask for help from the Empress and Huan Ji. If the ancestral court of Fulu School was rich enough, why would Li Mu put down his dignity to live off a woman? Qing Jingzi did not feel anything at all. He muttered, but the rules of the school have always been like this. Li Mu did not say much to Qing Jingzi. He directly took out a sound transmission artifact and contacted Xian Jizi. Very quickly, Xian Jizi's voice sounded from the artifact. "Junior brother, have you arrived at Xuanzong?" Li Mu went straight to the point. "I'm currently at Fulu Pavilion in Xuanzong. I have something to ask senior brother." Li Mu told Xian Jizi the situation. On the other side of the artifact, Xian Jizi said helplessly, "Junior brother, you've misunderstood. It's not that we're deliberately making things difficult for customers. It's just that writing a heavenly secret Fulu is often 1 in 10. We can't guarantee success. Of course, if junior brother personally does it, it's fine even if you only take one set of materials from them." Li Mu thought for a moment and asked, "If I draw it, who will the spiritual jades go to?" Xian Jizi said, "According to the rules, 20% will be handed over to the sect. As for the rest, junior brother, you can handle it yourself." Li Mu decisively put away the sound transmission artifact and said to Qing Jingzi, "From now on, if anyone wants to draw a high-level Fulu, tell them to come directly to me." After saying that, he looked at the middle-aged man on the second floor and asked, "Who's that person?" "He's so generous," Qing Jingzi said. "He comes from a cultivation family in Jing country. His family has a spiritual jade mine. No wonder he was so generous." So his family had a mine. Li Mu looked at the middle-aged man as if he was looking at a pile of spiritual jades. He walked to the middle-aged man's side. Qing Jingzi took the initiative to introduce him. "Fellow Taoist Shen, allow me to introduce you. This is Martial Uncle Ling Jizi." The middle-aged man immediately stood up and cupped his hands. "Greetings, Senior Ling Jizi." Although the person in front of him looked young, in the cultivation world, one could never estimate one's age based on appearance. Perhaps this person was already an old monster of unknown age. Li Mu smiled kindly and said, "Fellow Taoist Shen, there's no need to be so formal. Sit." After the middle-aged man sat down, Li Mu asked directly, "Fellow Taoist, do you want a creation talisman?" The middle-aged man said, "Yes. I'll leave this matter to your school." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "There's no rush. Let's talk about the price first." The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment and muttered, "Didn't we already talk about the price?" He complained in his heart. The price he agreed to just now was already the limit he could accept. If the Fulu school increased the price, he would have to seriously consider whether to buy it or not. Li Mu smiled and said, "It's like this. Although the success rate of creating a creation talisman is not high, the grand elders of my school have returned to the sect recently. If they personally do it, they won't need 10 sets of materials. 5 sets will be enough. In addition, the Fulu school has been entrusted by you to create the talisman. If the talisman fails, it will be the responsibility of the Fulu school. The 100,000 spiritual jades will be returned to you." The middle-aged man sat in his chair, wondering if he had heard wrong. Why did the Fulu school's price get lower and lower? Not only were the materials reduced by half, but if the talisman failed, the 100,000 spiritual jades would be returned. How could there be such a good deal? Li Mu looked at him and explained, "Our Fulu school is a famous sect. We won't take advantage of you. Since the success rate of creating talismans has increased, we naturally won't charge you so much talisman liquid and spiritual jades." The middle-aged man came back to his senses and immediately said, "Okay. We'll do as senior says." Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "I don't know if this fellow Taoist has any friends who need a creation talisman. After successfully creating the first Fulu, the success rate of creating the second one will increase. Therefore, we can buy the second Fulu at half price. In other words, for 150,000 spiritual jades, you can buy 2 creation talismans. Although the middle-aged man didn't need it himself, if someone could buy another one, he would save 25,000 spiritual jades. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and took out his sound transmission Immortal tool. He immediately said, "Old Ma, where are you? I have a good thing here. Quickly come to the Fulu Pavilion." In the Fulu Pavilion, 2 aristocratic family heads who had traveled thousands of miles from Jing country to Xuanzong happily gathered 10 portions of spirit liquid and 150,000 spiritual jades. They planned to buy a creation talisman each and give it to their family's younger generation to protect themselves. The Fulu school was indeed a Fulu school. They had visited all the shops here and only the Fulu school could accept the business of the heaven-grade Fulu. Li Mu personally sent the 2 big clients out and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, take care. In the future, let's work together more often. Our sect accepts all kinds of Fulu, and will give you preferential treatment. The price is negotiable." At the staircase on the 2nd floor, Qing Jingzi revealed a smile and muttered, 150,000 spiritual jades. If we give Xuanzong 45,000 spiritual jades, we'll make a net profit of 105,000. Li Mu sensed that something was wrong and asked with a frown, "Why do we have to give Xuanzong 45,000 spiritual jades?" Qing Jingzi said, "Martial uncle, don't you know? All the transactions that our 5 sects conduct here have to be given 30% to Xuanzong. This is also because the 6 sects are from the same sect, so Xuanzong gives us preferential treatment. The other small sects, aristocratic families' shops, and stalls outside have to give Xuanzong 40% or even 50%. Li Mu was stunned for a moment before he strode out of the shop and said to the 2 figures who were about to disappear, "Fellow Taoists, please wait." Chapter 533. In Fulu Pavilion, the 2 family heads returned to the shop and looked nervously at the spiritual jades returned by Li Mu. They asked, "Senior, this is, if you think the price is too low, we can discuss it again." Li Mu returned the spiritual jades to them and said, "This is a new rule of our Fulu school. For valuable Fulu items of the heaven realm and above, after the writing is done, you must hand over the spiritual jades and talismans. This way, in a month, you can come to Great Zhou's Shendu to pick up the talismans." Hearing this, the 2 felt relieved and accepted the spiritual jades. They smiled and said, "That's good. We originally planned to go to Great Zhou's Shendu to take a look, so it's on the way." As they walked out of Fulu Pavilion, the 2 sighed in their hearts. Although they were both leaders of Tao, Xuanzong and Fulu school's attitude towards small and medium-sized sects and families was completely different. Xuanzong was high and mighty. Their shop was opened here, and every time they sold a product, they had to give 40% of the income to Xuanzong. Compared to Xuanzong, Fulu school treated them especially well, living up to its name as the leader of Tao. After sending the 2 off again, Li Mu finally understood how Xuanzong's magnificent mountain gate and the spiritual jade plaza outside were built. Including the other 5 sects of Tao, the large and small sects of Zhou province, the cultivation families, and countless rogue cultivators were all contributing to Xuanzong's construction. While most of the countries in Zhou province were still in a feudal society, Xuanzong had already taken a step into capitalism. He was the one who wasted his breath, and the one who was tired of writing talismans. In the end, he was actually working for Xuanzong. Li Mu felt a nameless anger rise in his heart. He angrily asked, "Does our Fulu school not have a mountain gate of our own? Why do we have to do business in someone else's place?" Qing Jingzi said, "This is sect master's idea. He said that White Cloud Mountain is a sacred land of the Tao sect and shouldn't do such unscrupulous things." Li Mu waved his sleeves and snapped, "Don't mention him to me. Xian Jizi, that prodigal son of a bitch. How many spiritual jades has he earned for others over the years, yet he can't even gather the materials for the heavenly secret talisman. How does he still have the face to be the sect leader?" Qing Jingzi silently lowered his head. He couldn't interrupt when his uncle master was scolding the sect master, and he didn't dare to interrupt. Li Mu scolded Xian Jizi and calmed down very quickly. It was understandable that Xuanzong would provide the platform and take a cut from the transaction. However, they were too black-hearted. 50,000 spirit jades were gone for no reason. Li Mu's heart was bleeding. He was both angry and distressed. When he walked to the first floor and saw the situation inside, he was even angrier. Although there were many customers lining up outside, there weren't many Fulu school disciples in charge of serving customers. There weren't enough people in the shop to begin with. The few disciples who were acting as temporary clerks were still gathered together and chatting happily. They ignored the customers and ignored them. A few customers came in and walked around. When they realized that there was no one to serve them, they turned around and went to other shops. Other than Fulu school, there were also people who were good at Fulu from various sects, as well as some mid-level cultivation clans. The mid-level and low-level Fulu they produced were also of good quality. People who wanted to buy Fulu might not only choose Fulu school. Most of these disciples usually cultivated in their sections. How would they know the ways of commercial service? It was unknown how many customers went to other shops because of their arrogant and rude attitude. Li Mu inadvertently glanced around and saw a familiar figure in the shop on the first floor. It was the stall owner who Li Mu had bought a large amount of clothes and accessories from. He was currently bargaining with a disciple in the shop. He looked at a Fulu and pestered the disciple, saying, "Give me a discount. 1,000 spirit jades is really too expensive. How about I buy 2 pieces and you give me a 20% discount?" The Fulu school disciple was unmoved. He said indifferently, "The Fulu's price is set by the elders. We don't accept any bargaining. If you want to buy, then buy. If you don't want to buy, then go elsewhere. There are plenty of Fulu on this street." The young man looked at the Fulu floating on the counter and hesitated for a long time. In the end, he decided to give up. Just as he was about to walk out of the shop, a voice came from behind him. "Wait." The young man turned around and saw the young man who had thrown out 20,000 spirit jades standing behind him. After being stunned for a moment, his expression suddenly changed. He said, "Don't tell me you're going back on your word. Once a product is sold, it can't be returned unless there is a problem with the quality." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I'm not here to ask for a refund. Come with me." With that, he turned around and went up to the second floor. The young man hesitated for a moment, but could only follow. When they reached the second floor, Li Mu sat down and said to the young man, "Sit." The young man immediately shook his head and said, "Senior, if you have something to say, I'll just stand and listen." Li Mu looked at him and asked, "What's your name?" The young man honestly replied, "I'm Ma Feng." Ma as in handsome horse, Feng as in wind. Although this person's cultivation wasn't high, he had a good business mind. Especially his mouth, it was simply like a lotus flower. If the disciples of the Fulu school were half as good as him, the Fulu in the shop would have been sold out long ago. Li Mu poured himself a cup of tea and said indifferently, "Ma Feng, that's a good name. Who is your master, and which sect are you from?" Ma Feng still didn't know why this expert from the Fulu school was looking for him. He didn't dare to hide anything and continued, "Senior, I don't have a master, nor do I belong to any sect. The reason I embarked on the path of cultivation was because I found an introductory book on Qi cultivation at an old bookstall when I was young. I pondered on it blindly and unintentionally walked on this path." Li Mu looked at him and suddenly asked, "Are you willing to enter my Fulu school?" Ma Feng was stunned. As a rogue cultivator, he had no sect, no background, and no one to guide him in cultivation. His biggest dream was to enter a sect, but his aptitude wasn't good. Even small sects weren't willing to accept him. Entering one of the 6 Taoist sects was something he didn't even dare to dream of. After coming back to his senses, he immediately knelt down and said loudly, this disciple is willing. Li Mu nodded and said, very good. From now on, you are a disciple of the 4th generation of the Fulu school. Ma Feng immediately took off a bag from his back and placed it in front of Li Mu. He said, these are the spiritual jades that Martial Granduncle used to buy the immortal clothes and accessories. This disciple will return them to you. He had seen what happened in the market and guessed Li Mu's identity. He immediately changed the way he addressed him. Li Mu waved his hand and said, these belong to you. Keep them for yourself. Ma Feng put the bag back on his back and said respectfully, thank you, Martial Granduncle. Li Mu said, get up and talk. I have some things to ask you. Ma Feng stood up from the ground and said, please ask, Martial Granduncle. This disciple will tell you everything he knows. Li Mu said, if you were to manage the Fulu Pavilion, what would you do? Ma Feng was stunned again. Let me manage the Fulu Pavilion? Li Mu nodded and said, you can speak your mind boldly. Ma Feng had a thoughtful look on his face. He was not talented, short, and ugly. Even those small sects didn't accept him. There must be a reason why this senior was willing to let him join one of the 6 Taoist sections. This was his chance. If he grasped it, his future cultivation path would be smooth. If he didn't, he might just be an insignificant rogue cultivator for the rest of his life. He took a deep breath and said, Martial Granduncle, this disciple thinks that there is a big problem with the Fulu Pavilion now. Li Mu gestured to him with his hand and said, sit down and talk slowly. Ma Feng sat down and said boldly, first, in the Fulu Pavilion, the attitude of the senior brothers towards the customers is too bad. We are not the only shop that sells Fulu here. Since we are the sellers, we have to prioritize the customers. Many customers are not treated in time after entering the shop, so they will go to other shops. In the middle and low-grade Fulu, the quality of our Fulu is not better than the other shops, but the price is too high and there is not much competition. This has caused a large loss of customers. Ma Feng observed Li Mu's expression as he spoke. Seeing that he was not angry because of these words, he continued to speak boldly. Second, the selling method in the shop is too rigid. 1 Fulu is 100 spirit jades, 2 Fulu is 200 spirit jades, 10 Fulu is 1000 spirit jades. There is no discount at all, so it is difficult to stimulate the customer's desire to buy. We should set up a variety of selling methods. For example, in the shop, if you spend 500 spirit jades, 50 spirit jades, 1000 spirit jades, 150 spirit jades. If you buy 2 earth-grade Fulu, you will get 1 earth-grade Fulu for free. Li Mu nodded and said, well said, continue. Although he understood these things, with his identity, it was not suitable for him to get involved in these trivial matters. He needed a capable assistant, and the young man in front of him was obviously the best candidate. His appearance was not impressive, but he was extremely business-minded. After receiving Li Mu's affirmation, Ma Feng became bolder and said, the exchange in Xuanzong is only held once every 5 years, and it takes a large amount of our spirit jades. Why don't we set up shops in the sect, or even in the various prefectures of the Great Zhou, or in the various countries of the Zhou province? With the reputation of our Fulu school, business will definitely be 10 or 100 times better than it is now. At this exchange, loose cultivators and cultivation clans from all over the world will gather here. This is a great opportunity for us. We must let the Fulu Pavilion leave a good impression in their hearts. As Ma Feng spoke, he was no longer limited to the Fulu Pavilion, but looked at the entire Zhou province. He planned a path of continuous development for the Fulu school. 2 hours later, he was still talking non-stop. Xuanzong's location is not good. They are located in the easternmost part of the Zhou province. Many cultivators have to travel thousands of li to get here, and the divine capital of the Great Zhou is in the center of the Zhou province. If we can build a market like this in the divine capital of the Great Zhou and invite the various sects and cultivation clans to move in, we will only take 10% of the spirit jades. This will definitely attract everyone. Unfortunately, this will offend Xuanzong, and the great Zhou court may not agree, although Li Mu also wanted to do this, and this would bring in a large amount of tax for the court. There was no doubt that this would cause Xuanzong to have no business at all. Offending the number one sect of Taoism, the strongest power in the Zhou province, was clearly not a good choice at the moment. We'll talk about this later. Li Mu stood up and gently patted Ma Feng's shoulder. From now on, I'll leave the Fulu Pavilion to you. Chapter 534. Fulu Pavilion. Li Mu brought Ma Feng in front of Qing Jingzi and said, "This is Ma Feng, a new fourth-generation disciple." Ma Feng hurriedly bowed to Qing Jingzi and said, "Greetings, martial uncle." Now was not the time for the sect to recruit disciples, but the head martial uncle and martial uncle all had special privileges. Qing Jingzi was just surprised. This person's appearance was ordinary and could even be called ugly. His cultivation was pitifully low. Why did martial uncle make an exception and let him in? Thinking back to when he entered the sect, he had passed many trials and eliminated many opponents before successfully becoming a disciple of Fu Lu school. Li Mu continued to say to Qing Jingzi, "From now on, Ma Feng is the shopkeeper of Fu Lu Pavilion. You will assist him in managing Fu Lu Pavilion. The two of you will discuss the matters of the pavilion. If there is anything you cannot decide, then come find me." Qing Jingzi's face was filled with shock. He could not believe his ears. A new fourth-generation disciple had instantly replaced his position to become the manager of the Talisman Pavilion, and this caused him to be unable to accept it for a moment. But he couldn't disobey the orders of his martial uncle, so even if he was displeased in his heart, he could only nod and say, "Yes, martial uncle." Ma Feng took a deep breath and puffed out his chest. He said solemnly to Li Mu, "Disciple will do his best to not disappoint martial uncle." Qing Jingzi looked at Ma Feng with an unperturbed gaze. He wanted to see what ability this person had to be valued so highly by martial uncle. Even if he was dissatisfied, he still followed Li Mu's orders and cooperated with this person's actions. Ma Feng first found over 10 young and beautiful female cultivators in the market, and he used them to replace the few Talisman sect disciples in the pavilion before receiving the guests that came to the Talisman Pavilion. Moreover, he promised them that he would pay them 10 spirit jades every day, and they would receive a commission of 1 spirit jade for every 100 spirit jades they sold. He called these female cultivators to the second floor and spent an entire 2 hours teaching them how to attract customers and how to promote the goods in the pavilion. He also made a decision on his own. If a customer bought 2 Earth rank Fulu tickets, they would get a Mystic rank Fulu ticket. If a customer spent 500 Fulu tickets, they would get a discount of 50 Fulu tickets. If a customer spent 1,000 Fulu tickets, they would get a discount of 150 Fulu tickets. Qing Jingzi wanted to stop Ma Feng several times, but seeing that Li Mu did not say anything, he forcefully suppressed this thought. He and the Fulu school disciple who had been replaced stood to the side and watched coldly. When this person's various mischievous actions ruined the Fulu Pavilion's business, martial uncle knew exactly what this person was capable of. Xuanzong's Taoist Exchange Conference, or Trade Conference, was held every 5 years and lasted for a month. It was a grand event in the cultivation world of the Zhou continent. During the conference, cultivators from all over the Zhou continent would travel thousands of miles to Xuanzong in the East Sea. Most of them were here to exchange for suitable cultivation resources. In the market, several men were walking together. One of them said, "Which one of you will come with me to the Fulu Pavilion? I want to buy some offensive Fulu tickets for self-defense." Someone beside him said, "If you want to buy low-rank Fulu tickets, don't go to the Fulu Pavilion. It's the same in other shops." The man asked in confusion, "Why? Shouldn't the Fulu school's Fulu tickets be the best?" The man said, "Low-rank Fulu tickets are not difficult. If Fulu school can draw them, other small sects and families can draw them too. There is no difference in effectiveness. Fulu School's tickets are more expensive. Moreover, the Fulu Pavilion's disciples are all arrogant. They don't even look us in the eye. If we enter the shop, no one will pay attention to us. After this person spoke, he immediately received the agreement of the people beside him. Brother Su is right. 5 years ago, I went to the Fulu Pavilion once. The disciples of these large sects are indeed very arrogant. I know of a small sect that also specializes in Fulu tickets. Their prices are much lower than the Fulu schools. Last time, I bought one from them. In these 5 years, those Fulu tickets have allowed me to escape death several times. I strongly recommend you go to that shop. Alright then. If I can save some spirit jades, I also want to buy a magic tool. Just as the group was about to walk past the Fulu Pavilion, 2 beautiful female cultivators suddenly came up to them. They smiled and said, "Fellow Taoists, what do you want to buy? Our Fulu Pavilion has an event today. If you spend 500 spirit jades in the pavilion, you can return 50 spirit jades. If you spend 1,000 spirit jades, you can return 150 spirit jades." The smiles on the faces of the 2 female cultivators were extremely gentle and beautiful. The business of the Fulu Pavilion was closely related to their remuneration. The more customers they received, the more spirit jades they would receive. If rogue cultivators wanted to earn spirit jades to cultivate, they would have to risk their lives every time. How could it be as simple as this? In order to attract customers, they used almost all of their skills. The male cultivators originally didn't plan to come to the Fulu Pavilion, but they couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the 2 beautiful female cultivators and entered the shop with some reluctance. The situation inside the Fulu Pavilion was completely different from the last time they came. There were no longer stiff faces of the disciples of the Fulu school. Instead, there were beautiful female cultivators with sweet smiles. The 2 female cultivators first brought them to a resting area with tables and chairs. They poured tea for them and then asked with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, what kind of Fulu do you need? Do you need me to introduce it to you?" Sitting on comfortable soft stools and tasting fragrant tea, the male cultivators felt embarrassed even if they wanted to leave. One of the male cultivators' throat moved and he said, "I need some profound rank offensive Fulu." One of the female cultivators smiled and said, "Profound rank offensive Fulu. I recommend the Guiding Lightning Talisman, Fire Snake Talisman, and Icicle Talisman. The Guiding Lightning Talisman has a sale today. Buy one and get one free. The Fire Snake Talisman and Icicle Talisman can participate in the full discount." The man's companion tugged at his sleeve and said, "Buy one Lightning Talisman and get one free. This is much more cost-effective than other shops. I've used this talisman to kill several enemies. You'd better buy more," the male cultivator immediately said, "Then I want 5 Guiding Lightning Talismans." The female cultivator smiled and said, "Do you also need other Fulu? For example, the Divine Travel Talisman or something like that?" The male cultivator shook his head and said, "No need. I don't travel often. I don't need the Divine Travel Talisman." The beautiful female cultivator said, "The Divine Travel Talisman is not only useful for traveling. When you encounter a strong enemy, this talisman can also save your life. Especially the high-rank Divine Travel Talisman. It can make enemies 2 realms higher than you unable to catch up." The male cultivator thought carefully and seemed to be convinced. He nodded and said, "Then give me 2 of the profound rank Divine Travel Talisman." They sat there and tasted tea. Soon, the female cultivator brought them the Fulu they needed. The male cultivator paid the spiritual jades and put away the Fulu. He said to the people around him, "Do you guys want to buy any Fulu?" One of the male cultivators shook his head and said, "I want to buy a magic treasure. We'll go to the North Sect's tool refining pavilion later." The female cultivator's expression changed when she heard this. She said unhurriedly, "Fellow Taoist, our Fulu pavilion also sells magic treasures. Do you want to take a look?" Although the Fulu school specialized in Fulu, there were also elders in the school who knew how to refine tools and elixirs. In the entire Fulu Pavilion, Fulu accounted for 70% of the goods, while elixirs and magic treasures accounted for 30%. The male cultivator said politely, "No need." The female cultivator did not give up. She smiled at him and said, "To be honest, if you want to buy earth rank and heaven rank magic treasures, I certainly recommend you to go to the North sect. After all, the North sect is a great tool refining sect. The quality of their high-rank magic treasures is unmatched by any other sect. However, if you want to buy low-rank magic treasures, our Fulu Pavilion is not inferior to the North sect. Moreover, the price is half. If you buy one magic treasure in the North sect, you can buy two here." The male cultivator thought carefully and his expression changed. He did not go to buy earth rank and heaven rank magic treasures. He could not afford those magic treasures even if he sold himself. Just as they thought, in terms of low-rank Fulu, some small sects' Fulu quality was not inferior to the Fulu school. As for low-rank magic treasures, the Fulu school would not be inferior to the North sect. If it was not for the fact that magic treasures had to be produced by the North sect, then it was not bad to use the Fulu schools. Moreover, the price was much lower than the North sect's, which made him very tempted. Originally, he could only buy one offensive Dharma artifact. Now, he could buy another defensive Dharma artifact. This was an irresistible temptation. He quickly made a decision in his heart. He immediately stood up and said, "Please take me to see the Dharma artifact," at the staircase on the second floor. Qing Jingzi and the other Fulu school disciples looked at the bustling scene on the first floor. Their faces were filled with shame. In just 2 hours, the shop's turnover had exceeded theirs in a day. Qing Jingzi finally understood why his uncle master wanted to use this person to replace him. He was sincerely convinced and bowed to Li Mu. "Uncle master has a good eye for people. I admire you from the bottom of my heart." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "You guys go down too. See if there's anything you need help with. Don't just stand here." Including Qing Jingzi, all the disciples went down the stairs. In just a few hours, the shop situation changed completely. Li Mu knew that professional matters should be left to professionals. Although Qing Jingzi and the other Fulu school disciples were talented and had high cultivation, they were not suitable to sell goods. In terms of business in the cultivation world, the Talisman Charm sect was blessed by the heavens. As one of the 6 sects of Tao, it was a famous brand that had existed for thousands of years. Just its signboard alone was able to attract many customers. If it were to carry out some appropriate marketing methods and bring in some service and sales talents, then the Talisman Pavilion would simply become a large-scale spirit jade machine. Many businesses in the cultivation world were profitable. Not only Fulu School, but also Danding Sect, the North and South sects, large and small sects and aristocratic families. The cost of 10 pieces of spirit jade would be sold at least 100 pieces of spirit jade. With a little promotion, buy one get one discount, it would immediately become the conscience of the industry. But the spirit jade would be split with Xuanzong. The better the shop's business, the more Li Mu's heart would ache. But there was no other way. Although Li Mu also wanted to move the shop back to the sect and not give Xuanzong a chance to exploit it, before that, he had to make Fulu Pavilion famous. Xuanzong had his eyes on Fulu School's spirit jade, while Li Mu had his eyes on their influence. In the current cultivation world, only Xuanzong could gather so many cultivators in one place. Li Mu's purpose on this trip was to help Wanwan untie the knot in her heart. He interfered in Fulu Pavilion's business, but he really couldn't stand by and watch. The higher-ups of Fulu School all had profound cultivation and looked down on merchants. But they never thought that without spirit jade, how could low-level disciples improve their cultivation? Without talisman liquid and spiritual medicine reserves, the elders of the sect were about to die. They could only watch helplessly. After all, they were also part of Fulu School. There were some things that Xian Jizi didn't have to worry about, but Li Mu had to worry about him. Fulu Pavilion's business was on the right track for the time being, so Li Mu didn't have to worry too much. He came to Fulu Pavilion's third floor. Wan Wan and Xiao Bai were playing flying chess, and Cheng Xian was watching from the side. Li Mu looked at Cheng Xian from afar and said, "Cheng Xian, come to my room for a moment." Chapter 535. On the third floor of Fulu Pavilion. Xiao Bai and Wan Wan were playing aeroplane chess. Occasionally, they would turn their heads to look at a room not far away. Cheng Xian and Li Mu's "n" and sounds could be heard from the room. Dragon language was really difficult to learn. At first, they were curious and wanted to learn it, but because it was too difficult, they both gave up very quickly. In the room, Li Mu looked at the strange characters that Cheng Xian wrote on the paper and made strange sounds. Cheng Xian shook her head and corrected him, "That's not how you pronounce it. Repeat after me %. Li Mu imitated, %, no, it's %. %. Cheng Xian had to correct him many times before Li Mu finally learned this note. He had always thought that he was smart until he began to learn the dragon language. When he first learned the Shengguo language, it was as easy as blowing off dust. However, the dragon language could not be learned in that way. It could only be taught by a dragon hand in hand and mouth. Li Mu also knew many Fey languages, but none of them were as difficult as dragon language. It made him wonder from time to time if dragon language was the language of this world. After learning for a while, he said to Cheng Xian, "Your language is too difficult. If you don't have anything to do tonight, you can stay in my room." With their cultivation, it was no problem for them to not sleep for a few days and nights. Li Mu was now very curious about the dragon race. The first thing he needed to do was to learn dragon language. The Xuanzong Exchange Conference would last for a month. Li Mu was not in a hurry to go back, since he had traveled thousands of miles to come here. In the next few days, he and Cheng Xian stayed in their room and didn't come out at all. They studied day and night. Fulu Pavilion's business was also booming. Among the 6 sex shops, only Fulu School was willing to lower themselves and truly think from the perspective of their customers. In just a few days, the Talisman Pavilion's reputation had spread throughout the market, and the number of customers was increasing day by day. Some customers were even willing to come here to buy low-level elixirs and magic weapons, instead of choosing the Danding sect and the North sect. Pill Cauldron Pavilion, Weapon Forging Pavilion, Spirit Array Pavilion. The disciples of the various sects clearly discovered that the number of customers in their shops for this exchange meeting was much less than in the past. After some investigation, they discovered that many of the customers had been led away by Fulu Pavilion. However, they didn't care too much about it. Cultivators prioritized cultivation. If it weren't for the sect's request, they wouldn't even bother to come here and waste a month doing business. The other sects didn't care, and Xuanzong naturally didn't care either. The better Fulu School's business was, the more benefits Xuanzong would reap. When more than 10 young disciples of Xuanzong flew down from above and landed on their seats, the cultivators sitting cross-legged in the Taoist field were in an uproar. It's Qing Yunzi. He's only in his 30s, but his cultivation has already reached Dongxian. He's Xuanzong, no, he's the first among the 4th-generation disciples of the 6 sects of Taoism. He's bound to be the next sect master of Xuanzong. Although his cultivation was piled up by Xuanzong with a lot of resources, his talent can't be ignored to be able to push his cultivation to Dongxian in such a short time. Qing Chengzi, Qing Shuangzi, and Xuanzong's young geniuses have all come out. I really envy them. Each of them has amazing talent and has such a powerful sect behind them. Sooner or later, they'll become the strongest in the world. Amidst the discussion, Li Mu's gaze swept across the young disciples. When his gaze swept across a young disciple, he felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. That young disciple called Qing Chengzi gave him a sense of familiarity. However, Li Mu had never been to Xuanzong before, and he didn't know any Xuanzong disciples. He quickly searched through his memory, and soon, this person's figure overlapped with a shadow in Li Mu's memory. A few years ago, when Li Mu was still working in the North County, the wife of the Rat King under the White Demon King was once injured by a human cultivator. The human cultivator who injured the Rat King's wife was the one who killed Xiao Bai's entire family. Xuanzong's Qing Chengzi looked exactly like that person. Not only that, but his aura also reminded Li Mu of the aura that remained in Xiao Bai's grandmother and the Rat King's wife. Just as Li Mu confirmed this person's identity, a fierce shout came from a futon in front of the training hall. "Give me back my grandmother's life." A white figure flew up from the futon. The sword in his hand was already unsheathed, and the tip of the sword was pointed at Qing Chengzi. This sudden change immediately attracted the attention of countless people in front of the training hall. The cultivators in the training ground were extremely shocked. There was actually someone who dared to assassinate a disciple of the Xian sect right in front of the elders of the Xian sect. This kind of suicidal behavior could be considered crazy. Qing Chengzi and the other young disciples didn't expect this to happen. Facing that figure, the others didn't move. They believed that Qing Chengzi could deal with it alone. Qing Chengzi was stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he unsheathed the long sword on his back and faced the figure. After a short exchange, he found that the beautiful woman's cultivation was almost the same as his. He was shocked and confused. When did he provoke such a strong cultivator? Facing such an opponent, Qing Chengzi didn't dare to underestimate her. He immediately used several of his most powerful spells. However, facing his spells, the woman only cared about attacking and didn't defend at all. Every time his attacks landed on her body, they would immediately dissipate. After a short exchange, Qing Chengzi had already determined that the woman not only had a good cultivation, but also had a defensive treasure. He wouldn't be able to defeat her in a short time. Just as he was feeling anxious, the old man in the front seat suddenly stood up and snorted. He said loudly, "Who are you? How dare you come to my Xuanzong?" As soon as he finished speaking, a transparent giant hand appeared in the void and grabbed at the woman. Under the pressure of the giant hand, the cultivators with low cultivation suddenly felt like Mount Tai was pressing down on them. They found it difficult to breathe. Even the strong cultivators in the creation realm found it difficult to breathe. They were shocked by the power of Dongxian. Under the pressure of the giant hand, Xiao Bai couldn't move. She could only watch as the hand grabbed at her. In the next moment, a figure that wasn't very big but made her feel at ease stood in front of her. Li Mu floated in the void in front of Xiao Bai. He didn't do anything. The aura in his body swept out, and the giant hand collapsed. After a moment of silence, there was another uproar. "Isn't that the senior from Fulu School? Why is he helping this assassin? Didn't you notice that this female assassin is the beauty who has been following this senior around? What's wrong with Qing Chengzi? He seems to have a death feud with this beauty. This is going to be interesting." The conflict between Fulu School and Xuanzong, as the crowd discussed in low voices, someone suddenly realized something and said in surprise, "The one who attacked just now was Senior Miao Yuanzi from Xuanzong. He has advanced to Dongxian many years ago. This senior from Fulu School is only at the 5th realm, but he blocked Senior Miao Yuanzi's angry attack so easily. It's unbelievable." Only then did the crowd realize this. They all looked at the figure floating in the void with shocked eyes. Among the disciples of Xuanzong, Qing Xuanzi's face was pale. If Elder Miao Yuanzi's palm strike had landed on him, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. However, it was easily resolved by this person. Thinking of the conflict between him and this person, Qing Xuanzi suddenly felt a wave of fear. Li Mu slowly landed and looked back at Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai bit her lower lip and tears welled up in her eyes. She choked and said, "Benefactor, Li Mu held her in his arms with one hand and patted her back. He said softly, "I know. Leave the rest to me." Wanwan and Cheng Xian also left the crowd and quickly stood beside Xiao Bai. Li Mu waved his hand and a golden light shot out. Qing Chengzi suddenly felt his waist tighten, and he couldn't circulate his spiritual power. Then, he was dragged to Li Mu by a huge force. At the front of the training hall, Miao Yuanzi looked at Li Mu with a gloomy face and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" Li Mu shook his wrist, and the bound Qing Chengzi knelt on the ground. He looked at Miao Yuanzi with a gloomy face and said, "You connived with your disciples to bring disaster to the great Zhou and kill my sister's family. What right do you have to ask me?" The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Beside Miao Yuanzi, a female cultivator stood up and said, "Senior brother Miao Yuanzi, junior brother Ling Jizi, let's sit down and talk. There may be some misunderstanding. The 6 sects are one family. Let's not hurt each other." The people of the Danding sect stood up. Miao Yuanzi's face didn't soften. Instead, he looked at Li Mu and said, "Junior sister Jade Sun, you all saw it. Today, it was Fulu School who provoked you first. It wasn't my Xuanzong that was rude." Jade Sun walked in front of Li Mu and said, "Junior brother Ling Jizi, let this disciple go first. If there's anything, we can talk about it slowly. After all, this was Xuanzong, and Li Mu wasn't an unreasonable person." He took back the immortal binding lock. Miao Yuanzi waved his sleeve, rolled up Qing Chengzi, and flew up to the Dao Palace. Li Mu followed with Xiao Bai and Wanwan. Seeing this, Jade Sun and the elders of the other 4 sects looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. They also flew up. Even with the Xuanzong elders presiding, the training hall still became chaotic. What's going on? Xuanzong is a righteous sect. How could a disciple of Xuanzong do something like killing people? There must be some kind of misunderstanding. I also think it's a misunderstanding. The disciples of Xuanzong who stayed behind also sighed. Qing Songzi shook his head and sighed. I've already advised senior brother Qing Chengzi not to be too eager for quick success, but he just wouldn't listen. He likes to kill demons for their demon cores and souls. Now they've come knocking on his door. Although Qing Songzi deliberately lowered his voice when talking to his fellow disciples, there were nearly 10,000 people in the training hall, and many of them had high cultivation. It was easy for them to hear what he said. What? Qing Chengzi likes to kill demons? Isn't this forbidden by the big sects? Besides, the Great Zhou court doesn't allow this kind of behavior. Forbidden is forbidden. Killing demons isn't killing people. How could a core disciple like Qing Chengzi be punished by the sect for killing a few demons? So what that senior said is true. So what if it's true? So what if it's false? How can Fulu School's strength compare to Xuanzong? If you were Xuanzong sect master, would you punish a core disciple for such a small matter and damage the sect's reputation? Hearing the discussion, a Xuanzong female disciple glared at Qing Songzi and said, "Qing Songzi, can you shut your mouth?" Qing Songzi said innocently, "I'm just doing this for senior brother Qing Chengzi's sake. Let's go up and take a look. I don't know how the sect master will punish senior brother Qing Chengzi." Chapter 536. Xuanzong. There were 9 peaks hanging upside down above the East Sea. In the Taoist palace on the 9th peak, the elders of the 6 Taoist sects had gathered. A middle-aged man dressed in colorful robes looked at Qing Chengzi and asked, "Qing Chengzi, is it like what Martial Granduncle Ling Jizi said, that you have committed such evil deeds in the North County?" Qing Chengzi stood in the hall and said loudly, "Sect master, this lady must have mistaken me for someone else. I have never been to the North County, and it is impossible for me to kill her clan. I am innocent." The Xuanzong sect master, Miao Yunzi, waved his wide sleeves and said, I believe that junior brother Ling Jizi would not speak without thinking. Your words alone are not enough to convince others. Miao Yuan, take him to Discipline Peak. Whether he is lying or not, the discipline elder will find out. After saying that, he looked at Li Mu and asked, is junior brother Ling Jizi satisfied with this? At least so far, as the Xuanzong sect master and a 7th realm expert, Miao Yunzi had shown enough sincerity. He did not protect the disciples of the sect, but dealt with them according to the rules of the Xuanzong sect. Li Mu had no objections to this. He held Xiao Bai's hand and gave her a comforting look. After Qing Chengzi was taken away, the atmosphere in the Taoist palace was gloomy. Jade Sun took the initiative to speak and said with a smile, it has only been a year since we parted in the Demon Nation, but junior brother Ling Jizi's cultivation has already reached the peak of the creation realm. It really makes me feel ashamed. I'm afraid that Fulu School will have another expert soon. Li Mu had a good impression of this senior sister of the Danding sect. He smiled and said, I just encountered some opportunities. Jade Sun said, junior brother, there is no need to be humble. As cultivators, opportunities and talent are indispensable. The so-called opportunities are also strength. Inside the Taoist palace, while Li Mu and Jade Sun were chatting, Qing Chengzi's face was pale and his body was trembling slightly in Xuanzong Discipline Peak. Standing in front of him was not only the Discipline Peak elder, but there were also 2 martial granduncles of the Miao generation and 2 grand elders of the Dao generation. Besides the sect master, Xuanzong's 7th realm elders were all here. An old man with a face full of wrinkles, white eyebrows, and a white beard said with a gloomy expression, such a thing actually happened during the exchange that occurs once every 5 years. Does the Talisman Puppet sect even respect my profound sect? The other old man next to him narrowed his eyes and said, maybe they think that because Fulu School has a 4th transcendent cultivator, they can compare to Xuanzong. If I remember correctly, the 2 from Fulu School have less than 2 years left. In 2 years, Fulu School will be the weakest of the 6 sects. They can't even compare to Danding sect and Spirit Formation sect. Only Daoist Miao Dun looked at Qing Chengzi and asked seriously, did you really kill that fox demon? Qing Chengzi knew that he couldn't hide it in front of these elders. He said regretfully, I didn't know that the fox demon was the sister of the Fulu School's martial granduncles. Daoist Miao Dun said angrily, I didn't expect you to do such a thing. Come, let's go see the sect master. Elder Bai Mei looked at Daoist Miao Dun and said, wait. Daoist Miao Dun frowned and said, martial uncle, Qing Chengzi violated the sect rules. Elder Bai Mei looked at her and said, in the Miao generation, your talent is second only to your senior brother. Now, even Miao Xian and Fulu School's Yuzhen have already transcended. But you're still in Dongxian. Stay in the sect and cultivate. Break through as soon as possible. Don't worry about anything else. Martial uncle. You can leave. Daoist Miao Dun looked at Elder Bai Mei. After taking a deep breath, she bowed and said, this disciple will take her leave. After she left, Elder Bai Mei glanced at Qing Chengzi and said, it's just killing a few demons. Those who are not of our race must have a different heart. The great Zhou court is muddle-headed and treats demons as common people. Sooner or later, they will be harmed. Now that all the cultivators in Zhu province are gathered here, if we punish a Xuanzong disciple for a few demons, won't we, Xuanzong, be ridiculed by all the cultivators in the world? Qing Chengzi was overjoyed. Since the Grand Elder said so, he had nothing to worry about. The other Xuanzong elders also fell into deep thought. The Grand Elder's words made sense. If it were any other time, given the relationship between Fulu School and Xuanzong, an ordinary Xuanzong disciple would probably be expelled from the sect for committing such a big mistake. Even a 4th-generation core disciple like Qing Chengzi would be severely punished. But now it was the quinquennial Daoist exchange. All the Daoist cultivators in Zhu province were gathered in Xuanzong. If this matter were to spread, it would damage Xuanzong's reputation. As the top sect of Taoism, Xuanzong's reputation was much more important than a fourth-generation disciple. Elder Bai Mei looked coldly at Qing Chengzi and said, "From now on, you are not allowed to leave the sect until you reach Dongxian." Qing Chengzi had just reached the fifth realm. Although he could enjoy a lot of resources in the sect, he did not know how long it would take for him to reach the sixth realm. Although he was unwilling, he could only bow and say respectfully, as the Grand Elder commands. Xuanzong, Peak Taoist Palace. Li Mu was still talking with Jade Sun when Miao Yuanzi flew in alone. Miao Yunzi asked, "What's the result?" Miao Yuanzi cupped his fists and said, "Sect Master Senior Brother, just now at Discipline Peak, Grand Elder personally performed a soul search on Qing Chengzi. This matter is indeed not his doing. There should be a misunderstanding." Miao Yunzi frowned imperceptibly and asked, "What about Qing Chengzi?" Miao Yuanzi said, "Although this matter was not done by Qing Chengzi, as a disciple of Xuanzong, he embarrassed Xuanzong in front of so many Taoist cultivators. Uncle Master has already punished him to face the wall in seclusion. He is not allowed to come out for 10 years. The four elders of Danding sect, Spirit Array sect, and the South and North sects heard Miao Yuanzi's words and their expressions changed subtly. Miao Yunzi was silent for a moment and said, "I'll go see the Grand Elder." An old man floated in from outside and said lightly, "No need. If you want to see this old man, you can say it here." Miao Yunzi cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Uncle Master." Jade Sun and the others also bowed and saluted, "Greetings, Uncle Master Dao Chengzi." Today's Xuanzong, the Taoist names of the first to fourth generation disciples were Dao, Miao, Hua, and Qing. Dao Chengzi was a famous Taoist powerhouse who was one generation higher than the 6 sect masters. Miao Yunzi looked at the white-browed old man and asked, "Uncle Master, Qing Chengzi." The white-browed old man said, "I've already punished Qing Chengzi." "How did you become the sect master?" "When your master was still in power, Xuanzong was so powerful. In your generation, you were framed, and you didn't even protect your own disciple. If Senior Brother knew about this in the underworld, I'm afraid he would doubt his original decision and regret passing the position of sect master to you." After reprimanding Miao Yunzi, he looked at Li Mu and said in a deep voice, "You insulted my Xuanzong. For the sake of the Fulu school, I won't argue with a junior like you this time. If there's a next time, I'll destroy your cultivation and let Xian Jizi come to Penglai Mountain personally to take you back." As his voice fell, he flicked his sleeves and left. Inside the Dao Palace, Miao Yunzi's expression was complicated. He looked at Li Mu and his lips moved. "Junior brother." Li Mu smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, there's no need to say more. Since it's a misunderstanding, I apologize to Xuanzong for my impulse just now. Goodbye." After that, he held Xiao Bai's hand and strode out of the Dao Palace. Miao Yunzi looked at Li Mu's back and sighed softly. One called him junior brother, and the other called him fellow Taoist. This change in address indicated that the relationship between Xuanzong and the Fulu school could no longer be the same as before. Outside the Dao Palace, many Xuanzong disciples stood in the distance with different expressions. Some looked ashamed, some looked smug. Qing Xuanzi's face lit up with joy. He looked at Li Mu with a mocking expression and snorted, "So what if you're a second-generation disciple of the Fulu school? You're only asking for humiliation if you try to provoke the dignity of Xuanzong." As Li Mu flew down, a figure flew from behind. Jade Sun flew to his side and comforted him, "Junior brother, don't be impulsive. This is Xuanzong. You're alone and weak. Once you're impulsive, you'll be bullied by them." Li Mu smiled and said, "Thank you for your reminder, senior sister. I won't be impulsive." Looking at Li Mu's back, Jade Sun thought for a moment and took out a sound transmission instrument. After hesitating for a long time, she injected her spiritual energy. A white light flashed on the instrument. Jade Sun took a deep breath and whispered a few words into the instrument. At the entrance of the Fulu pavilion, Xiao Bai bit her lips and wiped her tears. She looked up at Li Mu and said, "Benefactor, I won't take revenge." Li Mu reached out and held her face. He wiped away her tears and said softly, "I promise you, I'll let you kill your enemy and avenge your grandmother and your clan." He looked up at the countless mountains floating in the sky and a smile appeared on his face. He said lightly, "Xuanzong, he." The sound transmission instrument in the storage space vibrated. Li Mu took out an object and said calmly, "Senior brother." Xian Jizi's voice came from the instrument, "Junior sister Jade Sun has already told me about what happened in Xuanzong. Xuanzong is the #1 sect of Taoism. Its strength is tyrannical." Li Mu asked, "Does senior brother want to persuade me to let the matter rest?" From the instrument, Xian Jizi's voice gradually became cold. "Xuanzong is the #1 sect of Taoism. Its strength is tyrannical. However, my Fulu school is not made of mud. Junior brother, please bear with it for half a day. 2 martial uncles and junior sister are already on their way to Xuanzong." Chapter 537. Xuanzong, on the Taoist field. A Xuanzong Dongxian elder replaced Miao Yuanzi and preached to the tens of thousands of cultivators in the field. Most of what he talked about was the foundation of cultivation. At this moment, some people in the field were seriously comprehending, while others were still curious about the result of the incident just now. Although Xuanzong was powerful, Fulu school was also one of the 6 Taoist sections. They wondered if Xuanzong would disregard the brotherhood of the sect for an inner disciple. Soon, Qing Yunzi, Qing Songzi, Qing Xuanzi, and several other 4th-generation disciples returned to the field from the Taoist palace above. Then, a stream of light flashed and Miao Yuanzi floated in the air. He looked at the crowd and said lightly, "What happened just now was a misunderstanding. Now that it has been clarified, there is no need to think too much." Although Miao Yuanzi said so, there were more than 10,000 people in the field, and there was no lack of clever people. How could they not know the deeper meaning of his words? If it was really a misunderstanding, the senior from Fulu school would have appeared with him at this moment, but he was alone at this moment. It seemed that Xuanzong chose to protect the disciples of his sect for the sake of face, and did not care about the feelings of Fulu school at all. Even if they felt that this was not a good move, Xuanzong undoubtedly had the strength to do so. In the world of cultivation, strength was everything. Without strength, there was no right to reason. This was the sorrow of weak forces, but they did not expect that the powerful Fulu school would have such a day. As the #1 Taoist sect, Xuanzong had strength above all in the world of cultivation. Everything included the other 5 sections. In the field, no one blamed Xuanzong, and few people sympathized with Fulu school, because this was the rule of the world of cultivation. At this time, in the market, the cultivators who did not go to listen to the preaching were almost crazy. The Fulu Pavilion had just released the news that they would sell Fulu books below the heaven rank for free. They did not need spiritual jades, and as long as they provided materials for writing talismans, the Fulu Pavilion would write talismans for them for free. The yellow rank Fulu Pavilion provided 1 portion of talisman fluid, 2 portions of profound rank, and 4 portions of earth rank. The Fulu school would then write corresponding talismans for them. Everyone knew that the higher the level of the Fulu, the lower the success rate of forming a talisman. If one went to any sect or family that was good at Fulu and asked for an earth rank Fulu, which one of them would not ask for more than 10 portions of spiritual liquid and a large amount of spiritual jades? As long as they asked for 4 portions of spiritual liquid, they would be guaranteed an earth rank Fulu. What was the difference between this and giving them for free? No, this wasn't a free gift. This was simply Fulu school making a loss. The only troublesome thing was that they could only register now. The Fulu had to be collected in 3 months at the Fulu Pavilion in Chengdu, Great Zhou. No one suspected anything fishy, because the Fulu Pavilion did not want their talisman fluid or their spiritual jades. They only needed to register here, and then 3 months later, bring their talisman fluid or spiritual jades converted from talisman fluid to Shen Du, Great Zhou. The Fu Lu school would then fulfill its promise. As a great sect with 1,000 years of history, the Fu Lu school's reputation was not to be doubted. Although the process was a bit troublesome, the return was huge. For a time, there was a long line at the entrance of the Fu Lu pavilion. In the market square, no matter if it was the shops on the street or the small stalls in the square, there was not a single customer. Many stall owners and shopkeepers had already packed up their stalls and shops and formed a long line at the entrance of the Fu Lu pavilion. Inside the Fu Lu pavilion, the disciples and the cultivators who had come at the last minute were furiously writing down the information of the people who had ordered the Fu Lu. Ma Feng maintained the discipline of the crowd. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damned Xuanzong, I'm not giving you a single piece of spiritual jade." The cultivators in the line outside all had Dharma sound transmission artifacts and were constantly communicating. "Second uncle, hurry up and close the shop. Come to the Fu Lu pavilion, father, hurry up and prepare some spiritual medicine and spiritual jades. We're going to Shen Du, Great Zhou right now. Old Ma, are you at the training hall? Don't listen. Why are you still listening to such useless things at a time like this? Hurry up and come to the Fu Lu pavilion. There's a big bargain. Don't blame me for not reminding you if you're late." In the Xuanzong training hall, Miao Yuanzi was preaching. At some point in time, cultivators began to leave one after another. In the past, when he preached, this kind of situation would occur, but it was never on such a scale. Some of them left in a hurry after receiving the message from the Dharma sound transmission artifact. Some saw the people around them leave and also left after asking. When nearly 1,000 people left inexplicably, some Xuanzong disciples went to investigate and finally found the source of this matter. On the celestial mountain floating at the highest point of the sea, a Xuanzong elder said to Miao Yuanzi, "Sect master, the Fu Lu school's actions have broken the rules of the market. We can't allow them to continue like this." Miao Yuanzi felt guilty in his heart. When he heard this, he only waved his hand and said, "Let them be." The elder frowned slightly. "But sect master, this goes against the rules set by me, Xuanzong." Miao Yuanzi glanced at him and said, "I said, don't interfere in this matter." The elder looked up at him and slowly retreated. After leaving the Taoist palace, he flew to another mountain. In the Taoist palace, Taoist master Miao Dun looked at Miao Yuanzi and asked, "Senior brother, don't you think that Xuanzong has changed and is no longer the Xuanzong of the past?" Miao Yuanzi looked in the direction that the elder disappeared inside. In the end, he was indifferent and speechless. Not long after, accompanied by 2 elders, Daoist Chengzi flew out of the mountain and went straight to the market below. His face was gloomy and he said in a low voice, "It seems that the Fu Lu school really doesn't take Xuanzong seriously these years. Since that's the case, I'll teach this arrogant disciple a lesson on behalf of Fu Daozi." On the 3rd floor of the Fu Lu pavilion, there was an hourglass on the table in front of Li Mu. It was the hourglass that he used to keep track of time when refining pills. At this moment, the sand in the hourglass was almost gone and there was only a small handful left. Before the sand was completely gone, a powerful aura suddenly came from the top of the Fu Lu pavilion. It was the aura of Xuanzong's Grand Elder, Daoist Chengzi. Daoist Chengzi's figure flew from above and he said angrily, "Junior of the Fu Lu school, you've repeatedly challenged my, Xuanzong's, bottom line today. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Fu Daozi." The voice of Xuanzong's Grand Elder reverberated in the market and into the ears of countless cultivators. At this moment, everyone's impression of the Fu Lu school had improved greatly. Xuanzong's behavior just now was extremely immoral, and now it was even more outrageous. A Grand Elder of a sect with a cultivation of the 7th realm was bullying a 5th realm junior. How could such behavior be done by a fellow Daoist? Just as the surrounding cultivators began to sympathize with the young man from the Fu Lu school, on the third floor of the Fu Lu Pavilion, Li Mu looked at the remaining sand in the hourglass and took a step forward. He was already outside the Fu Lu Pavilion. He looked directly at Daoist Chengzi and said coldly, "Xuanzong, you shameless old man. Do you think you're qualified to teach me a lesson on behalf of my master?" There was a long line of cultivators at the entrance of the Fu Lu Pavilion. When Li Mu's voice rang out, the noisy market instantly fell silent. If Xuanzong scolded their grand elder like this, the Fu Lu school would probably completely fall out with Xuanzong this time. Although this sentence pleased many cultivators, they also knew that this young man's fate would probably be very miserable. After all, there was an insurmountable gap between their cultivation levels. Daoist Chengzi also did not expect this young man to be so presumptuous. His face instantly darkened. In the void, an invisible hand grabbed at Li Mu. It was the same divine power that Miao Yuanzi had used, but its power was completely different. Li Mu felt that his body was trapped by the power of heaven and earth and could not move at all. Even the ordinary Dongxian could only watch as the giant hand grabbed at him, let alone the creation realm cultivators. This reminded Li Mu of the first time he met the Lord of Illusions. However, he was no longer the weak cultivator with divine power that he used to be. Li Mu used his mind to disperse the power of heaven and earth around him. The law bell flew out of his body and merged with Li Mu's body. At the same time, a Fu Lu talisman appeared in Li Mu's hand. He used his dermic powers to activate the talisman. The Fu Lu burned, and the shadow of a woman walked out of the Fu Lu. She exuded the aura of a sixth realm cultivator. Below, the crowd exclaimed in surprise. He's actually planning to resist. This aura. Is this a heaven-grade golden armor divine army talisman? It seems a little different. Even a heaven-grade divine army talisman is useless. A sixth realm cultivator is no threat to Elder Dao Chengzi. To everyone's surprise, the shadow of the woman who walked out of the Fu Lu didn't attack Dao Chengzi. Instead, she merged with the young man from the Fu Lu school, causing his aura to rise to the sixth realm in an instant. The invisible giant hand was already reaching for him. Li Mu didn't dodge. The bell shadow on his body flashed, and the giant hand collapsed. The bell shadow also collapsed and dissipated. He knew very well that the Empress Divine Avatar wouldn't exist in his body for long. Before Dao Chengzi could do anything else, he had already launched an attack. He used his mind to control the power of heaven and earth. Wind and thunder intertwined around Dao Chengzi. The sixth realm elders of the Black Sect who had rushed over after hearing the commotion felt a chill in their hearts when they saw the wind and thunder. This was definitely a supernatural power that only a sixth realm cultivator could use. Dao Chengzi stood where he was and looked at Li Mu indifferently. A protective shield appeared around his body, blocking the astral wind and lightning outside his body. The next moment, dark clouds suddenly gathered above his head. Wind mixed with black raindrops fell, and the shield around Dao Chengzi's body started to thin rapidly. The dragon clans call the wind and summon the rain. A hint of shock flashed across his eyes. Outsiders might not know, but he knew better than anyone else that the power of these spells was comparable to that of the most powerful cultivators in Dongxian. Of course, this was far from enough for him. He floated in the air and only maintained the shield. He didn't do anything else. Even with his status and position, he had failed to capture a fifth-level junior personally. If he were to make a move again, even he would lose face. When he used all his trump cards and completely understood that the gap between the two realms couldn't be closed no matter what he did, he would realize how laughable he was. He would become a joke who overestimated himself and was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Countless elders from Xuanzong had already flown out. They floated quietly outside, and no one intervened. If they had to intervene in the battle between the Grand Elder and the junior from Fu Lu School, after this exchange, Xuanzong would also become the biggest joke in Zhuzhou. However, they looked at Li Mu with fear that shouldn't exist. The disciples of the Qing generation looked at the battle in the sky. Instead of fear, they were shocked and terrified. This person was only the same age as them, but he could already fight the Grand Elder. Even if he lost in the end, no one had the right to laugh at him. In the sky, Li Mu didn't have time to pay attention to the discussions below. Without a doubt, without relying on the Empress or the demonic corpse, Dao Chengzi was the most powerful enemy he had ever encountered. His most powerful attack couldn't even break through the defense set up by Dao Chengzi. There seemed to be a natural barrier between the two of them. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't cross it. If he couldn't fight head-on, he could only use his wits. Li Mu took a deep breath. His Qingxian sword flew out instantly, turning into sword shadows that filled the sky, and attacked Dao Chengzi. Tens of thousands of swords flew out. A sixth realm elder from Xuanzong narrowed his eyes. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "What a powerful Daoist technique. With this technique, he can probably fight Dongxian as a creation and transcend as a Dongxian." With his current cultivation level, not many people in Xuanzong can take this technique head-on. Jade Sun floated in the distance and murmured, "This Daoist technique has probably touched the edge of the seventh realm. In other words, if we really fight, we won't be his match at all." Dao Chengzi's expression was still calm as he looked at the sword shadows that filled the sky. However, a hint of seriousness appeared in his eyes. He strengthened the shield outside his body. The sword shadows crashed into the shield and collapsed one after another. However, the dermic power shield also thinned at a speed visible to the naked eye before finally dissipating. However, there were only a few sword shadows left. Dao Chengzi's dermic power swept out. He stared at Li Mu indifferently and said, "Junior, what other skills do you have? Show them all." Before he finished speaking, his eyes narrowed. The last few sword shadows collapsed under the sweep of his dermic power. However, there was still an illusory sword that didn't slow down. It pierced through his forehead at a speed that couldn't be dodged. The small sword pierced through his forehead. Dao Chengzi's body wasn't injured at all, but his primordial spirit was instantly injured. Under the gaze of countless ancestral state cultivators, Xuanzong disciples, and elders, their Grand Supreme Elder spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly weakened by half. He was injured. He was injured at the hands of a seventh realm junior. Countless people were shocked. Their faces were filled with disbelief. A seventh realm transcendent expert was injured by a fifth realm cultivator? Outside the Fulu pavilion, the Fulu school disciples' breathing quickened. Their bodies trembled as they stared at the figure floating in the air. This was their martial uncle and martial granduncle. This was the integrity of the Fulu school. Two streams of tears slowly fell from Xiao Bai's limpid eyes. Unlike the Fulu school disciples, her eyes were filled with affection as she looked at the figure. In the air, Li Mu's face was pale. He imitated Dao Chengzi's tone and said indifferently, "Old thing, you're still pretending?" Chapter 538. The market, the training ground, and the countless figures floating in the air were all silent. Only Li Mu's voice echoed on the sea. Just now, everyone had witnessed a miracle. A cultivator in the creation realm had actually injured a transcendent realm cultivator in a head-on battle, but he himself was unharmed. This battle was enough to be recorded in the history of the cultivation world. When future generations mentioned the Fulu school and Xuanzong at the same time, they couldn't ignore this battle that spanned two major realms. The elders of Xuanzong floated in the air, still motionless. It wasn't that they didn't want to move, but that they couldn't. The Grand Elder was in the seventh realm, fighting against a fifth realm junior. Did he need their help? Now that things had developed to this point, it was completely out of Xuanzong's control. It was the opposite of their original goal. Xuanzong had protected Qing Chengzi because he didn't want the school to be disgraced. Now, all the cultivators on the Zhu continent knew that Xuanzong had protected his disciple and bullied the weak. The Grand Elder's face had been beaten to the ground, and Xuanzong's face had been completely destroyed. If they had known that things would come to this, they would have punished Qing Chengzi severely. But now, this had nothing to do with Qing Chengzi. Xuanzong needed to establish his authority and regain his lost face. In the air, Dao Chengzi's vital spirit was injured, and his aura was weakened. His face was extremely pale, but not because of his injury, but because of the humiliation. He had been humiliated by a junior in front of all the disciples of Xuanzong, and in front of more than 10,000 cultivators. At this moment, he wanted to kill that person for the first time. His voice was cold as he said word by word, "Junior, you disrespected your elders and deceived your master. Today, I will punish you on behalf of Fulu School." After all, Dao Chengzi was a super expert who had reached the 7th level many years ago. If Li Mu hadn't caught him off guard and mixed the intellectual sword into the 10,000 sword shadows, he wouldn't have been able to injure Dao Chengzi at all. When he was in the 5th realm, his wisdom sword could slash Dongxuan's primordial spirit. Now that his cultivation had temporarily increased to the 6th realm, he could only slightly injure Dao Chengzi. However, he wasn't afraid of Dao Chengzi. In the face of Dao Chengzi's threat, Li Mu ignored it. He turned around and flew toward the Fulu Pavilion. At the same time, on the 3rd floor of Fulu Pavilion, the last strand of sand fell from the hourglass. Dao Chengzi's killing intent surged as he raised a hand at Li Mu's back. But at this moment, 3 streams of light suddenly appeared on the western horizon and sped over. A loud voice exploded in the sky. "Dao Chengzi, do you think everyone in Fulu School is dead?" A huge black sword came from afar and pointed directly at Dao Chengzi. Dao Chengzi hurriedly took out a square shield. The huge sword collided with the square shield and sent Dao Chengzi flying for thousands of feet. The 2 Xuanzong Grand Supreme Elders who had just arrived didn't intend to let him go and chased after him. A Xuanzong Grand Supreme Elder said in shock, "It's Martial Uncle Tian Yangzi and Martial Uncle Tian Chengzi. They actually came in person." Tian Yangzi and Tian Chengzi were famous Daoist experts. The 2 7th Realm Grand Supreme Elders of Fulu School appeared here at this moment. It meant that ever since that incident, Fulu School didn't plan to be friendly with Xuanzong. On the ground, countless ancestral state cultivators were dumbfounded. Today was really an eye-opener for them. Not only did they see Dongxian Transcendence experts injured, but they also saw a battle between Transcendence experts. This trip to Xuanzong was really worth it. Li Mu landed on the ground and walked all the way to Fulu Pavilion. Everywhere he went, the bustling crowd automatically made way for him. Yuzhen Zi didn't participate in the battle. Instead, he immediately flew to Li Mu's side and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Li Mu smiled and said, "I'm fine. Senior sister, I've made you worry." The spiritual snail in the storage space had been vibrating for a while. Li Mu took out the spiritual snail and injected magic power. The Empress's voice immediately sounded, "What happened on your side?" "I felt that you used that avatar," Li Mu said. "It's already taken care of. It's not convenient to talk about it now. I'll explain it to your majesty when we return to the divine capital." Zhou Yi asked again, "Are you okay?" Li Mu said, "I'm fine. Your majesty, don't worry." In the Changel Palace, Zhou Yi didn't ask any more questions. He took the initiative to put away the spiritual snail and then said to Mr. Mei, "He should be in Xuanzong now. Order the officials of the East County to investigate what happened in Xuanzong." At the entrance of Fulu Pavilion, Li Mu said to Qing Jingzi, "Pack up and prepare to return to the divine capital." Qing Jingzi led the disciples back to the pavilion to pack up. At this time, a female cultivator walked to Li Mu and asked nervously, "Senior, can we stay in Fulu Pavilion?" Behind her, there were more than 10 pretty female cultivators. They looked at Li Mu nervously. These female cultivators were the shop assistants that Ma Feng recruited. Li Mu said to them, "There won't be Fulu Pavilion in Xuanzong anymore. If you're willing, there's still a place for you in the new Fulu Pavilion in the divine capital of Great Zhou." The girls said in unison, "We're willing." The female cultivators happily went to Fulu school to help pack up. Li Mu looked up at the sky. Dao Qingzi was already slightly injured. Under the siege of 2 Grand Supreme Elders, he was in a sorry state. The other 2 level 7 cultivators in Xuanzong couldn't sit still anymore. They flew up to stop them. "Uncle Masters, let's talk. Let's sit down and talk. Don't hurt our friendship." Tian Yangzi attacked with all his strength. He said coldly, "Friendship? My ass. Dao Qingzi is going to clean up our Fulu school. What's there to talk about? I don't have much time left, but my Fulu school isn't a place that anyone can mess with. If you want to humiliate my Fulu school, wait until I'm dead." The Xuanzong Taoist priest said, "Fulu school and Xuanzong are brothers. Uncle Masters, please stop. Don't hurt our friendship." Tian Qingzi trapped the 2 Xuanzong Grand Supreme Elders with his Fulu. His voice was equally cold. "When you, Xuanzong, covered up your disciples and humiliated my Fulu school, why didn't you think of your brothers?" The injured Dao Qingzi was forced to retreat in defeat by Tian Yangzi. The other 2 Grand Supreme Elders were also trapped. Xuanzong had 5 7th Realm cultivators. Only Miao Yunzi and another Grand Supreme Elder were left. At a certain moment, an angry roar came from an upside-down mountain. An old man flew out and said angrily, "Tian Yangzi, Tian Qingzi, don't go too far." He wanted to help Dao Qingzi but was stopped by Yuzhen. The old man looked at Yuzhen and said gloomily, "Nephew Yuzhen, you want to stop me?" Yuzhen looked at him indifferently and said coldly, "When Dao Qingzi bullied my junior brother, did you ever think that he was your nephew?" The cultivators below looked up at the sky in silence. 7th Realm cultivators were always elusive. Ordinary people rarely saw them. Today, they saw 7 of them at the same time. 7 transcending state cultivators were fighting in a chaotic battle. High up in the sky, the light of spells was unceasing. If their battle was on the ground, the whole of Xuanzong would probably be destroyed. Even from so far away, everyone could feel the waves of pressure. No matter what the result was, Xuanzong's reputation was completely destroyed this time. In the Taoist palace on the highest mountain, the bright light of spells shone into the palace. Miao Dun looked at Miao Yunzi and asked, "You're not going to help?" Miao Yunzi shook his head. "No." Miao Dun said, "If you don't help, Uncle Master will have an excuse later." Miao Yunzi breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I've been in the sect for too long. I'm bored. I'm just thinking of going out for a walk." Miao Dun was silent for a moment and said, "I also want to go out for a walk and find an opportunity to break through." In the market and on the training grounds, the cultivators of the Zhu continent had been looking up for a long time. The battle in the sky didn't have a result. Obviously, the Fulu school and Xuanzong had a big conflict. The 3 elders of the Fulu school came from afar, but the cultivators of the 2 sects couldn't really fight to the death. Up in the sky, the battle was still going on. However, at a certain moment, everyone suddenly disappeared. After a moment of shock, everyone was in an uproar. Where are they? Why did they all disappear? Strange. Why can't I see anyone? In an instant, the elders of the 2 sects disappeared. At the entrance of the Fulu pavilion, Li Mu's vision blurred. When he reappeared, he was in another space. This space was very big, much bigger than the Emperor's secret garden, but not as big as Li Mu's Demon Emperor's space. Other than the size, there was a big difference between this space and Li Mu's Demon Emperor's space. After the Demon Emperor's space had a new master, it went from being dead silent to full of vitality. There were mountains, rivers, lakes, grass, trees, fish, and insects. It was like a small world. Although there were mountains, rivers, trees, and grass in this space, there was no life. The mountains were gray. The trees on the mountains were withered. There wasn't a trace of green. The water was black. There wasn't a single fish swimming in the water. The grass under Li Mu's feet was yellow. The entire space was dead silent. The two Taishang elders and Yuzenzi were beside Li Mu. In front of them were the 4 elders of Xuanzong. In the middle of the withered grass, an old man sat cross-legged. The old man had no eyebrows or beard. There were only a few strands of messy hair on his bald head. Wrinkles crisscrossed his face, mixed with brown patches. He sat there with his eyes closed and his head bowed. There was no breath coming from him. He was like a dead man. But in Li Mu's eyes, what sat there was not a person, but a mountain. This mountain stood tall and lofty, unreachable. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.